Hello, and welcome in to everybody tuning in on that YouTube stream. It is so good to have you in here with us today. We are not going to waste a moment and hop right into the debates. If you're new here, we will be debating Trump supporters for the next 4 hours. Now, today will be an interesting day because, as we all know, America started war with Iran yesterday, so I'm sure that will come up frequently. But I guess we're going to go ahead and hop into that first discussion of the day. Big Zig, take it away. Tell us how the hell you could still support Trump.
Well, I figured we would just talk just simply on the topic of what happened in the past 24 hours, I would assume, huh?
We could talk about whatever you want, but I'm sure that's going to be important. Yes, I would love to know how you could still support Trump, even though he has now re-entered America into war in the Middle East with Iran, furthering the destabilization of the region, and risking the financial stability of every single American now that Iran has approved plans to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which will drastically increase the price of everything.
Right. Do you think that Iran having nuclear weapons would be, titled as risking the lives of humans in general?
Well, I think that any country having nuclear weapons is a bad thing.
I agree.
And we can agree that I don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. Now, if you think that is the source of justification, point number one, okay, they don't have nukes. That's according to our own National Director of Intelligence. And point number two, the only reason why they have surpassed uranium, the thresholds of enrichment of uranium that are more directed and geared towards weaponry is because Donald Trump pulled us out of a nuclear agreement that we had with the country in 2018. Right now, if Donald Trump never pulled us out of that nuclear peace agreement, they would be nowhere close to nukes today. They'd still be honoring it as they did for years. And in fact, that tells me that if the motivation for the war today is the idea that they may be close to nuclear technology, well, we could draw a direct line between that fact and Donald Trump pulling us out of the nuclear peace agreement we had with them in 2018.
Where can I see where Trump pulled us out of the nuclear peace agreement? And you said 2019?
2018.
Where could you find that at?
Everywhere. Just go on Google, type in Trump pulls out of Iran nuclear peace agreement.
Okay.
So, how does that make you feel? Because you'd say that the reason that we are re-entering into war with them today is because you think that they're close to having nukes?
I would assume they had nukes.
Okay, well, that's not true. That's not true.
How do you know that?
Yeah, because our Director of National Intelligence has told us that.
I don't think we'd do that just because we think they have nukes. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure they probably had nukes.
According to who? Literally according to who? Netanyahu? Is that your source? Is your source Israel? They've been saying that they're weeks away from nukes since the 70s, right?
Who, Iran?
Yeah, and then this is also coming from the international, the IAEP. AIEP. I forget what's the name. The IAEP. That's going to be no, that's not the one I'm looking for. What is the name of the international organization that watches like levels of nuclear and uranium enrichment? Everybody, I forget the name of the. I forget the name of the group, the IAEA. Thank you so much. So yeah, according to U.S. intelligence, they don't have nukes. According to the IAEA, they don't have nukes. You have absolutely no reason to believe that they do have nukes. Stop buying the propaganda.
So whatever it is that I read is considered propaganda. But
what do you read? What do you read that's telling you they have nukes?
All over my social media it says they did.
Okay, well, what's the source?
I'm on TikTok right now on my phone.
Yeah, you have no fucking clue. So stop spewing propaganda. So yes, actually, everything that you are reading saying that is most likely 55-year-old white men sitting in their mother's basements tweeting about how World War III has started and Donald Trump is on God's side because he's stopping the terrorist state from sending nukes to Washington, D.C. Yeah, it's completely propaganda. So the question that you asked me is all the sources that you read propaganda, the answer is yes.
So you believe that all of that is fake, but you're going to believe that Donald Trump.
You haven't even told me what all of that is. Like, where's that information coming from?
Everything you just stated. Everything you just stated.
Tell me where the information that they have nukes is coming from. Give a real legit source. Okay, well, he's going on pause. We cannot hear you while you are on pause, but hopefully he's just looking for a real legit source. So while he's looking for that, we're going to get that next guest up here. And by the way, this guest also didn't respond to the fact that the only reason why we could even possibly be in a position where the country is close to having nukes is because Donald Trump pulled us out of the nuclear peace agreement in 2018. Merrick, thank you for the community celebration. I appreciate you for that, man. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, in the link tree in my bio on TikTok or in the description of the live stream over on YouTube. I get 100% of all the proceeds on those platforms. That's also a way to support me in my work. It has been quite a bit recently, let me tell you. What is going on, Jordan? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right. And why the hell do you support Trump?
Because he stands by Israel.
Yeah. So you basically, in other words, you're saying that you support Trump because he's re-entering America into another unnecessary war in the Middle East, right?
Not necessarily. I don't like the claims that Israel's committing genocide on the left, and I do think we need to stand by Israel.
Okay, so I disagree with you. I think that it is absolutely the case that Israel's ethnically cleansing Palestinians. But right now you're saying that in reference to what's going on with Iran. So when we stand by Israel today, or like in the speech that Donald Trump gave last night in the bombings of the nuclear sites in Iran, all that means is that we're unnecessarily entering into another war in the Middle East. Why do you support unnecessarily entering into another war in the Middle East? Because keep in mind, if we didn't bomb Iran, then we wouldn't be standing by Israel, because that's something that Israel had requested of us. So this means that when you say that you support us standing by Israel, you support us entering into another unnecessary war in the Middle East.
We're not in a war at the moment.
We are.
Don't know what it. I would not classify this as a war.
Okay, so let me get this straight. I have a question for you. So
bombs, cruise missiles to countries that we did not have wars with.
Let me ask you a question. So if we said that we had total and complete control of Russian airspace, we know exactly where Putin is hiding and we could kill him, but we're not going to do it yet, and then we bomb multiple locations in the country of Russia, would that be a war?
It depends on the response.
Oh, it depends on their response.
Sure.
So if they retaliated at all, that'd be war?
War.
Answer my question.
No, and then it depends on our response. It could lead to a war, yes.
So would you say that there's a war between Israel and Iran right now?
There's a conflict.
Is there a war?
I wouldn't classify it as a war at the moment.
Right. So yeah, the only way that you could get us out of saying that there's a war between Israel and Iran, between America and Iran right now, is just to deny what a war is. So I mean, when do you think that the war in the Middle East under Bush started? Because obviously it wouldn't have started with the strikes, it wouldn't have started with the invasion, it wouldn't have started with the retaliatory responses. I mean, you're just denying what a war is, and now you sound loony. Okay, right? And the reason why I say that is because name one person, even on the right, that denies that there's a war between Israel and Iran right now. Name one person, name one institution of media, name one independent journalist, name one large figure that denies a war between Israel and Iran today.
Look, we're getting involved in the semantics here.
But
the bottom line,
you started that conversation because you were the one that said it's not a war.
I would not classify it as a war between.
I'd probably classify it as military conflict, not necessarily a full-scale.
So then answer my question. Tell me one person on the right that says that there's not an ongoing war between Israel and Iran.
I mean, I can't tell you the commentary of talking heads, and I don't think that justifies, as you pointed out in different occasions, whether it's a war or not, if someone's classifying it as that.
Okay, so then you're just basically saying that, well, you hold a position that nobody else holds, not even the Trump administration, and you think that I'm the one coping by pointing that out. Right, like even J.D. Vance this morning said that we have started war with our nuclear enrichment facilities. That's coming straight from the administration, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, regardless of the semantics, I can concede to you that we've started a conflict with Iran. All right, I mean, I really don't.
Now, do you support that or do you not support that?
I will say this: that I was Biden 2020. I did not agree with pulling out of the nuclear peace talks. At this time, What we do know is Iran has substantially enriched uranium since that time. We don't know how close they were. I know that Netanyahu has been whistleblowing, claiming this and fear mongering about it
You're
for a
not.
long
You're
time.
just not giving me an answer to my question. For chat, for the
I'm sorry, what was the
7.3 thousand
question?
people watching on TikTok and the 1.2 thousand on
Okay.
YouTube, is this guy answering my question?
All right. Your question was, were we just in starting a
Do
conflict
you
with Iran?
support re-entering into conflict in the Middle East or not?
Under the circumstances, yes, I do.
Okay, so yes. So you do support going back into war in the Middle East, possibly costing us trillions of dollars, thousands of lives of Americans, further destabilization of the region, and hurting every single American, including yourself, because as of this morning, right, the Iranian parliament unanimously approved shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, in which would oversee the transport of 20% of the daily global oil production. And if the Supreme Leader approves that, guess what? Your gas is going to be significantly more expensive, and there's going to be global inflation. Okay, and that was the worst thing since sliced bread when that was onset by the pandemic. But apparently, when Donald Trump directly causes that, not just by deciding to bomb locations in the country and starting war, but also by originally pulling us out of that nuclear peace agreement in 2018, it's something you support. What I don't support, what I can't stand by, and what I must call out is the total and utter disgrace of the right today and the hypocrisy in which is ever present, not only within yourself, but within every member of the Trump admin and everybody else that supports Trump. So please address the hypocrisy. How can you say that you stand behind these actions with all of the negative consequences I just named already coming to fruition?
Because, yeah, there's going to be negative consequences from starting a conflict, of course. If Iran had gotten a nuclear weapon, the negative consequences could have been substantially worse, even to global cataclysmic proportions. So, I am in support of preventing that from happening. And if there's some short-term pain from it, I think long-term, the world will be more stable.
Okay, so your claim is the same as Netanyahu's, that we need to attack the state of Iran because they're close to having nukes. I have a question. What does U.S. intelligence say? How far out does U.S. intelligence say that Iran is from having nukes?
I don't know. I do know that they have substantially
Okay, you don't know.
their uranium.
You don't know. The answer is 3 years. And the justification is the weapons of mass destruction. This is the same justification that Bush ran on to introduce an invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. And we saw where that led. It was another
that is
endless
not why we
war
invaded
that never went
Afghanistan.
anywhere. And the fact that you are repeating and echoing those same sentiments today is absolutely terrible. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you think there's any other way to prevent the further development of nukes at behest of Iran apart from starting another war in the Middle East?
There could have been, but after Israel started their proactive measures, I don't think diplomacy was going to get us there.
I have a question. Do we have control over Israel?
No.
So you're telling me that we're not actively funding their ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians and their ongoing war effort on on Iran, and we don't hold some level of control over what the leadership of Israel or the IDF does because of the significant level of backing that we are providing to them in these conflicts?
Oh, I disagree with the premise of that question, labeling it as an ethnic cleansing. Are we supporting the war in Gaza? Yes.
Okay.
And the
All
removal
right.
of Hamas?
Of course, you deny that that's ethnic cleansing too.
Well,
Of
I'd
course,
like
you
to
deny that
discuss
that's
that.
ethnic cleansing too.
I'd like to discuss that.
I'm going to go to move on to the next guest. I appreciate you for coming up. If you're in that queue, make sure it's because you support Trump. We're going to go ahead and get the next guest up in the live at this point. This is going to be a very annoying day for these conversations, everybody. The guests, they're going to come up here. They're going to deny with no good reason. They're going to challenge, what is accepted by everybody unilaterally, even things that are accepted by their own administration. It's going to be a very annoying day. Aubrey, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo for knowing what you're talking about and being somebody I look up to. Aubrey, that is incredibly kind of you. Let's get 200 Aubrey W's down below in that comment section. I really, really appreciate that. As well as Casserole, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo as well. I'd also like to thank Ali for the $10 over on PayPal. You guys are so incredibly kind. Now, we are going to go ahead and get the next guest up in the live right now, everybody. Go ahead and drop a MAGA attached to your age down below in that comment section if you'd like to come up and have a good faith discussion with me about how the hell you still possibly support the Trump administration, everybody. As well as Eternal Rose, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. And Cam, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Cam W's. What is going on, Amy? Do you support Trump?
Fuck no.
Okay, well, Amy, please don't request. I do understand that we have a lot of new people in here since we started the live, so I'm going to go ahead and rehash those rules super duper quickly, everybody. Only hop in that queue if you are 18 or older from America and support the Trump administration. If you do not fall under that category, please do not join into the guest request, everybody. I would really appreciate that, you guys. I would really appreciate that. That would be so incredibly kind.
Hello?
What is going on, Laundry? How old are you?
17.
Okay, dude, follow the rules. You are too young to request. I just said this very loudly.
Very loudly.
Test.
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 And they got an echo, so we got to move on. Here we go, everybody. We got Gav loading up into the box for the 10,000 people over in the TikTok live stream, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Welcome in, Gav. How old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18. Do you support Trump?
I do kinda.
Kinda. Okay.
Like not fully.
Not
you know what I
fully,
mean?
but kinda. So what do you support about Trump?
I don't know. At first I thought like the attack on Iran was kind of dumb or whatever, but it kind of makes sense when you think about it, I guess. Like they kind of like don't need nukes is the way I look at it.
They don't need nukes. Dude, okay, 1, U.S. intelligence says that they're years out. 2, they were able to work diplomatically with America for 3 years under a nuclear peace agreement, in which their nuclear enrichment facilities were monitored 24/7 by the IAEA, as well as the IAEA said that there are 0 violations under the totality of the signed agreement that we had with the country. 3, it is the case that when we signed the agreement with them back in 2015, that they sent 97% of their enriched uranium to Russia and shut down a lot of their facilities that they were using to develop nuclear technology. And the only reason why any and all of those plans failed is because Trump pulled us out of the deal. So, A, if you think that they're close to having nukes, blame Trump. Shouldn't we impeach the man that is single-handedly responsible for apparently a terrorist state being on the edge of possessing nuclear technology?
So like the general consensus is like they don't even like have nukes or close to, not have nukes, but are not even close to having nukes.
U.S. intelligence says that they're years out, but I mean, if you think that they're about to have them or they already have them, wouldn't you
Oh, I
agree
don't
that
think
we
they already
should?
have them. by
Would
no
you agree
means.
that we should impeach the man that is single-handedly responsible for a terrorist state being on the bleeding edge of possessing nuclear technology in accordance with your view?
I have no idea.
You don't. You have no clue. You have no clue.
Why,
Okay.
why would we blame Trump?
Because he's the one that pulled us out of the agreement that prevented them from the further development of nuclear technology for no reason.
When did that happen?
When did that happen? That happened in 2018.
So he pulled us out of an agreement that would have prevented them from getting the technology to create nukes.
That did prevent them. Absolutely. Yep.
So what was that?
It was
Can
a
I look
nuclear
that up?
peace agreement. Yeah, it was called the Iranian nuclear peace agreement. They entered into it with us and 5 other countries, and it gave the IAEA, which is an international administration of nuclear advancement. I think the IAEA. I could even look up what that stands for more specifically. They had access to 24/7 surveillance of all of their nuclear, all of their nuclear facilities. And it is the case that they reported no violations while the agreement was signed.
So what do you think the reason was for Trump bombing the facilities?
Because Israel asked him to.
You think he just did it because Israel asked him?
Yeah.
There's got to be more reasoning than that, surely.
No. What's the other? What's the reason?
Well, why would you think he would just jump for Israel like that?
Well, because the APAC has only given him $230 million, but that's neither here nor there.
I mean,
But seriously, Israel says Trump jump. He says how high?
I don't know, bro. 230 million. I feel like that's not a lot in the grand scheme of things.
So then why did he do it?
I don't know. I don't know his. I mean, I'm not like one-sided by no means, but
The
I don't think
U.S.
he would
always
just-
jumps for Israel. We do whatever
I
the
don't
fuck
think he
they
would
want.
just-
The way,
I don't think he would just
Israel
do
is
it for
so
no
much.
reason.
Israel has so much influence over America. Okay, and maybe like another reason here is period. I appreciate you for the galaxy outside of AI pack is like the idea that like that is God's country, and doing Israel's will is doing God's will. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
like
isn't
Donald Trump
Israel,
even
like,
spoke. One
mostly-
moment, Donald Trump even spoke about this in his speech last night. He said, "God bless America and God bless Israel."
Isn't Israel mostly Jews?
So it's an ethnic state of Jewish individuals. Yeah.
They don't believe in God, right? Aren't they like
Oh, bro. Okay.
No, they don't believe in Christ. I mean,
I'm not going to go over the theology of it with you, but
They don't.
in accordance with the Christian Bible,
they
Israel.
literally don't believe in Christ.
In accordance with the Christian Bible, Israel is God's chosen land, and a lot of congressmen and women, as well as even potentially the president, think that we have a holy obligation to protect the land and to protect the country. And this is being demonstrated in reality by us bending the knee to whatever they want. You know, we did this with their ethnic cleansing in Palestine, and now we're doing this with their unjust aggression on Iran. So.
I don't know. Whenever I looked up the
Mariah,
the
thank you
Jews'
for the
religion-
300. And okay, I do really appreciate you so much for that.
When I looked up the Jews' religion, that
Jewish
it says they don't believe in
individuals'
Christ or Muhammad. They don't believe in like any
Right.
any type of.
So
I don't
they
know.
don't think Christ was God. They think he was a prophet. But even then, that doesn't change anything I just said. That doesn't change the fact that Christians, a lot of them, even in Congress, think that they have some holy obligation to protect the land because it's their holy land and to protect
Like,
Israel.
everyone's
Since
going
God
crazy.
says in the book of Revelation that Israel will be the last country standing.
Everyone's going crazy in the comments, but like literally look it up yourself. They don't believe in Christ.
Hey, can you repeat the last thing I said, you idiot? Like, I don't know why you're ignoring me. Repeat the last thing I said. Stop being dense. I've explained this. I've explained this to you 5 times, 5 different ways, and then you just keep saying, "Oh, they don't believe in Christ." Okay,
Because they don't. You're sitting here trying to tell me
listen
they're
to what I'm
Christians.
saying. I never said that non-Christians are Christians. Okay, if you are religiously Jewish, then you are not Christian. That is evidently implied via the rejection of the Trinity and other core Christian theology, such as the Nicene Council of 320 AD. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that Christians today, particularly those in the government, view Israel as their holy land, and because the book of Revelation says that Israel will be the last country standing, they believe that they have an obligation to protect, defend, and bend the knee to the state of Israel. And the fact that the state of Israel does not recognize Christ as king, right, doesn't change anything I just said. So stop repeating that every single time I'm A, explaining Christian theology to you, and B, explaining how Christian theology has been able to work its way into the American government and motivate congressmen and women as well as the president to bend the knee to Israel.
Okay. So what is Russia's standpoint on it? Like, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna do anything?
No, don't pivot. Respond to what I just said, please.
I don't really care, to be honest. There's no arguing with you.
Right, you don't care. So when you lose a
You
conversation, you don't
tried
care.
to tell me Israel was Christians, and like this is hilarious.
I never told you that Israel's were Christians.
You pretty much said that,
No, I said that Christians think that they have an obligation to protect Israel. There's a
which
big
makes no
difference.
sense because Israel's don't even believe in Christianity.
Well, then go tell them that.
It literally makes no sense.
Well, then go tell the Christians in our government that. Don't tell me that. Go tell Trump
Bro,
that.
that's just a dumb reason, bro. They
Okay, well
obviously
then,
don't
yeah,
believe
well then
that.
go tell Trump that that's a dumb reason. Please go do it.
I'm sure Trump knows it's common knowledge that they're not Christians. Why would he jump for him because of the fact that?
Okay, well then
He's
explain to me
Christian.
why in the
That
speech
makes
last night
literally no
he said that
sense.
us and Israel are very close partners. God bless Israel. God bless America. That's
mean,
a
we've
quote
been-
from
we've
his
been
speech
allies
last
for
night.
years.
That's
I mean, that has nothing to do with
that's
Christianity.
then why did he say God bless Israel, God bless America? That's what he said in his speech
Because Trump's
last
a
night.
Christian. He's going to say, God bless any country he's helping.
Well,
Like,
no, he
what?
specifically said God bless Israel. Keep in mind, once again,
Because
the book
he
of
just helped
Revelation, the book of
Israel.
Revelation in the Christian Bible
Oh
says that
my
Israel
gosh.
will be the last country standing on earth, as well as it is the Christian holy land, regardless if the state or the individuals in the state are Christian or not. That is a Christian holy land, so they believe that they have an obligation to protect and uphold it. And this is coming from congressmen and women. Please go look at the interviews of journalists walking up to congressmen and women, asking them why they're pro-Israel, and then they say, well, because the Bible tells me to. Go look at the sit-down interview between Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson that took place 4 days ago, and listen to how Ted Cruz is trying to convince Tucker Carlson that it says in the Christian Bible that we need to protect Israel. That is a sentence that was uttered out of Ted Cruz's mouth 3 days ago.
Wait, so do you think Trump would not say God bless to any other country he just helped them
Respond to
with?
what I just said. Respond to the fact that I'm able to point out very specific
You didn't even
congressmen and
respond to
women
my
that have been
question.
very loud in saying that the Christian Bible says that we have an obligation to protect Israel. And in the book of Revelations, it says that Israel will be the last country
So
standing.
you
Not to
think
mention,
that's why
regardless of the
Trump jumped for
religious
Israel?
affiliation
Because
of
the
the state,
Bible said
it
we
is a
have the
Christian holy
obligation.
land. So respond to those things, sir. You're being dense.
I
You're
just
being
responded.
disingenuous. And honestly, for everybody watching, all 12.5 thousand of you, this is how every single one of these conversations is likely to go today. Because guess what? What I'm saying is true. What I'm saying can't be contested. This is the reality of the situation. And if there's anybody in this country that still stands 10 toes behind Trump, this is the way that they're going to operate in these conversations. They're going to shut down all of their intellectual faculties. They're going to shut down all of their faculties of reasons, all of their faculties of logic, and all of their faculties in which are supposed to be in alignment with truth and in alignment with reality, and become dense little individuals such as the guests that we have on the live right now. I'm giving you the facts and you can't contest them, man.
I think you're just a narcissist, bro.
You're calling me a narcissist because I've been able to demonstrate that you're wrong. Stop projecting.
You keep bringing up the Bible now, like, bro.
Well, of course, I'm going to bring up the
How old
Bible
is the
when you're
Bible?
asking me about the Bible as it relates to Christians' views on Israel.
I did not ask you about the Bible. What are you talking about?
You did. You said, well, why is it the case that Christians would want to protect Israel? Well, I told
Because
you
they're
why,
not
and a lot
even
of it is
Christian.
rooted in the Bible.
Oh my gosh. Bro, they're not even Christians. Your point makes no sense.
I never said that Christians think that they have to protect Israel because Israel is Christian.
I'm
I said
pretty
that
sure Christians actually like dislike Jews because of their beliefs.
Jewish
They
individuals, not
think
Jews.
Jesus is a false prophet.
Okay, so I've already repeated this 10 times. I'm going to repeat it
No,
last
you're
time
good.
for you.
You're
Are you
no,
ready?
no.
Right, you don't want
repeat
me to repeat it because you're wrong. I have a question. Do you think that
that.
Donald
I
Trump
guess,
is,
bro.
I have a question. Do you think that Donald Trump is going to be good for inflation?
I doubt it.
So
I
inflation's
doubt
going to
it.
go up. So why do you support a president that's going to cause inflation in this country?
Okay, how much inflation did Biden cause?
I actually
Quite a
don't
bit.
think that we'd attribute any inflation that happened under his administration to him. What did he do that caused
Really?
inflation?
You don't think so?
Yeah, how did he cause inflation? Tell me.
Oh, so inflation just happened. But if it happens when Trump's president, he's causing it
So
all.
are you going to tell me how he caused it?
Are you gonna tell me how he didn't cause it?
Okay, for sure. So basically you're saying that you can't prove your claim. Therefore,
Are
I
you
need
gonna
to...
tell me how Biden did not cause inflation?
Are you going to interrupt me while I'm trying to answer your question, little boy?
Yeah, you're a narcissist, bro.
I'm a narcissist for calling
You're
you a
that
little man?
upset. You don't even know what I look like. You're calling me a little man because you're upset.
I'm not calling you a little man because of your physicality. I'm calling you a little man because of your pea-sized brain. But I am now going to go ahead and mute you and I'm going to
Yeah, I'm
respond to
sure,
your
bro.
question. So you said, oh, can you tell me how Biden didn't cause inflation? Well, first and foremost, the burden of proof is going to be on the accuser, meaning when you suggest the positive claim that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation, the Odin would be on you to grant evidence for this claim being true. But you are obviously
Okay,
trying
he
to
gave
contort...
like how much money to
Don't
Ukraine?
interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. And if you want to try to posit the fallacious idea that it is rather on me to refute what you're saying, and if I can't refute what you're saying is therefore true, well, I'll just simply give you a really fallacious, very loaded hypothetical example to refute that. You shouldn't support Trump because last night he raped a little girl. Oh, and guess what? I don't have to give you any evidence for this. But if you can't give me evidence against this, it must be true.
Okay, did him giving like billions to Ukraine not hurt our economy?
Okay, for sure. So now you're saying that the $32 billion that we gave to Ukraine per year...
32 billion? Oh my god, I didn't know it was that much. That's insane.
Let me know when I could talk.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
So you're saying that the $32 billion that we sent to Ukraine per year, disproportionately in weaponry...
Per year?
Okay, man. So, you are intentionally interrupting me at this point. Are you here for any type of productive
I'm
dialogue?
sorry. I'm sorry. I was just reacting.
Do you have any like self-control?
No, I'm sorry. I mean, like,
So you don't have self-control.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so you're saying that the $32 billion that we sent to Ukraine per year, right, which was disproportionately in weaponry, is what caused inflation here at home in America. So, A, expenditure in other countries is going to cause less inflation than expenditure in the American economy, since less of that money would be in circulation in the American economy. And B, if you think that $32 billion per year is what caused a 9% level of inflation after the pandemic, then please tell me how much inflation you think the $8.6 trillion spent in 4 years under Trump's first term caused.
Well, there wasn't much inflation at all during Trump's first term.
Oh, okay. So then if $8.6
Like
trillion
at all.
dollars
Like
in
it was
expenditure
actually.
can't cause much inflation, then how could a little bit over $100 billion cause the most inflation in the last 100 years? Make that make
Hey,
sense.
you tell me, bro. I don't know. It's been bad lately.
All right. Well, I mean, what that shows you is that this wouldn't be a good enough reason for you to say that the Biden-Harris administration motivated a lot of inflation, given the fact that the Trump administration spent 80 times as much compared to the expenditure that you just pointed out, and I guess caused no inflation.
So, what do you think is causing the inflation under the Biden administration?
Yeah, the pandemic.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's a valid argument, I guess. You can say the pandemic caused it, but all that inflation, even like afterwards, the fallout, you think that was all because of the pandemic?
Yeah, yeah.
So him just throwing out billions and billions of a years is like, oh no, it's nothing.
We already agreed that the Trump administration spent twice as much as them, and you don't think that caused much inflation. So even you don't attribute direct government spending
So
to causing
what did the Trump
inflation.
administration spend twice as much on? Can you repeat it?
Yeah, for sure. One of the main motivating factors of their expenditure would have been nearly $2 trillion spent on tax cuts that disproportionately benefited the ultra wealthy.
So like, what's your source for that?
The what's my source on that? That's going to be the Donald Trump's tax plan passed in 2018, and the expenditures reported via 10-year projection, both by the U.S. Treasury and the CBO.
Okay, so he gave out $2 trillion in tax cuts.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, I gotta find that. I never heard about that.
Okay. Well, you don't really seem like you're that educated, right?
What
Then
was
what?
this?
The Donald Trump tax cuts of 2018 and the 10-year estimated expenditure from the CBO and the U.S. Treasury.
Okay, was that money in circulation or is it like a
Yeah,
Ukraine
yeah,
excuse?
yeah, because it went to Americans and the American market. Yes, that
Okay,
money was in circulation. Absolutely. What?
what's the difference between like money being in circulation or not? Like it's still money that could be in circulation.
I don't know what you're asking.
Like all the money we gave to Ukraine, like you said, oh, it wasn't in circulation. Like it
Right,
could have been.
because it was being used for humanitarian support in the country and like literal weapons.
Yeah, but we just print money like it's nothing. We could like it could easily be in circulation.
I don't know what you're asking me. I'm not gonna lie. Like I don't know what you're asking me. I
Like your
don't know
whole
how
thing
this
was,
relates
oh,
to the
it's not in
point.
circulation. Oh, it doesn't. It's
Oh
not even
no
real.
no no! My
Basically,
my
oh,
point
throw
said
it away.
my point said that it was less likely to be in circulation in the American economy compared to expenditure inside of America because it's out of the economy in another country, and B used disproportionately in weaponry, not in like money. So it'd just be less likely to increase the overall M2 money supply in the American economy, and that's true.
That's crazy. Though. I don't really get that. It's still money.
Okay, but that money
It's
would.
still our money that could easily be put in circulation. That's just being
But
tossed
but
away.
but it's less likely to increase the money supply in the American economy because it's not in America, and most of it isn't money; it's weapons.
That's wild.
So why do you support Trump?
I mean, I just respect that he's like not scared to like stand up for our country.
He's not scared to stand up for a country. Was Hitler scared to stand up for Nazi Germany?
Okay, we're not bringing up Hitler, bro.
I'm just saying, if that alone is the reason why you support him, does this mean that you would have supported Hitler too?
What?
Yeah, was Hitler scared to stand up for Nazi Germany?
So if you support someone who's not afraid to stand up for their country, you like Hitler.
Well, I'm just trying to demonstrate to you that this like false representation, I would say, is not sufficient to support a candidate, right? Especially like when we'd consider like the truth.
I mean, I didn't even vote.
I
I'm
was
not
in the
gonna lie.
middle of speaking, Gavin. Why do you
Oh, I'm so sorry.
incessantly interrupt me?
I'm sorry.
No, tell me. Why do you continue to interrupt me every single time I open my mouth? I'm being serious. Tell me.
I'm sorry, bro. Talk.
No, I don't want you to apologize. I want you to explain why you've done this
my
every single
goodness.
time I've spoken since you've joined.
Have you not been interrupting me too?
I actually haven't, no. So I want you to answer my question. Why do you continue to do this every single time I open my mouth?
Can you just keep talking what you're talking about?
No, I want you to explain
trying
why
to
you've
change- you're
interrupted
trying to
me
change the
every single.
subject.
I
You're trying
want
to change the
you to
subject, bro.
explain why you've interrupted me every single time I've opened my mouth.
Because I can. I have free will.
Because you have free will, dude. Yeah, that's really good justification.
Now you're sounding like a communist.
We define communism.
No free will.
So communism is not quote unquote no free will. Communism is a stateless, moneyless, classless society.
That's what you want, right?
No, I don't support communism.
So why are you so mad that I'm interrupting you?
Because two things could be true at once. I could win a productive conversation without interruption while not being a communist.
Whatever you say, bro. Can you just go on what you were saying?
Not with you, man. You're completely intelligible and incoherent. So we're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, give us a minute. We're going to get Tyler up in here, everybody. Let's see here. Yo, Ali, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. As well as Naomi, thank you for the 10 as well. Naomi says, it's not much, but thank you so much for what you're doing, educating and debating the uneducated. I appreciate you for the love, Naomi. As well as Lubna, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Shout out to Naomi and Lubna. I would also like to thank... let's see here. Viv for the $5 on Venmo. Valerie with the $5 on Venmo asking me to kick Gav. Yeah, we got him out of here. As well as Amanda. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, saying you inspire me so much. Thank you for everything that you do. I really appreciate that, Amanda. Let's get 200 Amanda W's. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in, Tyler. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Oh, dear Lord. Man, do you happen to have any type of Bluetooth device connected that you're speaking to me through?
Yeah, I'm speaking through AirPods. Should I go on speaker?
Yeah, if you could take the AirPods out, that would be great.
One second.
That'd be great. As well as Tracy, thank you so much for the 14 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat, saying I love your show. Keep up the great work. I appreciate that, Tracy. That's very kind of you. Well, Tyler, take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump.
I would mainly say his position on being pro-life and being anti-abortion for the main part.
Okay, I have a question. Is further restricting upon food stamps pro-life, considering the fact that social benefits such as food stamps or increases in the child tax credit have been shown to reduce childhood poverty by upwards of 40%?
How would you say that is correlated with the pro-life argument?
Because it reduces the quality of the life of our children.
Yeah, and I would think that as a society we should support other people. I wouldn't support
So wouldn't this be antithetical to the pro-family, pro-child, pro-life worldview?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I support policies that help mothers, help children, help family, of course.
Okay. I mean, so then that would mean that you'd support pro-choice policy related to allowing women and girls access to abortion as federally protected, because it's been demonstrated in areas with pro-choice legislation compared to areas with pro-life legislation. We see a higher income on average, we see higher levels of education, we see higher wages, as well as we see higher qualities of life, as well as pro-choice legislation ensures that there's more families in which are financially well off and ready to start a family and consent to having children, compared to forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into being mothers and fathers, because the Republican, senator, congressmen and women thinks that they shouldn't be able to access health care. So, if you support families, you would support pro-choice legislation.
Let me ask you a question in terms of you would say that you're pro-abortion, correct?
I'd say I'm pro women having a right to abortion.
Okay, so do you think abortion is a good thing or a bad thing, or would you say it's a neutral thing?
I think it's morally permissible.
Okay, so hypothetically, if there was a woman who got pregnant with the sole intention of getting an abortion, do you think that is permissible?
Yeah, I don't think it's morally wrong. It's weird, but it's not morally wrong.
So you would be fine with that? Just want to put that there.
I'd be weirded out. Why would she do that to herself? But I definitely don't think it'd be morally wrong.
Okay, and you would say, when would you think that personhood begins?
Well, I think that abortion is morally permissible up until 20 weeks. But I want to ask you, why are you pro-life?
Yeah, so me personally, I would say that I'm a Christian. I would say I'm a follower of Christ, and I would say that life begins at conception. But I would say what makes us intrinsically valuable is that we're all made in the image of God, right? And that's what makes us different from animals.
So is your argument that abortion is a sin that violates the 10 Commandments, and for that reason it should be illegal?
I wouldn't even say it necessarily. I would say that we are what's not allowed in the 10 Commandments is we're not allowed to murder, which I would classify murder as the intentional killing of an innocent human being. And I would say that would fall into.
So would your response to my question be yes then?
What was the question again?
That abortion is a sin that violates the 10 Commandments, and for that reason it should be illegal? I
wouldn't necessarily say it could be. So a lot of people would say like abortion's like murder. I don't think it's murder like all the time, because some people they have abortions, but they don't necessarily think that their intention is not I want to murder this thing, right?
So would you just
They
say
don't
that
actually
abortion
think-
is a sin that transgresses upon God's moral law, and for that reason it should be illegal?
I would say, oh yeah, I would say God would not condone abortion. Yeah.
Okay, God would not condone abortion, therefore it should be illegal. Is that your position?
Not necessarily, because I think that you can also argue it from a scientific standpoint as well. But I would say,
Okay, well now you're completely shifting away from the argument that you've been giving about the idea that humans are intrinsically moral valuable because of the fact that they're made in the image of God. Now you're saying that we could argue it from a scientific standpoint. Well, scientific standpoints don't tell us anything about ethics, morality, or what should be the case. They just simply inform us of what is the case. So you actually wouldn't be able to argue a claim of ethics from a scientific standpoint. Now you are attempting to argue this claim of ethics from a Christian standpoint. So once again, is your argument that abortion is a sin that transgresses upon the moral law of God, therefore it should be illegal?
so I would say like all the morals that we have in society, right? I would say that there's objectively bad things and objectively good things.
Okay.
Objectively,
Well, I don't need like this explanation of your meta-ethical perspective. I just need a yes or a no to the question that I asked you.
yeah, I would say that it would
Okay.
not
So
be.
then
I
your
don't- yeah.
answer is yes. So your stance is that abortion is a sin that transgresses upon the moral law of God, therefore it should be illegal. Okay, I disagree with this position for this reason. Lying to your children and telling them that Santa Claus exists is a sin that transgresses upon the moral law of God. For that reason, should it be illegal to lie to your children and tell them that Santa Claus exists?
Well, I would obviously first off agree that lying would not be acceptable, but I don't think that necessarily that if it's not like morally right, it should be made illegal. For
Okay,
instance,
so-
like lying would not be.
So
Yeah,
then
sorry,
why
go.
should abortion be made illegal? Because now you're contradicting your own argument, because you literally just laid out the perspective because abortion is morally wrong, it should therefore be illegal. You accepted that as your position. You are now contradicting that position.
Well, I mean, the severity of like an abortion, which is like the taking of a human life, right? And then a lie, I would say, is a different hierarchy of what's more morally
well,
bad.
now you're adding on to the Bible, because the scripture sure as hell doesn't tell us this, okay? The closest thing we get to determining the hierarchical order of sins as described in the Christian Bible would be in Romans, when God tells us that all sins fall short of the glory of God. Now, most denominations of Christianity have interpreted this as deeming all sins as equal in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy, but I will say that's not explicitly stated. But definitely, when you start to impose a hierarchical order of the wrongness of sins unto the Christian faith, you are trying to assume what the perfect divine moral standard of God would determine insofar as the wrongness of different acts. However, that is not revealed by God to us either through scripture, through revelation, or prophecy, meaning that you are now operating outside of an accordance with the moral standard of God, and you are now basically simply telling us that abortion should be illegal because you think it's really super wrong, but there's no further justification as maybe it would be attached to Christian theology or a greater ethical position.
Yeah, so I would disagree with. I think that you were taking verses out of context with like, for all have fallen short of the glory of God. There's definitely a hierarchy of sins. So what is more worse and what is bad? But when it says that we have all fallen short, it is
Says
saying
who?
that we as humans of what?
How can you
We have,
determine that
like,
God thinks that abortion is worse than lying?
Well, I mean, you could read chapters in the Bible like First Corinthians 1, chapter 6. 1 Corinthians 1. If you read that chapter, it lists off all these things that we once were. It says like the. One second, I can get the.
Okay, well, I just read through the entirety of 1 Corinthians 1. There's absolutely nothing in 1 Corinthians 1 in which would indicate to us a hierarchical order of sins.
Okay, so wait, hold on. I gotta get the. Okay, that's unfortunate. I misplaced my Bible, but there's like the 7 great sins. So there's like thieves, stealing, gluttony. There's like I would say there's.
I want you to be able to tell us what is your Christian standard for being able to determine that abortion is more morally wrong than lying.
Okay, so if you were to go to like the laws of like Leviticus, we could see that like if a woman was killed with and she was pregnant, it would be considered Sorry, let me rephrase that. So if someone harmed a woman that was pregnant in Levitical law and the baby was injured or the baby died, that person would be put to death. So there was capital punishment for if you killed a mother with a baby inside of her,
So
right?
you think that Levitical law is true today?
No, so you have the
So then why are
morals.
you referencing like Levitical law that isn't true today?
Well, just to highlight how severe the punishment would be
Wait,
for if
so
you,
is
if you
it
did it at
true or
that
is it not true? Which one?
time. Is what true? Like
Is
that it happened
Levitical
in that
law
time?
true today or not true today?
Levitical law, I would say that it does not apply to us today. However, if you look
Great.
at the intention
Great. Well,
of
if it
why the
doesn't
law was put in place,
if it doesn't apply to us today, thereby you're trying to make an argument that simply doesn't apply today. So this argument would have
well,
no
not
application
necessarily
insofar as the
because
determination of the severity of these transgressions in accordance with applying them to the current day legal system in America.
well, not necessarily because like the reason I'm pointing out the Levitical laws of it is that it shows that it was a very severe thing, right? Like I don't even necessarily believe in like
Okay, so it does still
I
apply
would
today
say
insofar as determining the wrongness of particular actions.
well you can see the punishment of like
So yes or no?
harming a baby
Levitical
inside
law
the womb.
applies today insofar as determining the wrongness or rightness of actions.
It applies in a sense of what we can we can take morals of what the like Levitical law like was showing us, and we
Okay,
could say that
so
okay, this
moral
thing
law
was
from Leviticus is true today.
not the laws don't like the punishment doesn't get applied to us because like we don't live in the
So is the
Levitical
answer
times,
yes or
right?
no?
The point of the Levitical, like what I'm showing you in that Levitical law, is to say that that was taken as a very severe thing at that time,
Okay, but I'm
right?
asking you
And
if that's true today as well. So is the Levitical law still true today insofar as determining the rightness or wrongness and the severity of the rightness or wrongness of particular actions?
I could say like yes. Like if I were to give you an example, right? Like if you were to cheat on your spouse, right? In Levitical law, right? It is gains for like, you should be able to stone them and do all these things, right? But then if you look at the New Testament, when you had the adulterous woman come to Jesus, he said, "Go and sin no more," right? And we could see that cheating is still, or committing adultery is still a grave sin, and it still has a heavy weight to it. However, the punishment is not the same for in our day and age now, right?
Okay,
So
so
like,
you're still
yes, like
talking. I just wanted a yes or no. So you did indeed affirm that Levitical law is true today insofar as determining the rightness or wrongness of actions. So does this mean, because it is described in Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, that slavery is not wrong as long as it is an Israelite enslaving a non-Israelite as human property for life, that this means that today it is not wrong if an Israelite enslaves a non-Israelite as human property for life, since you did indeed affirm the fact that Levitical law applies today insofar as determining the rightness or wrongness of actions.
so I think that when you're talking about like slavery in the Levitical time, I don't think so the law was given at the time of the people, they would have slaves, right? So the law was given to them to see how to say like how to
You're just
treat your
not
slaves in
answering
that
my
time. But
question.
God doesn't condone slavery, right?
He
So
did.
like I would say that no, he doesn't.
Okay, I have a question.
Sure, what's the question?
If I have a child and I tell him that he may take a gun to school and shoot the kids in his classroom, and I know that he will take that gun to school and shoot the kids in the classroom, and he does take that gun to school and shoot the kids in the classroom, did I condone my son taking that gun to school and shooting the kids in the classroom?
You told him to go shoot some
No, I said
some
that
people in
he
his
may
class.
do it. I said that he may do it. Yeah.
You said that he can. Sure, that would not be good. Yeah.
Okay. So I did condone my son doing that.
You didn't tell him to, but like I don't think this
So
can
did I
relate
condone
to.
him doing it? Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I mean, Leviticus 25,
Like in a
44,
way.
God says that Israelites may own slaves. So
Yeah. Well, the
that
the
would mean
thing
that God
is
is
that it's
condoning
not.
it too.
Well, in that culture, like it also talks about like how you should like treat slaves and how like
Yeah, he says that you could own them as human property for life.
and it was the culture in that time, right? So God was saying like yes, so you have this time and culture.
Okay.
And it's like you have to treat
You're
people
muddying the
in all the
waters.
way.
Listen, man. At the end of the day, you said if I tell my gun that he may take a gun, you said that if I tell my son that he may take a gun to school and shoot the other kids in the school, I'd be condoning my son doing that. So thereby, if God says the same thing to his sons and daughters, that you may own slaves and you may own them as human property for life, he's condoning the slavery.
So can you pull up what's the verse that you're looking at
Yeah.
for the slaves?
The direct language is coming from Leviticus 25, verse 44.
Leviticus 25.
Verse
And
44.
then could you read it up for me, please?
Yeah, for sure. He says that your male and your female slaves may come from the countries around them. From them, you may buy and own slaves. However, you may not treat, like your brothers, as in the Israelites, as slaves. However, if they are not from Israel, if they are non-Israelites, you may own them as human property for life, and you may even bequeath them to your sons and daughters as inherited property for life.
Um,
And
in
I want
terms,
you to respond to this, but then I'm going to move
sure.
on because we are way off of the topic.
Yeah. I would say that, and I appreciate your time, by the way. You're a very smart person, so appreciate it. But I would say like that time and how slavery worked at that days, oftentimes they were treated very badly, right? And then, so like when God put in like Levitical laws, he just wanted to establish like how you should treat people and how you should not.
But
Like,
like he still disagreed with it.
I would say like
Because that's not true.
slavery.
That's not true. Because you know that he explicitly says that an Israelite can't own an Israelite as human property as life, and a non-Israelite can't own an Israelite as human property for life. So if he truly disagreed with it and thought it was morally wrong, well, then why is it the case that he said that you can't do it unless you're an Israelite owning a non-Israelite as human property for life? He wasn't just simply trying to warm up the cold hearts of the Israelites at the time and introduce slow and gradual progressive change, because when there was slavery that he did truly disagree with, he ended it, such as unleashing 12 plagues or famines on Egypt, or explicitly stating that it cannot occur given that it's in the context of an Israelite owning owning an Israelite as human property for life. So when he says that you actually can own a non-Israelite as human property for life as a slave, insofar as you are an Israelite yourself, I am not led to believe that this was just a mirror of the culture at the time that he was going along with to warm up their cold hearts for the reasons I just gave.
Yeah, I mean it's a good point. Good point.
Well, I mean, the
But
resolution to this is just to say that you reject Levitical law. It does not apply today, meaning that you wouldn't have an argument that it is the case that we could distinguish between the moral wrongness of sins outside of blasphemy, meaning that you would have a superimposition of your intuitions and your seemings that are outside of the Bible, not from your perfect moral standard. When you say that it is any more morally wrong in the eyes of God to get an abortion that is to lie to your children, telling them that Santa Claus exists, meaning that that is an incoherent view to then say that this is merely a mirror of Christian theology to say that abortion should be illegal for this reason, and we should uphold a separation between the church and the state, meaning that you can think that abortion is morally wrong because of your Christian beliefs. However, this would give you no seemingly logical motivation to advocate for pro-life policy.
um, I would say there's still a hierarchy of like more evil deeds compared to other sins, right?
Well,
Like
so far, you
there's
haven't been able to justify that at all.
okay, and I think I found the verse that I was trying to reference before. It would be First Corinthians chapter 6, verse. You go down to 6 verse 9, and it talks about how like, oh, how do you not know the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. And it talks about like the grave sins like sexual immorality, adulterers, homosexuality, thieves, greedy, drunkards, revilers, swindlers. Those people will not inherit the kingdom of God. Um, it is like 7
Okay,
sins that are
so
like,
now you're saying that there's these 7 really bad sins. Well, abortion isn't listed. So is your takeaway from this that it should be illegal to be gay, but it should be legal for a woman to get an abortion?
like if I was in charge of the law of the land, right? I would not make necessarily being gay illegal.
Wait,
However,
didn't you
I would
just say that was
say
one of the 7 great sins, and you're using this hierarchical order of the wrongness of sins to justify making abortion illegal?
Well, you're talking about like from a legal
RSXS, thank you for the
standpoint, or
galaxy.
like
Yeah, because that's what we're
you're
talking
talking
about.
about
We're
like.
talking about how you want to use your Christian beliefs here to justify pro-life legislation. We're talking about an ultimate legal standpoint.
Mhm. So, yeah. So if I was in charge of the law, I would say it would be legal for if someone wants to like practice like homosexuality. Like I would say, it's two people and they don't adhere to themselves to like Christian morals and standards. So I would say that they can do that.
So why don't
However,
you say the same thing about a woman getting an abortion?
because the problem with abortion is that I would say that now you added a life into the equation, right?
How do you
And
know
since
it's any more? How do you know it's more morally wrong?
because I would say all people are made in God's image, right? So if we're made in the image of God, that we have this intrinsic value, which would be wrong for us.
But I'm asking you why it's more morally wrong sufficient to make it illegal.
To make it abortion illegal.
Yeah, because so I just want to clarify the
Because
justification
it's
that you try to provide for this
literally-
idea is to list the 7 deadly sins as depicted in Corinthians, but abortion wasn't one of those, and one of those was being gay, according to you. I mean, I disagree,
No,
but I'm
well,
not
the
going to
reason
give you
that-
that argument. So, if anything, the hierarchical wrongness of sins would say that being gay is more wrong than a woman getting an abortion, meaning that if anything, it should be illegal to be gay, but be legal to get an abortion under the view in which you just described.
Well, here's the thing. The reason I brought up those verses was to show that there's a hierarchy of sins being more morally not acceptable, right? So there's like a lie and there's a murder. There are obviously two different aspects of it. In terms of like all sin
You're
being
not
equal,
responding to what I said. The hierarchy that you just described said that being gay is more wrong than getting an abortion.
I wouldn't put abortion on the equivalency to like murdering someone, but I would still think it's a very severe thing.
Well, what is your justification for that? You don't have any.
It would just see like that we shouldn't take innocent life.
So we shouldn't take innocent life. So you're saying it's wrong to take innocent life. It's wrong to get an abortion. Well, that's not the question I'm asking you. I'm not asking you if abortion is wrong in accordance with Christian theology. I'm asking you if
What's the
you could
question?
use Christian theology and scripture from the Christian Bible to justify that it is more wrong to get an abortion than it is to lie to your children. And
Yeah,
you just simply
so-
can't give me that justification. The justification that you tried to provide was to point out the 7 deadly sins as listed in Corinthians. Well, abortion wasn't included in those. But according to you, once again, I reject this, but I don't even want to go into that debate right now. But was that being gay was, meaning that one of those very deadly sins is being gay, meaning that if anything, in accordance with the hierarchy of sin as you described, as abortion isn't one of the deadly sins, but being gay is, this would mean that it's more wrong to be gay than it is to get an abortion, meaning that the hierarchy of wrongness is described in the Christian scripture would mean that it should be illegal to be gay, but it shouldn't be illegal for a woman to get an abortion.
Yeah, so I don't have the verse on me right now, but there's a verse that talks about not sacrificing your children to Molech and how
Just like there's a verse that says you shouldn't lie. So we're just going to use a verse from the Christian Bible that says killing babies is wrong, therefore abortion should be illegal. Lying is wrong, therefore lying should be illegal.
but like it's
Not to
again, it's
mention,
a
you also
different-
just read off a verse that said it's
Yeah.
very, very wrong to be gay, but you don't think it should be illegal to be gay.
Well, from a legal span, like if I'm in charge of like, let's say I was in charge of a constituency of like Christians, I would say then I would make it illegal because they submit themselves to that law, right? So I would say that should be illegal in a Christian society, right?
So
But
then
if
your
there's
argument here
someone
is
that doesn't-
if there's an individual that doesn't submit themselves to this law, they shouldn't have to be legally held to the law, right?
yeah.
Okay, well, if there's a woman that doesn't submit themselves to the moral law of the Christian Bible, then they shouldn't have to be legally held by the moral law of the Christian Bible. And you're using the moral
Yeah.
law of the Christian Bible to say that they should be legally held by the standard that they shouldn't have access to abortion. You just contradicted the
Well,
the
but the
axiom
thing is
of
that-
your argument
but
here.
now, but here's the thing, like, right, like if another religion wants to act how they want to act and behave, that's fine, right? But the issue comes to when you're inflicting that, like, when you're like hurting another person, that an innocent party, like that's
Outside of the
my-
Bible, outside of the Bible, that is what you're saying, but you have no reason to believe that this is mirrored in the wrongness of sins as depicted in the moral standard of God. You're operating outside of the Bible.
I'm saying that if you have an innocent third party, whether you follow morals like good or bad, that person should not be affected by your moral choices. So if you have two gay people, right, that's fine. Go live your life. It's just affecting you, right? If you want to go down that path, you can go down that path and that you go do it, right? But once someone that doesn't adhere to a religious standpoint comes on and inflicts harm to an innocent third party, such as a person in the womb, I would say then that's where government should step in, right? Because the point of government and laws are to protect the people that cannot protect themselves, right? So you have someone that can't defend themselves, that can't say anything, right? That's when law should help people. Law
Okay,
should
so your
also
argument is
benefit
no
more
longer that
people.
abortion should be illegal because fetuses are made in the image of God, but rather abortion should be illegal because our government should have an obligation to protect innocent human beings that can't protect themselves, correct?
That would be one of my arguments, yes.
Okay, well then you also would say that it should be legal to pull the plug on brain dead patients, since brain dead patients are human, they're alive, and they can't protect themselves from having the plug pulled on them, given the fact that they lack any and all cognitive function.
So they have the chance of waking up, but if you could tell me indefinitely, like that person will not wake up from that coma that they're in, then yeah, you could pull the plug on
Okay,
them.
so then you reject the standard that the state has a moral obligation to criminalize killing innocent human beings that have a lack of an ability to protect themselves, since brain dead patients would fall under that category, yet you don't think it should be illegal to pull the plug on them. So
Well, the
you
reason-
have an
the reason-
incoherent argument as it relates to justifying pro-life legislation with use of Christian theology. You have an incoherent argument as it relates to trying to justify your position given this seemingly baseless moral obligation that you say that the state has, even though you just contradicted it when you said that it should be legal to pull the plug on brain dead patients. So far in our conversation today,
If
you've
you
given
can
absolutely, you have not given a single coherent position to justify that women should not have legal access to abortion.
No, if you can say that that person will not wake up from that coma and they're just going to be brain dead,
Right.
That's fine, right? But the whole difference
Okay,
is that
then
a
that
baby-
contradicts the position because you said that the state has a moral
Well, no,
obligation to stop the infringement upon the right to life of humans that are alive. Just because they
Well, I
will
would say- I
never
would think
wake
that
up,
person-
quote unquote, that doesn't mean that they're not a human that's alive.
that person has no potential for life anymore.
But
though.
they're
That's the
still
whole
a
thing. So
human that's alive. So you're contradicting your position.
But I don't even think that would like necessarily like constitute as like a human being that's alive. Like once you don't have the ability to wake up anymore, then I would say that it would be it would be fine to pull the plug on them, right? Because they won't ever be able to experience life again. Right?
Okay, so if you
would
can't
be.
experience subjective experiences, then you're dead, right? Well, bacteria, they don't have sentience and they never will. So bacteria isn't alive?
Sure, whether they're alive or not alive, that's regardless of the point because like
It's not
humans
regardless of the point because it directly refutes your claim that if you can't experience sentience now or in the future, then you're dead. This would mean that unicellular organisms and bacteria are dead because they can't experience sentience now and they never will be able to in the future.
Well, I would say that like if you a person that can't experience like sentience, then they're no longer like valuable anymore. They're not made in the image of God, right? But a bacteria is not made in the image of God. Like I
Well,
would say,
now you're equivocating. Why are you equivocating? We're not debating if the brain dead patient is valuable or made in the image of God. We're debating if the brain dead patient is human and alive. You're rejecting that they'd be alive given the fact that they don't have any future sentience. So in other words, what you're saying is regardless of all else, if you don't have future sentience, then you are dead, meaning that unicellular organisms and bacterial life forms are dead because they don't have future sentience. Don't equivocate. Don't move away from the fact that you're arguing that this life would be dead. You are not arguing that this life is valuable. You're arguing that this life is dead.
well, I would say what gives your body value.
Stop it. We're not talking about value of a life. We're talking about it if you're alive or dead.
Exactly, and I would say you are not alive if you do not have your soul anymore. Once your soul is removed, then you will no longer have any value, so you're no longer living anymore.
Oh, okay. So basically you're saying if you don't have moral value, if you don't have a soul, then you're dead, right?
Yes, if you do not have a soul, then you're dead. Yes.
Okay. Do non-humans have souls?
What define non-human?
Cows, chickens, pigs, bacteria?
Soul. I would say soul. I would also like put like this like spirit too. I would say like you have a soul and a spirit. So your soul is who you are as a person, and your spirit.
So answer my
is-
question. Are cows, chickens, and pigs entities with souls that are made in the image of God? Yes or no?
I don't know. Well, they're not made in the image of God.
Okay, so
and I
then
would
cows,
also-
chickens, and pigs are dead in accordance with your view. I didn't know that dead things can like move, communicate, eat,
They're
sleep.
living, but they don't have value, right? So if you have a person in a coma,
But you just said if you
they're-
don't have
they're
value,
living.
then you're dead. So now you're contradicting yourself.
All right, well then let me re-clarify then. If you're in a coma, right, and you're brain dead, and you will guarantee that you will not wake up from that coma, that person does not have any value to be kept alive anymore. But they are technically, I guess you could say, technically living, right? So
Okay, great.
if you have a,
so then your
if you have
stance saying that a fetus is valuable merely because it's human alive is false because now you're saying that you could be human alive without value.
you can, well, you're not like alive when you're like dead.
Now you're contradicting what you said 3 seconds ago. Now you're caught
If
up.
you-
Now you're really
you're-
caught up because you just said that you could be alive without value, but now you're going back to the previous position of saying if you don't have value, then you're dead.
Bro, you got my brain twisting, bro.
I,
Like, I'm
I'm,
twisting too much, bro.
I do. I do.
You gotta chill with that, bro. Listen, bro, I'm reading the comments. Everyone hates me, bro. So I'll let you move on to the next guy. But like, I appreciate your conversation, though.
I appreciate you for trying. I
I
hope
know.
that this incentivizes you to look for more justification for your views. Like
Bro,
honestly,
listen, I've done so much research on this, bro. And then like I'm pretty comfortable in my view. Like at the end of the day though, it's like it's tricky because it's like it's a moral position. You can't ever prove it with science or whatever, right? So like it's hard to navigate it, especially if someone like doesn't adhere to Christian standards. I couldn't even argue like for like someone who's atheist to why, because like I would say like
all right. Well, man, how about this? I appreciate you for coming up. I'm gonna go to move on to the next guest. Have a good rest of your day.
all right, you too, man.
We're going to go to move on to the next guest. We got Tyler all types of tripped up there. I apologize if you guys wanted him out earlier. I was just going hard. I should have looked at the chat. We got Tyler all types of tripped up there. We're going to go to move on. What is going on, Soup? Do you support Trump?
I do actually support Trump.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 30.
Phenomenal, man. Real quick before we hop into our debate, I got a couple of people to thank here. I'd like to thank Shasta with the $10 over on Venmo, saying thank you for everything that you do. I really appreciate you for the love, Shasta. That is Shasta. Thank you so much. As well as Molly, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo as well. You are phenomenal. As well as Heather, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Q with the $5 on PayPal. And Justin with the 3 and Taylor with the 4. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms, as well as you'll be able to attach a message that I could read off on live, and that's a great way to support me and to support my work. But why don't you take it away? Tell us why you support Trump.
So I pretty much support Trump because he actually speaks for everybody else. And I'm just saying that as an opinion to myself because I kind of agree with everything that he says.
Oh boy. You know, even Charlie Kirk disagrees with you. Charlie Kirk put up a tweet 3 days ago saying that 60% of Americans, the majority of Americans, do not want war with Iran. And Donald Trump then started war with Iran, meaning that he doesn't speak for a majority of Americans according to his biggest shill that has ever lived.
So why do you think he did what he did to Iran?
Okay, that question doesn't need to be answered as it is relevant to our conversation. If Donald Trump does what people want him to do and speaks for the majority, once again, you said that you support Trump because he speaks for the majority. My counter argument was to point out that even Donald Trump's largest shill disagrees. And he left. Okay. All right. We are going to go ahead and move on to the next guest at this point. Okay, chat, do I need to calm it down a little bit? Or I feel like we're tripping up these guests like too quickly. Like with that last guy, like Luke or whatever his name was, he sure as hell was like hanging in there. You know, like I had a long conversation with him, but he was getting tripped up like really, really easily. And then that guy got tripped up in less than 30 seconds. I mean, that was a fucking speed run. I guess, do we need to calm it down a little bit? I don't even know. Like, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, everybody. Everyone give us a minute to get that next guest loaded into the live, guys. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you're at least 18 from America and support Trump. What's going on, Anonymous? Oh, and you're not loaded into the live. Hop back into that queue. I'll happily get you back up in here. You just got a little bit of an error. Because it wasn't showing that you were connected. We're going to move on to Alex. And while we are, oh my God, Noah! Dude, Noah with the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Noah, my man. Holy shit, I do not deserve that. That is so much money. Noah says, yeah, if the Confederacy used the Bible to justify slavery, it doesn't really have a strong moral stance. There are around 30 distinct passages in the Old and New Testament that defend or regulate slavery. And I'll even add on to that, Noah, there's not one that condemns it. Fun fact, thank you for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. That is fucking preposterous. I want to see W Noahs down below in that live chat for at least the next 10 minutes. That is seriously so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. And I would also like to thank Alana, ALANA, for the $5 over on Venmo. And Madison, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Madison says, hey, Dean, thank you for educating the masses, sending tons of love. Tons of love to you too, Madison. Thank you for tuning in. Show some love to Noah and Madison down below in that queue. Thank you so much for being here, you guys. Go ahead and unmute that mic and take it away. Do you support Trump?
What's up, Dean? How you doing? I voted for him as a first-time Republican voter, and I supported him in his campaign
What about
because it
today?
was refreshing to see a politician at least sound like he believes in what he's saying. I am now definitely on the fence. The three biggest issues for me is immigration, foreign policy, and economy, and I feel like I've been played, honestly.
Dude, Alex, I feel like having a conversation with you at this point isn't even the best thing to do. The best thing for you to do is to listen to these conversations as a viewer.
I
You
don't
say
learn.
you-
Okay,
you're saying that you
congrats
feel
on
like
your
you've been
success.
played.
You don't,
Absolutely.
bro. Okay, you don't, bro. To be fair though, you don't like, congratulations on everything you've done. I've seen your face pop around. You somehow snuck into my algorithm, but I mean, join what side? Like, what do you like? There's no side, you know?
Oh, I didn't say that you need to join any side. I said that it would probably be productive to you to watch the stream so I could even help prove to you further that you have been played. And I think that's awesome that you're starting to wake up and acknowledge and reflect that fact. But if there was one side I would advocate for you to join right now, that would be the right side of history, right? And that side is anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, and today anti-GOP.
That is absurd, right? The reason why I have issues with Trump's campaign is the same people that would be in power if Kamala was in power are making the decisions now. Are you going to acknowledge that Israel is a U.S. military base? Are you going to acknowledge if all the funding that we've given Israel in the last 10 years, they have a number 3 biggest military, that Israel is the United States, vice versa?
So you're basically saying that Israel leverages a lot of control and power over the U.S. regardless if it would have been like Trump or Harris.
Absolutely.
To an extent, I can agree. I can agree to a little bit of an extent. But what I will say here is that seemingly Donald Trump was more likely to work with Israel, bend the knee, and jump as high as they wanted to at their request compared to Kamala Harris. Does this mean that Kamala Harris was anti-Israel? No. Does this mean that Kamala Harris wasn't pro-Israel? Absolutely not, because she was. But Donald Trump seems more willing to jump as high as they want than anybody we saw on the left.
Yeah. Okay. A point I would like your thoughts on this with, say the DNC. I was a Bernie Sanders supporter, for example. It doesn't seem like they've had a legitimate election. I mean, that's an insane thing to say, but it does really appear like that since Obama.
So you're
Thoughts?
talking
Why
about
would
how
I
they
trust-
pushed Bernie out in 2016. I agree, dude. Bernie got fucked. Okay, and I
Yeah.
think that like anybody that recognizes that fact
Andrew
is
Yang?
like totally justified in holding like some resentment against the DNC. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, fuck yeah, hold some resentment against the DNC for absolutely fucking over Bernie. But that doesn't mean go pro-fascism. But anyways, Alex, you said that you were kind of teeter-tottering on that line. You said that you felt played. I feel like the better place for you is to be watching conversations between me and individuals that don't feel played and actively support Trump. So I'm going to go and move on just because there's not much of a debate here, but I appreciate you for your time. Take care. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest up in the box, everybody. We got Andrew loading into the stream right now. And Tatiana, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying thanks for talking to those who can't. I appreciate you for the love, Tatiana. That is so incredibly kind. Thank you so much. As well as Nicole with the $10 saying keep on fighting the good fight. I appreciate that. And Garrett with the $5 saying the same thing as well. I appreciate y'all so much. Yeah, how did he go from Trump to Bernie, bro? That has to be one of the craziest pipelines ever. Like, I understand, once again, having some resentment against the DNC for what they did to Bernie is valid. Okay, but like going full pro-fascism because of that is nuts. What's going on, Piper? You support Trump? Looks like... Oh, Piper, are you here?
Yeah, sorry.
Hey, are you guys pro-Trump?
Yes, pro-Trump.
Okay, how old are you?
19.
19? Phenomenal. Well, take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your lifetime, of your parents' lifetimes. Take it away.
Okay, well, I am curious why you think he's the worst, but I support Trump because I like closed borders. Puts the U.S. interests first, especially regarding like the immigrants and trade. Men out of women's sports, because I strongly believe in like men and women. There's only 2 different genders. That's pretty obvious. I also believe in kind of cutting the taxes down on corporate tax rate. There's a bunch of reasons. Right to Try Act. I believe his stance on abortion, gay pride, like all of there's a lot of things I support about him.
Okay, all right. Well, let's try to attack all of those real quick. Now, there's going to be a couple things that you just said that I'm going to latch onto here, and let's have a conversation about this. But before we do, I got to thank Amir for the 28 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I'll happily answer that question in a bit after this debate. But guys, let's get 300 Amir W's down below. That is AMIR. Thank you so much for the love. One thing that you said there that I really want to latch onto real quick is, that you think men and women, two distinct different genders, need to be separated. So how do you feel like a man walked into like the changing room or bathroom of like teenage girls or grown adult women? Would you really hate that man?
Okay, well, I don't hate anybody because I'm also a very strong Christian. But would I think it's wrong for a grown man to walk in and see basically underage, so they're like children,
Right.
changing? Yeah, I think that's pedophile. You're watching little girls change. That's really weird.
And if they did that intentionally just to watch the little girls change, what should be done to that man?
They should be arrested.
Okay. Do you think that they should ever be eligible to run for any public office ever?
If they were convicted, then
Like, we just knew for a fact that they did this. Should they ever be eligible to run?
well, it depends what you mean they knew for a fact.
Like, we just certainly knew that they did this. Maybe they admitted to it. I don't know.
Okay, well, if they knew for a fact and they were arrested for it and charged with like,
Oh, yeah, just like we know for a fact that they've done this. Maybe they... How about, like, let's imagine some fucking dystopian nightmare, okay? I don't know. Entertain my hypothetical here. Let's imagine a dystopian nightmare where a man did this to underage naked teenage girls and grown adult women. Then he boasted about doing it. He paraded it like an accomplishment. Then nothing happened to him. And then he ran for the presidency and won the presidency. That's a dystopian fucking nightmare, right?
okay, so this is where I disagree. If he was charged with a crime and he was arrested, that's without a reasonable doubt because, the justice system. So then, yes, I would think that he shouldn't be able to run because he was convicted felon of, sexual...
Okay, so if we knew that he did this beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, like this is never a president you'd support.
Well, if he was convicted and thrown in prison because
You're not listening to what I said. So why would the conviction matter?
because that's without a reasonable doubt. If he wasn't convicted...
Okay, so a conviction is only a means to the end of acknowledging that we know it's true beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, right? So
What do
you
you
really
mean?
care about that end result of knowing it's true beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, right?
The thrown in jail part, yes.
Okay. So at the end of the day, if we know that a president has done this beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, you would really vehemently stand against that president, correct?
Okay, well, I don't know how strong you're saying it, because I guess it would depend on the situation, so I can't say, defend him.
Well, I mean,
Sorry.
let's just conceive of a situation. Now, I'd like to clarify, Trump hasn't done this. I have a lot of critiques of Trump. This isn't something he's done. I'm feeling some hesitancy from you answering these questions, and I think maybe it's because you think that I'm trying to get at that this is something Trump has done. Be honest, is that where the hesitancy is coming from?
I'm just confused by your question.
Yeah, for sure. Because I'm just genuinely curious, and honestly, this was just a small little side point that has now started a huge conversation, and I feel like that's because we're kind of speaking past each other here. So let's just try to consolidate and get a quick yes or no. Maybe we could agree, then just move on to something different. But I'd like to clarify this isn't something that Trump has done. He's a good man. So if some old ass guy did this, walked into the changing rooms of underage teens, boasted about how good their boobs look, etc., and then for whatever fucking reason, nobody ever held him accountable, but we knew for certain that he'd done this because he literally admitted to it, then ran for the presidency and won the presidency, would that be a dystopian nightmare?
So the admission wouldn't mean anything to me because, people say crazy stuff and they lie, which again, I would say they would have to be convicted. But if I guess, you're saying, if I saw it with my own eyes, then yes, I would think he shouldn't be able to run. If I saw it and witnessed it, then I could say, without a reasonable doubt, yes, because I witnessed it.
Okay, so here's a clip of Donald Trump admitting to perving on underage naked teenagers and grown adult women.
Conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed? No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And,
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that.
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Well, I'm only going to assume, since we already know that Piper is a good faith, rational person, that definitely won't be a hypocrite and go back on our word 30 seconds after she said she wanted to support Trump if he did this. We can only assume that now, Piper, you are an anti-Trump, anti-MAGA patriot that thinks we're living in a dystopian nightmare, right?
I wouldn't necessarily pick him, maybe, to be my dad, because I think that would be pretty creepy. But I do support him as a president, because I'm supporting the welfare of the United States, and more so like the things he's going to be passing and stuff like that, the decisions he's going to be making, like with legislative decisions, and how he's going to be representing America. We want a strong.
Well, one second. We gotta listen to this real quick.
Yeah, well, sure. Because I'm just genuinely curious, and honestly, like this was just a small little side point.
Let me skip to the part.
Let's just move on to good man. So, if some old ass guy did this, okay, walked into the changing rooms of underage teens, boasted about how good their beards look, etc., and then for whatever fucking reason, okay, nobody ever held him accountable, but we knew for certain that he'd done this because he literally admitted to it, then ran for the presidency and won the presidency. Would that be a dystopian nightmare?
So the admission wouldn't mean anything to me, because people say crazy stuff and they lie, which again I would say they would have to be convicted. But if I guess, like you're saying, like if I saw it with my own eyes, then yes, I would think he shouldn't be able to run. Like if I saw it and witnessed it, then I could say, like, without a reasonable doubt, yes, because I witnessed it.
Okay, so
do we see how there, like, you knew, if you like witnessed it, or you knew beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that this is something he had done, that he shouldn't be able to run for the presidency, he shouldn't be able to be the president? So you did witness him admitting to it.
But I meant if I witnessed it with my own eyes.
So like him literally admitting to it just isn't enough evidence for you.
Did you not hear the part where I said if they lie? People will lie.
Like Donald Trump was like lying about Donald Trump perving on underage naked teenage girls?
Possibly. I wasn't there to witness it.
Well, that's ridiculous. So this is what we call cult behavior. This is what we call mental gymnastics. You sound insane, Piper. Okay, the reason why you sound insane is because you can listen to a clip of Donald Trump admitting to being a P3DO, and then your takeaway is, well, I don't believe it, because what if he was lying? Well, okay, people don't typically lie about bad things that they've done for no reason at all.
We're friends all the time, so that's definitely not true. But let's move on to the facts, because that's what I really want to.
It's a fact that Donald Trump admitting to doing something that you think would make him ineligible for the presidency. That's a fact.
All right, let's move on again to the next thing, because I know you understand, or in your opinion, you think like he's a pervert. So okay, that's.
It would be your opinion too if you weren't a member of a cult.
Well, I don't know why you're attacking my character whenever we're just talking about the pros and cons of the president.
Well, am I supposed to lie?
No, I just thought we were talking about the facts, not like your opinion on if he's like a pedophile. So
you're the one that said if an old man did this, they'd be one of those. Come on.
I didn't say that. I said if I
should we roll the instant replay on that too? That was at the beginning of a conversation.
Let's move to the next thing, please.
Okay, we're running away. All right, that's fine. We'll talk about multiple things. I'm fine with it. Now, before we do, I got to thank a couple people. Kelly, this was 4 minutes ago. Kelly, you were so incredibly kind. Kelly, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Oh my God, Kelly. Kelly says, keep it up, Dean. Much respect for the work and putting in the hours to debate these MAGA potatoes. Thank you for the love, dude. Let's get 500 Kelly W's. Kelly, that is so much money. That is so incredibly kind of you. I do not deserve that. Thank you so much for your generosity. Show some love to Kelly down below in that box, as well as Emiliano with the $20 over on Venmo, saying, hey, Dean, just want to say thank you for all that you do. You inspire me to want to learn more about politics and be on the right side of history. Emiliano, that is awesome. That is Emiliano. Thank you, Kelly and Emiliano. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much, so much for the love. Show some love to Kelly and Emiliano down below in that chat, y'all. As well as David for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Melinda with the $5 on PayPal. Thank you guys so much for your kindness, your generosity, and your donations. And once again, if you're watching and you like what I'm doing here and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. Now, I guess we're going to let Piper down here move on. I mean, I hopefully would be able to assume that the reason Piper down here wants to move on is because Piper just knows that she lost on that last point. But once again, member of a cult can't admit it. But we'll talk about multiple things. So take it away, Piper.
I want to ask why you think he's like evil and the worst president. Because I think that would help me kind of like, be able to defend or maybe like add my point point of view into it?
That is a great question. So I call him the worst president of our lifetimes because A, he's contradicted every single promise that he's ran on. He said that he was pro-peace and better for global tensions. There's not a single global conflict that's gotten better in the last 150 days. Now we're directly involved in war in the Middle East again. Okay. He said that he was going to slash prices on day one, but then he introduced tariffs in which increased the pricing of goods for consumers. And once again started war in Iran, acknowledging that now that they're saying that they're going to shut down the Strait of, why am I now forgetting the name of a strait? They're going to shut down a strait that they control and which oversees 20% of the daily oil global consumption. And when they do that, you're going to be paying significantly more for everything. So we're going to be experiencing more inflation. He ran on fiscal conservatism, meaning that he wants to cut waste in government expenditure, but now he wants to spend twice as much as every penny spent in the last 4 years on non-COVID related expenditure under the Biden-Harris administration on one bill. He said that he's going to run on tax cuts for the average American. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, he's actually going to increase the taxes on the average American. And so he's just contradicted everything he ran on. Another thing is he's a grave threat to the Constitution and our democracy. In 2020, he tried to steal and rig an election and then admitted to it in court, as well as he called explicitly for the termination of the American Constitution and has violated it 5 times since his presidency begun. And see, his character sucks. He's a perv, he's a P3DO, and as well as he's an adjudicated rapist. Not to mention he's also very racist. He called all black people lazy in the 90s and then said that we shouldn't vote for Obama because he was born in Kenya, even though he's a birth certificate from Hawaii. The only reason why he'd say that is because Obama's black. He's very misogynistic. So he said that the best thing that could ever happen to a woman is pregnancy, and elected justices to SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade, which has directly led to 66 million human rights violations on behalf of American women and girls. That includes 60 pregnant rape victims that are denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states per day, and women such as Adriana Smith being treated as literal human incubators because of pro-life legislation that he has allowed states to enact, such as Georgia's heartbeat ban, which is on its own a dystopian hellscape where women are literally human incubators. So, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of reasons right there. Take it away.
All right, that was a lot. So which one is the most important to you so I can address that one?
You get to choose what you want to respond to. Either the fact that he's contradicted everything he's ran on, the fact that he's a threat to the democracy, the fact that he's a threat to the Constitution, or the fact that he is a terrible, deplorable character, perv, racist, misogynist, rapist.
Okay, so for the contradicting, I think things are different whenever you get into presidency. Like maybe you think you can overturn things, but then you realize like, oh, this actually takes like a lot more, power than I have, because presidents don't have full, complete power like the Senate and House. So I think that could lead to like why some things he's contradicting. But
then why would he run on it in the first place? Because he would know this, because he already served 1 term.
That's what I was gonna say. So he should have known that, after the 2nd term. I do think he has kept up some of his bargains. For example, I like the wall, build a wall to keep some of the immigrants out. I think he did try to cut the taxes. I think it is really hard, especially with, inflation. He did try to come in, have Elon Musk and everyone come in and cut the federal employees that weren't doing their jobs. So I think he's at least attempted. I think he's also still relatively new.
Elon doesn't like Trump now because Donald Trump wanted to add significantly more to the debt than Elon could cut.
He's also just hurt that he didn't get to stay in and help because, they had that rule. I think it was like 90 days or whatever it was.
So is it just a lie that Elon was only able to cut 125 billion and the BBB is estimated by the CBO to cost us 4 to 5 trillion then?
What?
So is it just a lie that Elon was only able to cut $120 billion and the BBB, the big beautiful bill, is estimated to cost anywhere from 4 to 5 trillion?
Why would that be? I'm confused what you're asking. Why are you asking if it was a lie?
Because I'm proving to you that, yeah, Donald Trump is spending significantly more than Elon could cut.
Well, he's at least attempting to cut it. It's better than just continuously growing and growing it like it's been doing.
Well, you understand that the debt is now continuously growing and growing at a faster rate than it would be if Kamala Harris was elected, because, once again, he's spending significantly more than what is being cut.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was that? The Kamala Harris?
The debt's going to be growing faster now under Trump than it would have grown if Kamala Harris was president.
Why do you think it'd be growing faster now than it would if she was president?
Because she wanted to spend less money.
Okay, she wanted to, but she wanted to, but that doesn't mean she necessarily would have. So that's not a fair statement to make.
Well, it's actually unfair for you to assume that she would have just taken all the policies she ran on and folded and become a dystopian nightmare that's somehow worse than what we already have. That's a baseless, speculative, and honestly copian, a cope. That is a cope, okay? Because I'm going off of the policy that she ran on. In accordance with the policy that she ran on, she would have spent significantly less than Trump. And I guess your refutation of that is to say, oh, well, what if when she was elected, she just became worse than Trump and spent significantly more? We know evidence to indicate that was the case. The track record of the Biden-Harris administration is doing what they promised and doing good by the American people and spending half as much as what Donald Trump spent in his first term. So stop coping.
Okay, well, I'm just saying you can't tell the future, so you don't get to sit here and say, like, Kamala Harris would have cut spending. How has Trump added to spending? What is he spending it on that you think he's added it to?
Yeah, for sure. The BBB, that's estimated to cost $4 to $5 trillion.
What?
The big beautiful bill, estimated to cost $4 to $5 trillion.
Okay, and do you know how much Medicare and Medicaid have costed? And what percent of the budget they take up?
A lot?
A significant amount. So maybe we should
And?
do that.
You know what takes up more than Medicaid or Medicare, which help people? You know what takes up more than Medicaid and Medicare and which keeps people alive?
But it's not like he's throwing money out the window, which is wasting money. Like he's spending on necessary things.
Oh, so it's necessary to cut the after-tax income of the bottom 20% earners by $2,200 per year, while increasing the after-tax income for the top 1% of income earners by $25,000 per year? That's necessary to do. It's necessary to be Robin Hood for the rich. Why is that?
Well, maybe because if they're business owners, that will lower the things we're trying to buy. It's like, how groceries are super expensive and products are super expensive. Well, if the businesses have a tax cut, then they can also put that on their products to make them less expensive so we can afford more.
Well, that's not what happened when he cut it from 35% to 25% in his first term. A study from Brookings told us that there was no new macro-level business reinvestment that followed his massive tax cuts the first go-around. So why would that happen this time? Also, that was the idea of trickle-down economics as presented to America under Reagan and Reaganomics. But after trickle-down economics was signed into law, we saw a stagnation in worker wages with an increase in worker productivity. And the reason being is that super rich mega business owners are greedy and they hoard the additional revenue in which they would collect because it would be taxed at a lower rate if they take it out of the business. In fact, higher corporate tax rates incentivize more business reinvestment because they wouldn't pay that higher corporate tax rate on that business reinvestment.
So you're saying whenever he cut it from 35 to 21%, the richer or the rich people got richer. Do you have any statistics to show that they earn more money? Like, do you have any statistics to show? Maybe like...
Yeah, so I have a deductive argument. So they were taxed less. Brookings' study showed us that there's no new macro-level business reinvestment. So if they had more money and they weren't putting that money into their businesses, then the only other place they could put it is into their bank accounts.
But do you have any evidence to show that they increased their wealth, I guess you would say?
Yeah, I just laid it out to you. The study from a financial institution by the names of Brookings, which showed us that there was no new macro-level business reinvestment. If it wasn't going back into the business, it was going into their bank account. I mean, if it wasn't going back into their business, what do you think they do with it? Just light it on fire? No, it goes into their bank.
How do you know they didn't reinvest it back into their business? That one statistic, how are they like...
Oh, yeah, because of the Brookings study that said that there's no new macro-level business reinvestment on set by the first round of Donald Trump's tax cuts.
Okay, but how did they gain that evidence is what I'm trying to ask. Like, yes, I understand you read that article and they said there was no macro-level investment, but how did they... figure that out.
By looking at macro level business investment in America, particularly reinvestment by American companies, by isolating for external impacts such as the pandemic, such as general continued macroeconomic trends, and merely evaluating the implications of the first round of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and what their impact would have been on macro level business reinvestment. It's a rather large study from a very reputable financial institution. So, I mean, I'm going to trust it.
Can I ask why you think he's continuing to try to lower the taxes for businesses? If he doesn't, he's obviously a smart man, he became president. So why do you think he was doing that then?
He's not a smart man.
When he became president, I think you at least need to be a little bit smart. And he owns
a week ago, he said that Biden was executed and replaced with a robotic clone.
Okay, we also all know he likes to use Twitter and say things.
Yeah. So when I have damning evidence that he's dumb as hell, you just call it a troll. Get real.
He likes to troll. What do you mean?
Get real. This is such a cope. Dude, imagine, okay, Can you name a really dumb person real quick?
I guess Biden. He sounds really stupid on TV. He like mumbles
Give me one example of Biden being stupid.
on TV. The debate.
Oh, on
he's like,
TV? Oh, he was just trolling. He was trolling you. You idiot.
Wait,
He was trolling you.
obviously, I'm not dumb. Anyone can watch him on TV and see he's incoherent.
No, he was trolling you. He was acting like he was incoherent for the memes.
That's not fair to say that. Whenever I watch it with my own eyes.
Right. So then when Donald Trump says that Biden was executed and replaced with a robotic clone, it's not fair to assume that he was trolling. Or when Donald Trump lies about the outcomes of the 2020 election, he's so delusional he thought he won even though there's no evidence to indicate that. It's not fair to say that he was like trolling or that he actually won. Come on, man. See, now you get my point.
Okay, I would have to disagree with you there. Because I can definitely tell he's trolling. I guess anyone that can hear his tone or knows the president would have to agree, especially that Biden sounded incoherent.
Okay, so you know Trump.
Not personally.
Okay, so then what do you know about Trump that makes you know that he's trolling?
So can we focus on something else?
You want to focus on yeah.
Well, it's not contributing to anything, so like next.
Yeah, next point for sure. No, for sure. Come on, go ahead.
What does that mean?
No, just move on to the next point. What's the next argument? Don't worry, dude. I'll gag you in any discussion of topic. I'm ready. I'm ready. Give it to me. What's next?
Do you believe in closed borders?
Do I believe in closed borders? What do you mean by closed borders?
As in, like, you shouldn't be able to come into America legally. Like, there should be
illegally. So, like, okay. If you're asking me if I think that there should be undocumented entry, so I don't think there should be undocumented entry. No. And if you classify that as closed borders, then I agree with closed borders. But I just don't think that Trump is really fixing the root cause of undocumented entry. The root cause of undocumented entry that grants so much incentive for it is going to be unattainable legal means of entry. So in other words, the ultimate way to fix the issue of undocumented entry is to make the legal means of entry into America significantly better. Do you care about the American economy?
Wait, I have a question though. What do you mean by better?
Repeat the sentence that I said, and I'll tell you the context in which I meant by better.
You think the process like should be better, so I would think you mean like or more lenient.
So it should be faster, less expensive, more attainable.
So do you think we should expand, like the workforce? That way they can all get to it because the government's like extremely busy. So maybe like expand maybe the budget a little bit and give it more to the border control.
Yeah, I think that we should expend funding towards border control and implement new congressional legislation to expedite the pathways to citizenship, residency, asylum, refugee status, etc. by hiring more judges and changing, maybe some of like the legislative prerogatives and standards and so on.
Okay.
So let me ask you a question. Do you care about the American economy?
Of course, I live here.
So would you say that like policy in which destroys the American economy is America last policy?
Policies that destroy the American economy. Well, yeah.
Okay. So you think that mass deportation is an American last policy because it destroys the American economy by reducing GDP growth by an estimated $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year, costing $2 trillion over the next 10 years, and significantly weakening our economy and industries, increasing poverty, which increases crime, right?
Well, okay, hold on here. That was a lot. I think so. You're asking about deportation, like we should deport.
Yeah, mass deportation destroys the American economy, and you agree
That's
policies
not the
that do
right
that
way to
are American last.
Increasing our GDP, that's not the right way to increase it then. There should be other ways. We shouldn't be increasing it through like the work of legal immigrants, like whether I think they should have a home here, because I think everyone.
Okay, so you're basically saying that, yeah, mass deportation does destroy the American economy, meaning that's American last policy, but we still yet shouldn't just let undocumented immigrants work as undocumented immigrants, meaning that we should find some other solution. You're actually on the correct train of thought here. That other solution would be mass amnesty for undocumented immigrants. But of course, now you're going to be like, no. We should not be offering undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship in this country because they entered illegally and they need to get out. And then that feeds right back into the position that mass deportation is American last policy since it destroys the economy and increases rates of poverty and crime, even though there's alternative ways of reducing the amount of undocumented immigrants in this country to zero by offering them pathways to residency or citizenship.
Okay, well, I'm honestly getting a lot of hate right now, and I appreciate the conversation, and I really am just learning, and I really enjoyed this. I'm going to take everything that you said into account, and I will be doing research and stuff. But like as a debater, and I like went on here to debate with you, like I don't think that I should be receiving so much hate, and like I feel like more people would maybe want to debate with you if people weren't sending me death threats right now.
Yeah, no,
So
I actually agree with you. This is the one thing we can agree on. I mean, we talked about this yesterday for everybody listening. Don't send death threats to the people that I debate. Like that's not condoned or supported by me whatsoever. I think that that's wrong. I think that's something that we shouldn't do. And if there is anybody that's doing that, you know, like I'll ban you from the stream. And I would also say that, you know, this isn't necessarily an example of the guest crying here, just because like what she's saying is true. Right, like individuals that come up to debate me shouldn't have death threats in their inbox, and when individuals that do come up and debate me do have death threats in their inbox, it does definitely make it harder to get debates. So what she's saying is true here.
okay, well, thank you for your opinion.
Right, I do really hope that you consider some of the things that I said, and I think that you have incredibly important views, such as like related to the first thing that we discussed, of you just simply not caring that the president is a perv. And I don't want that to be forgotten, even though I'm saying that you don't deserve death threats. I think two things can be true at the same time. Have a good rest of your day.
Of course, thank you. Bye.
We're going to move on to the next guest, everybody. Give us a minute to get that next guest up of the box. If you are in that queue, make sure that means that you're an American adult that's at least 18 that is ready to come up here and have a discussion with me about why you support Trump, y'all. And we are just looking for people that do indeed support Trump. That is right. And oh my Lord, Marilyn, thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on the YouTube stream. Jesus, Marilyn, that is so incredibly kind of you. Can we get 500 Marilyn W's down below? 500 Marilyn W's down below. Now, Marilyn didn't attach it like a message or anything here. But Marilyn, thank you so much for the love. That is so incredibly kind. Show some love to Marilyn down below. Thank you so much for your kindness and your support of my efforts on here. That is so incredibly kind. As well as Ali, thank you for the $50 on Venmo, saying spent the day taking care of myself. Would like you to use this to take care of yourself. You deserve it. Oh my God. Wait, I'm going to use that to go like get a dinner or something later. Thank you for the $50, Ali. Dude, let's see some love for Ali and Marilyn down below. You guys are so kind. As well as Jazia with the $20 saying keep on educating people. Dean for president. I don't know about that, but I'll definitely continue to educate people. And I really thank you for your support of my work. Show some love to Jazia down below in those comment sections for the $20 donation. Thank you so much. It seriously means the world. Jazia, Ali, and Marilyn. You guys are awesome, 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 awesome. Show some love to Jazia, Ali, and Maryland. What is going on? Mr. Adrian, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Corpse Husband. Can you speak up a little bit?
Yeah.
Phenomenal, baby. Get a little bit closer to that mic. Like, for instance, if this is the phone that you're talking to me through, get all like up here, say, yeah, I support Trump. You know, like talk to me through it like this.
Yes, I support Trump.
Okay. All right. Why do you support the worst president of your life?
Well, I mean, I don't know why you say the worst president. I mean, I think I'm in my 40s. I mean, I'm not very political on any agenda or anything. I don't think any president who, you probably like Biden. You know, he didn't do anything beneficial for the country. I don't think any president's going to do anything beneficial to the country because everybody's always going to find pros and cons. But the thing is that I believe that whoever's in leadership, we should just take it as it is because he was voted in by the people, by the majority, and that's what it is.
Yeah, so
Joe
that's
Biden
what leads to people like
was
Hitler. That's what leads to people like Stalin. That's what leads to people like Mussolini. Just saying that we should take it as it is and accept the leadership that we have is basically saying that we're just going to give total and complete and unilateral control to whoever's in power. The way that we hold those in power accountable is by protesting against bad things that they do and supporting good things that they do and having critical and nuanced dialogue about the efficacy of the admin and the pros and the cons of the administration and revoking our support from them if they do not deserve it. I would say as a general rule of thumb, respect is earned, and that general rule of thumb must be true for a productive society as it relates to respect and support shown to the leaders of the society. There should be nobody with more of a spotlight of accountability and criticism on them than those in which hold the most power in the world, and the most powerful position in the world is the presidency of America.
True, but like I said, I mean,
We live in a democracy. We don't live in. That's why we have freedom of religion, freedom of press, freedom of everything. There's other countries that don't have that,
So
and
because
if
other
we
countries
want
don't have freedom of
if
religion, therefore we should support
if,
Trump. Wait, so you support Trump
if
because
the
other countries don't have freedom of religion?
no, no, no. I'm just saying.
So,
No, I'm telling.
did you know that Donald
There,
Trump
there,
doesn't want freedom of religion? Yeah, in 2015, he advocated for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into America.
because of what's going on overseas.
Boom! All of a sudden, you're no longer for a democracy with freedom of religion. Look at you go.
No, no. We have rules and laws, and if you don't want to partake in those laws, even though we live in a free country, we still have to have peace and order. And in order to have peace and order, there has to be things that are stopped, banned,
So yeah, you're
and
basically now saying that not having freedom of religion is required for peace and order. Look at you, dude. Oh my God, you are a great mouthpiece for authoritarian regimes. You are great. I mean, look at you go. So you haven't given us a single reason why you support Trump. You're just kind of like rambling about like irrelevant shit, such as the idea that there's not freedom of religion in other countries. And then as soon as I demonstrate that that's not even something that Trump's want, all of a sudden you're like, well, fuck freedom of religion, because if we have freedom of religion, we won't have peace and order. You're either going to give us a reason why you support Trump, or I'm just going to move on to the next guest.
I mean, there's plenty of things I can tell you, but then you're gonna, like you just said, you're gonna spew out shit
I'm
that you
gonna
think.
debate you. Yeah, this is a debate live. That's right.
No, you're gonna spew out things that whatever you believe is right.
Oh wow,
And
I'm gonna talk about why I think you're wrong. Wow, that's just terrible of me. Honestly, throw me in jail.
no, it's just that there's always gonna be a difference of opinions, and whatever you believe is whatever you believe.
Okay, so
And
are you here to debate, or are you here to not debate? Which one is it?
I mean, you're not gonna debate. You're gonna point out your useless and pointless arguments. And the thing is that you're
That's what a
gonna
debate
say,
is. So you just said, Dean, you're not gonna debate. You're gonna debate. Very nice.
yeah, yeah. I said your useless argument. So you're saying your stuff is useless.
Okay. So you just came up here to say, Dean, whatever you have to say is useless. Fuck you. That's super cool of you. I bet you have very high IQ, sir.
It doesn't take a high IQ to understand that you have differences of opinions. Everybody's going to have differences of opinions.
Okay, so you came up here to tell me that we disagree. Is that all? Because I'm here to debate why we disagree. So do you want to debate that or not? I don't know.
I don't know what you want to debate on.
Why? Read that, please. What does that say?
Yeah, there's many things to support Trump for.
Okay, like
What do you what do you want to talk about?
That. Mercedes, thank you for the motorcycle. This is what I want to talk about. So why do you support Trump?
He's a great president. I think whatever
why?
he's doing for our country is good.
Okay, like what?
His immigration policies are good.
Okay,
Getting rid of
what
people-
specifically
getting
about his
rid of-
immigration policies are good?
Getting rid of people that we don't need here.
Mass deportation. Okay, name one good outcome of mass deportation on American society. Be very specific.
Everybody's. What do you mean mass deportation? How many people has he deported?
How many individuals has he deported? I'm unaware of his specific numbers, but his policy is mass
Exactly.
deportation.
How do you know it's a mass deportation?
Because he wants to deport
There's
every
no
single
numbers.
undocumented immigrant in America. That's what a mass deportation is.
Okay, if there's no numbers to support it, then how can you say it's a mass deportation?
Because he says that he wants to deport every single undocumented immigrant in this country.
Yeah, which is part of the law.
Okay.
You're not here
So,
legally.
so that's why I say it's a mass deportation. So
Yeah.
name one good outcome of mass deportation on American society. Be very
Well,
specific.
are you saying that it is good because it's a part of the law? It's been written. It's
Oh, okay. So you're saying it's good to do because it's the law?
yeah. We don't need people in here that are here illegally.
Great,
If you go to
great. So let me
Mexico-
ask you a
go to
question. If you were alive in
Mexico-
America 200 years ago when it was the law to return an escaped enslaved individual back to their captor, right? That was a fugitive slave clause. Would you say that it'd be a good thing to return the enslaved person?
Yeah,
Oh, wow. Look at you. Now you're a Nazi.
How am I a Nazi?
Yeah, because you just said it'd be a good thing to forcefully return escaped enslaved individuals back to their captors.
There was different laws back then, so whatever you would have to abide by. I mean, I'm not saying slavery is good. It's never been good, but I mean,
Oh, but slavery was a law.
yeah, maybe
Are you
your
saying that? Are you
family.
saying that laws aren't always good?
So, did your family ever own slaves at one point?
I don't know. B, I don't know the relevance of the question.
Yeah, you don't know because
Because I haven't
they
researched my family tree
because they probably did.
too much. Like at least on
No.
my dad's side. Well, at least I know. I don't understand
So
what the
are
relevance
you
of
are
this is to the
you are
debate.
you going to be paying reparations because your family owned slaves?
So I want to clarify. Instead of you told me that you support mass deportation. I point out the fact.
Yes.
Okay. So what is the
Yes,
relevance of your?
because
So
I have family that has been waiting in line for very many years to get into the.
okay. So I support reparations. I do. But that question is neither here nor there as it relates to my challenge of your position in support of mass deportation. Keep in mind the way that we've gotten here is by you saying that the good outcome of mass deportation is because it is the law. You're basically saying whatever the law is, it is good. I am countering this by bringing up that slavery was the law, thereby asking you if thereby slavery was good. You said no. So this means that the law is not always good. And because the law is not always good, then why is mass deportation good? Could you please name one positive outcome on American society of mass deportation? And I will request you to be incredibly specific. I muted you. Click on your profile picture and click the icon of the microphone. Once again, the question that you are prompted to answer and respond to is, can you name one incredibly specific good outcome of mass deportation on America, American society, or the American people?
Yeah, because we're getting rid of people that don't need to be here.
Okay, and what is the good outcome that
And
produces?
just like you said right now,
What is the good outcome
you
that
have
produces?
zero numbers.
What is the good outcome that
that
produces?
that support your claims.
I have zero numbers that support my claims.
Well,
Here are a
because
cou- here are a couple numbers to support my claim that mass deportation leads to bad outcomes. Undocumented immigrants, considering their direct contributions as well as their total contributions via their productivity in the workforce, would be 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year, accounting for around 4.3% to 5.8% of the American GDP. If we were to deport them all tomorrow, that's what we'd lose. Some other numbers that I have is it's
So
estimated
you're
to cost
saying
$88 million per year to pull off the operation of mass deportation, as well as we'd have to factor in for the opportunity cost of the $100 billion that they pay in taxes, meaning that we'd amount to the total number or figure of $2 trillion over the course of the next 10 years to do a mass deportation, contrasted and compared and included with the $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion that we'd lose in GDP growth per year every single year. Another number that I have to support my argument is there's currently 8.3 million undocumented workers in the workforce. Another number that I have to support my argument is that these 8.3 million undocumented laborers are more likely to participate in the workforce due to the fact that more of them are of working age when compared to citizens. So this would lead to that result of the number I granted of 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars being lost in the American GDP growth per year. So don't say I don't have any numbers or any figures or any data to support my arguments, because that is all I have to support my arguments. Unlike you, I don't operate on rhetoric. Unlike you, I don't operate on emotion, bias, or prejudice. I operate on fact, reason, and logic. So I find it incredibly hypocritical of you to assume otherwise or to suggest that it's false when you have not given any reason, fact, or logic to instantiate that your position that mass deportation is good is correct by informing me and everybody else listening of what one positive outcome on this would be for America, American people, or the American society. In fact, the only response that you have said is that it is good for America because we're getting the damn illegals out. Okay, well, you are not quantifying any particularly good outcome that would lead to, empirically speaking, for this country. So I will once again ask you for the last time, what is one specific, quantifiable, good outcome of removing the undocumented immigrants that are in this country out of the country? And keep in mind, if you can't give a very direct and quantifiable or number-based response to the question, I'm going to laugh at you, and I'm going to have my entire chat laugh at you, because it is you that said I have no numbers or quantifiable responses to back up my positions. Okay, but the moment you unmute and the moment you respond to the question that I'm asking you, you are actually going to prove to everybody listening that that is not true of me, but it is definitely true of you. So please now prove that by being unable to answer this following question. What is one quantifiable, specific, empirical outcome of mass deportation on America that's good?
So you would be against Trump wanting to help those people that work that are undocumented to make them citizens?
So the response to my question is a concession because you're now advocating for what I want, which is mass amnesty, which is the opposite of mass deportation. You embarrass yourself more than I expected you to because not only could you quantify a good outcome of mass deportation on America, but you conceded that mass deportation is bad by telling us that you'd support mass amnesty.
No, I already told you, you have no numbers for mass deportation, which is not currently going on.
Okay,
And you said
dude,
it's not going on, but they want to do it.
The hell? What the fuck is going on? I don't even. So, did you just like not hear me when I gave you the numbers of how much it
You
contributes to
gave,
the GDP, either directly or productivity, or through their productivity in the workforce, the number of how many
well,
undocumented
yeah,
immigrants work, the number
but
of how less likely
can,
they are to commit crimes, the number of the amount
okay,
of taxes they pay per year, the number of the amount of dollars that it costs our government per year to pull off the deportation.
okay,
Once again, sir, I just want a yes or no. Have
there,
you answered my very direct question, which is, can you give me
there,
one quantifiable, specific empirical outcome of mass deportation that is good for this country?
there is nobody that you can, there's no way that you can justify how much crime is going on with somebody that's not in a coding system, which doesn't have a driver's license, doesn't have any social security in their system. Their fingerprints are not in their system. So there is nothing that you can tell me about crimes that are committed against people that are here legally. I used to work
Okay,
in a
shut
police
the fuck up.
department.
You're just wrong because if they don't have a social security number, they don't have their fingerprints on record, they don't pay any of these things, what that amounts to is them being an undocumented immigrant, right? Right. And when it amounts to them being an undocumented immigrant, they are then categorized, right, in our criminal justice system as such, thereby making their crime linked to an undocumented immigrant, right. So yeah, we actually can track the crime rates of undocumented immigrants, and that is what the institution called PNAS has been doing since the 19th century. But you are still not answering my question, sir. The question I want you to answer is, what is
So
one
you're,
good, specific, quantifiable outcome of mass deportation on this country? Answer the question. The spotlight is on you, sir. Here's my microphone. I'm going to pass it to you. So, Mr. Adrian, the question that I'm asking you that we are all dying on an answer to is as follows. What is one specific positive outcome of mass deportation on America?
the thing is that once you get rid of the people that are not supposed to be here, I'm not against people being here. The thing is that if they do it the legal way, then they'll get the wages they deserve because there are illegal people that are being taken
I
advantage
gotta
of.
interrupt you. What is one positive, quantifiable outcome of mass deportation on America?
Yeah, it helps. It's going to help our economy and help those poor people that are getting lower wages that
What
should be.
specifically in the American economy will it help? Be very specific. Are we talking unemployment? Are we talking GDP? Are we talking business investment? Are we talking inflation? Are we talking about labor force participation rate? Are we talking GDP per capita? What are we talking poverty? Are we talking wealth distribution? Are we talking wealth inequality? Are we talking average wages? Are we talking growth in real median wages? What are we talking about here? What macroeconomic indicators, such as the list of 15 I just gave you, benefit from a mass deportation?
It'll help everything that you mentioned.
Okay. Well, that's lazy as fuck. Okay, because you're not indicating anything specific. You're just being lazy. But no, that's wrong. Okay, that's wrong. Okay,
How is
reduces.
it?
Sure.
How
Sure, because
how
it
would it be
reduces the
wrong?
GDP by 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion
How
dollars per year.
how would that affect it? Since
Because you're forcefully removing people from the market that contribute to the market. Contributions to the market are equated to GDP. That's a gross domestic product in the market. Think about it this way. Imagine that I had an imaginary friend standing right next to me. Every 30 seconds, they gave me $15. But then if I said, fuck you, imaginary friend, hit the road, and I forced them out of my house, are they still going to be putting $15 in my hand every 30 seconds? No. Now imagine the money being put into my hand, like the money being added to the GDP, and imagine my imaginary friend is an undocumented immigrant, and imagine me telling them to get out of my house and hit the road is mass deportation, kicking them out of the country. So yeah, it makes sense now.
No, I know what you're implying, but the thing is that the the thing is that they're always going to be in jeopardy of being in this country, whether you have a Republican or Democrat president here.
All right, I'm gonna go and kick you. Goodbye. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. So don't be like Adrian. Don't be like Adrian. Um, the reason you shouldn't be like Adrian is because Adrian wasn't here to debate. I don't think we really know what Adrian was here to do, but he definitely wasn't here to debate. Adrian said, "It'll help America in all ways." He sounded like Trump, bro. "Mass deportation will make everything better if we deport all of the illegal aliens. Inflation will go goodbye. GDP will rise. You will all be worth $1 billion. That's right, everybody. That's right." He said, "It'll help everything. It'll help everything. I can't tell you how. And if anybody says anything else, they are wrong. They are wrong, 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 wrong. And I'm super inebriated. It might only be 3 p.m., but I already have 3 old fashions with 2 ounces of whiskey each, which is a double shot under my belt in my belly. In my belly, being processed by my kidneys." That's right. Hello, what is going on? Do you support Trump?
I would say that I'm more in the middle, but I do think that Trump has done good things. And I would like to speak to you on immigration policy for one.
Who do you think should have
and
won the
bombing
election?
of Iran.
Like, who do you
What's
wish
up?
was president right now, Trump or Harris? Who'd be doing a better job?
You know, that's very subjective, for one. And for two, wow, I'm a little nervous. 14,000 people in the live. And I respect you, Dean. I think you make very good points. I think you have you're very educated, all that.
I
But
appreciate that. So who do you think would be better?
yep, I think that Trump would be a better president.
Okay. All right. We'll debate. Let me thank a couple of people here. Melanie, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal, saying I love you so much. Thank you so much for the love, Melanie. Let's get 150 Melanie W's down below. I would also like to thank Lana for the $1, Kana with a 5, Caroline with a 3, and Crystal with a 5. Guys, thank you so much for the love over on PayPal. Show some love down below in that chat. As well as Fashiony, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. You're phenomenal. As well as Ashley with the $10 on Venmo, saying first white guy I've ever heard say I deserve reparations. Well, I think that reparations are necessary. There's very strong arguments for it as well. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, Ashley. I appreciate you for the love. As well as Chris 7 minutes ago with the $25. Let's get 250 Chris W's down below in that chat. That is KRIS saying, for educating Trump supporters with a resilience to stay the course. Thank you. No, thank you, Chris, for your kindness. That is incredibly kind of you. Show some love to Chris down below. As well as Jesse, that is JASSII with the $10 saying, for your service as a true patriot. I appreciate you for the love, Jesse. And then Alani with the $10 for the continuous determination to educate those that don't even understand what they actually voted for. I appreciate you for the love, Alania. If you're watching and you like what we do here, if you want to support my work, not just the live streams, but also the content I throw out, feel free to support me on Venmo or PayPal, which can be found in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms, and you get a shout out, as well as you could find them in the pinned message over on my YouTube stream. And then one last person before we hop into the debate here, Violet, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying, Dean, keep doing what you're doing. My father's MAGA, and it's very nice to see somebody educating others. Thank you. Thank you for the love, Violet. That is incredibly kind of you. But take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
First, I'd like to speak on immigration. And this isn't really supporting Trump. This is, I mean, do you agree that every other country in the world has immigration laws? They don't allow illegal, undocumented citizens to enter the country. Am I right?
Well, I think that definitely, like, every developed country in the world has immigration laws. If that's your argument for why I guess we should support mass deportation or whatever the hell, would you say because every other developed country in the world has, like, universal health care that we should have that too?
I do believe we should have universal health care.
Okay, Donald Trump doesn't. In fact, he's been defunding Medicaid and Medicare, acting against what you believe in, making those with the least among us the worse off. Not just through his cuts to things such as Medicaid and Medicare, other social safety nets, but also by reducing their after-tax income with a BBB. Why is that not a deal breaker for you?
And earlier you were arguing with that one girl. What was her name? I can't remember. But you talked about how they need to make it easier to get into the country. 100%. That 100% needs to
Can
be
you
a
answer my
thing.
question?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't hear a word you said.
Yeah. So you said that you agree with universal health care. I pointed out
Yep.
how Donald Trump is defunding Medicaid, defunding Medicare, defunding Social Security, defunding food stamps, defunding social safety nets that exist for low-income Americans, while actively making the material conditions worse on top of that by reducing their after-tax income with a big, beautiful bill, advocating for tariffs that they disproportionately pay for, and now starting more with Iran, which is potentially going to shut down the Strait of Hermes, which if that were to occur, would significantly increase the price of oil, making gas more expensive and all goods more expensive, which would once again disproportionately disenfranchise those among us with a lease. So what this means is that he is very far against, right? Hermos, sorry, I apologize for the pronunciation. He stands very far against the values in which you hold to be true as it relates to the treatment of low-income Americans. Why is this not a red line?
So a lot of there is a lot of talk about defunding things, but I haven't exactly researched into Medicare, Medicaid, that kind of thing. But everything else that a lot of people have been saying that he's defunding, he's getting rid of this. That's not exactly what's happening. He's taking away a smaller percentage of funding and reallocating responsibilities and funding within the government and making a lot of things more efficient and getting rid of some things that are very what's it called? What's the word? Unnecessary. Unnecessary jobs, unnecessary money that's going to places that aren't actually doing anything.
So, I mean, he's defunding Medicaid, Medicare, and food stamps. Okay, and if you think those things are unnecessary, all that this means is that you don't.
That's not what I said at all.
So then, what did you say?
Is he cutting the funding for those three things?
Yes.
100%, like taking all of it away.
He's cutting the funding for those things. Yes.
How much? By how much?
1.2 trillion from Social Security. I think it's close to 2 trillion from Medicaid and Medicare. He's also like cut funding from the VA. They had to lay off like 35,000 employees. I think in his first administration, like 40,000 people got kicked off of EBT. Yeah.
No, I agree with you. Those things are wrong. Those are things that he's doing are wrong.
So why don't you hold a red line against him because of these things that he's doing that you think are wrong?
Well, can you tell me right now, has any president ever been perfect and not done things that are wrong?
No, I think that every president does things that we could disagree with, but like that's going to be a significantly bad thing, especially if you would support social safety nets like universal health care.
No, 100%. And although, like, yes, you're right, 100%. He should not be cutting those things. He should not be getting rid of them.
So being a Trump supporter while also supporting universal health care, like I just never see it because people that support universal health care hold a red line against him because of all of his cuts and the ways in which he's really serving to the worst interests of low-income Americans. Were you lying when you said that you support universal health care?
No, I do, 100%. I think universal health care.
Okay, then why is him like quadruple slamming low-income Americans, not only through these cuts, but also through the BBB reducing their after-tax income, through tariffs that disproportionately impact them, through inflation, which disproportionately impacts them? Why are these not like red lines?
I don't think there ever should be a red line on a lot of things. You know what I mean? Like everything is, some things are hard, some things are difficult to achieve. And America is a country who's never had complete universal health care. Right?
Okay, so you're saying that he's basically doing more good than bad. So what is the overwhelming good that he's doing that cancels out the bad generated by like quadruple dunking on low-income Americans through tariffs, inflation, defunding social safety nets, and reducing their after-tax income?
So when I entered the live, I told you that I wanted to speak on immigration and then the bombing of Iran. And that it just completely takes a turn. You do this every time. You change the conversation to something that he is doing that is wrong, away from things that could be talked about that he's doing or that are good.
The last question that came out of my mouth was, what is the overwhelming good that he's doing that cancels out the badness generated by quadruple dunking on low-income Americans through inflation, tariffs, reducing their after-tax income through taxes, and defunding social safety nets? So I'm literally asking you what the overwhelming good that he's doing is.
I really entered this thing to talk about immigration, for one, and the bombing of Iran. And I
So
said that when I
are you
answered.
saying that immigration and bombing Iran, that's the overwhelming good that he's doing that
No,
cancels
no,
out?
no, no, no. Those are the two topics that I wanted to talk on.
Okay, well, so if those don't cancel out the bad generated by, his treatment towards low-income Americans, this just means that you ultimately wouldn't support him.
I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote at all, actually. For one.
Oh, I know, but you said you support him. So this would cancel out your
I
support.
think he does good things. And
But obviously, if he does more bad than good, you're not going to support him.
And now
Didn't you
this
say
is the
the
third
galaxy?
time that I've asked to move back to what I was talking about before.
Right. So the bombing of Iran and immigration. So do you think that the bombing of Iran and immigration serve as an overwhelming good that cancels out the bad that he's
these are
doing?
the two things that I wanted to talk about.
So are you basically saying that there's the level of harm that he's done is really high and the level of good that he's done is really low, but you just want to talk about the level of good that you think he's done, even though it's significantly lower of the level of bad that he's done?
Wow, Dean, I want to congratulate you. You're very good at taking things out of context, right? And
I'm asking a question.
No, you change the conversation. You flow forwards.
No, we're talking about immigration and bombing Iran. So you think that those are a level of good things that he's done? The level of good
I do
things
think those are.
are they
I do think those are good
higher
things
or
that he-
lower than the level of bad things that he's done from your view?
Those aren't the only two things in the equation, though. It's just two separate things that I would like to talk about.
So
If you don't want to talk about those two things.
I'm gonna give you
we
one
can
last.
Move on to the next person.
Well, if you think that those are good things that cancel out the negative, I want to talk about them. So are they or are they not?
What I was saying before about every country having immigration laws. Do you think?
Get out of here, bro. Skedaddle. Hit the road, buddy. We're gonna move on to the next guest. That guy's gonna hit the road because he just can't answer a question. And the moment when I'm just trying to have a good faith discussion with him, he's calling me this gaslighting deflector. Dude, we're just trying to determine, if these things outweigh the bad. It's like the easiest question known to mankind. Can't answer it for shit. Skedaddle. Disrespectful towards the truth. What's going on, Kelly? You support Trump?
Oh my God. Hi.
Hi, Kelly. You support Trump?
I'm sorry. I'm geeking out a little bit. We actually came on here. We sat on here for hours just to tell you how much we think that you're a true American patriot. I am 30, bro. Okay, I'm actually 31. My daughter is here. She's a big fan of yours. She's 11.
Oh, jeez. Well, if it's endorsed by the mother, I appreciate that. You guys are awesome.
I know that you came on here to debate and everything. I just wanted to give you a little break and tell you how much good you're doing.
Well, I really appreciate you. That is incredibly kind. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. And thank you once again so much for coming up here and showing kindness.
Oh, you too. Say hi, Emma. Hi.
Have a good rest of your day, you guys. Bye-bye.
You too.
Take care. We're going to move on to the next guest. That was incredibly kind. And yo, Stephanie, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal, saying because you're amazing and you put yourself through the BS to educate and also to show us what kind of stupid we are up against. I appreciate you. Thank you, Stephanie. Can we please get 250 Stephanie W's, not just for the $25 donation, but also for the incredibly kind message? And I'd also like to show some love to Bryn for the $5 and Wilderhouse with the 50. Oh my God, Wilderhouse with the $50 donation, 500 Wilderhouse W's, says, I've only been listening for a few days. Thank you for helping to educate the sadly confused MAGA supporters. You are single-handedly taking on the damage Fox News has done and continues to do. You and David are their Goliath. You are David to their Goliath. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you. Thank you. Dude, you guys are so kind. Once again, thank you not just for the $50 donation, but the super, super, super kind message. I want y'all to show so much love to Stephanie and Wilderhouse down below in that queue right now while we're hopping into this next debate, everybody. That is seriously so incredibly kind of the both of you. Very, very kind-hearted. As well as Micah, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal, saying, just want to say I appreciate what you do. Thank you, Micah. Show some love to Micah for the 15, Wilderhouse with the 50, and Stephanie with the 25. What is going on, Shizload? Are you MAGA? Do you support Trump?
What's going on, man? I wouldn't consider myself MAGA. I would consider myself independent.
Okay, so do you
somewhere in
support
the
Trump?
middle of both. With some things I don't.
Okay. Dude, overall, do you support Trump? Like, if Kamala Harris was president right now, do you think things would be better off or worse off?
That is a good question. I would have to say it'd probably be worse off.
Okay. Have we already talked?
I don't know. I think
we have. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. D, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate that. That is DEE. Thank you so much for the $10. Show some love to D down below in that chat. We're getting that next guest up in here. As well as Violet, thank you so much for the $10 over on Vimeo. Thank you for the love, Violet. And Martina, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. And everybody, we just got an update. This is coming through a notification on my phone. Funny enough, it's from Truth Social. So we know that JD Vance said this morning that we don't want a regime change in Iran. 1 second, Nick. And that we just wanted to take away their ability to build nukes. Well, Donald Trump just posted saying, "Make Iran great again," indicating that he does want a regime change, which could mean boots on the ground, full-scale war in the Middle East again. So that is just coming in. That is just coming in, everybody. That is a hot update. That is a hot update. What is going on, Nick? Do you support Trump?
Of course.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year are you born in?
2006.
Why do you have a shirtless picture as your profile picture?
Because I do a lot of gym, you know?
Right.
A lot of gym type shit.
Okay, well, I want you to take away. Tell us why you support Trump. But before we do, Alexandria, thank you for the $25 over on Vimeo. Thank you so much, Alexandria. Thank you so much. James, thank you for the 12 and 100K. Thank you for the 7. Show some love to Alexandria, James, and 100K down below in that chat. Take it away, Nick. I am.
Basically, he stopped any nuclear threats in Iran, you know?
Do you think they have nukes?
I mean, you don't know that they could be building some. Got to get rid of it early, you know?
So do they have nukes or do they not have nukes?
I don't live in Iran. I wouldn't know.
Okay, well, I mean, U.S. intelligence tells us that they don't.
On what? Google?
No, on whitehouse.gov. Tulsi Gabbard, the Secretary of U.S. Intelligence.
U.S. intelligence. But has she ever been to where they nuked?
Are you telling me that the Secretary of American Intelligence personally has to go to different places in the world to know anything about
Well,
them?
I mean, like, has there been any drones, you know, like footage of the actual place that was nuked? You know what I mean?
Wait, what? There's no place in Iran that's been nuked. What are you saying?
Yeah, I literally saw TikTok. Trump literally nuked the nuclear power plant.
No, he dropped bunker blasters. Those are not nuclear weapons.
Well, I didn't mean nuclear, sorry. I just meant like bomb type, you know what I mean?
Clarity Loon, thank you for the summer solstice. So restart. Why do you support Trump?
They're just a saying, you know. Just like,
So why do you support Trump?
because he's keeping us safe.
Oh,
why would you risk them?
so
You
like
don't
yeah,
know
like
if they're-
starting a war so like starting a war is like keeping us safe. Yeah, that's like
No, he's
that's
stopping-
like
he's
having
stopping
sex to keep your virginity.
Well, I don't know why you would do that. It makes no sense.
You're right, just like starting a war to keep us safe.
No,
makes
that's two
sense.
different things, buddy. Talk about sex and war. Come on, bud.
What's the analogy that I just made? Because I think it was clear. I think it was super
terrible.
clear. The comparison that I'm making is
That was a
having
low
sex.
IQ one, though.
Okay, explain to me the analogy.
Can you repeat it one more time? I just got lost because it was so like zero brain cells. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you a story before I repeat it. Junior year of high school, I was in Calculus 1 or 2 at the time, and I didn't do any of my homework. And when I'd be in class listening to my professor, nothing he said would make sense. But that wasn't because he was a bad professor. That's because I was a bad student that didn't do my homework.
Yo, what are you reading right now, dude?
I'm not reading anything.
You were just reading off a screen behind you.
A screen behind me.
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
show
your
you.
PC screen. You gotta look up them notes. Come on.
I will literally show you what is behind me right now. Would you like to see?
Yep.
Okay, phenomenal.
Closing tabs. I mean, that was a good 20 seconds. You know.
Okay,
Could close it.
closing tabs. All right.
It's okay.
Well, you definitely have no head on your shoulders.
Come on. All right. Why do you think Kamala is a good president, or would be? Sorry.
So I just want to clarify that the claim that you just made was I have a question. What was I reading off my screen?
Can you answer one accomplishment that Kamala Harris has done?
Yeah, for sure. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and do it with a blanket over my head so you can't accuse me of reading off of a screen. We call this a blanket of infinite wisdom. So Kamala Harris was an incredibly accomplished politician. Specifically, serving as VP, she helped influence some of the most accomplished and influential policy in modern American history, such as the PACT Act, which was a direct investment of $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits so they could offer new benefits to over 1 million new veterans that weren't covered previously. She also helped influence the Chips and Science Act to get passed, which was a $35 billion investment into subsidizing American chip producers so we could up our domination insofar as global chip production, moving us from 1% to 30% in 5 years. This is why we now see chip facilities popping up in Iowa and Arizona. She also helped influence the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act, which both helped rebound America from the pandemic, set caps on the price of insulin, as well as focused on investment into non-renewable energy resources and renewable energy resources alike. Overall, I'd say that she was an incredibly accomplished VP for those reasons. We could also talk about the fact that she passed more tie-breaking votes in the Senate compared to any VP in American history, and her qualifications outside of her accomplishments that I just listed are also immense. She served in all 3 branches of government. She served in the executive branch of government as a vice president, the judicial branch of her government as a attorney, DA, AG, and she served in the congressional branch of her government as a senator for 2.5 years. She was an incredibly accomplished and accredited individual with great accomplishments under her belt from the last 4 years, and even better policy that she ran on that would be doing great for America today, unlike Donald Trump and his regime of tyranny, inflation, human rights violations, consolidations of power to the federal branch of our government, violations of the constitutions, and anti-democratic actions such as the one that he took when he tried to steal the election from Biden in 2020. Feel free to come off pause.
That's pretty. I don't think that was good though. Those are all like small stuff that weren't really world problems. You know what I mean? Like under Joe Biden, like so many soldiers got killed.
How many?
Couldn't tell you. It was a lot though.
I could tell you, 16. How many were killed under Trump's first term?
I don't think more than 16.
No, there's 64. That's coming from the military's website. And how many more soldiers do you think would be killed if we decided to put boots on the ground in response to Iran's retaliation?
Say that again, sir.
Oh wait, you were about to talk about wars. Make the point so I can make you look silly.
All right. How many wars were on Trump's first term compared to Joe Biden's term?
Okay, for sure. Yeah, under Donald Trump's first term, we saw a 432% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East. We saw that we had started the Turkish-Kurdish war by a pullout in Kurdistan. We had a proxy war with Russia and Syria, as well as the ongoing war in Afghanistan. But if you want to talk about war, Donald Trump is already put us back into war in the Middle East.
There was more under Trump's than Joe Biden.
Did Joe Biden put us into another war in the Middle East?
Trump didn't either.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, we're in war with Iran right now.
No, they know better. They know better.
We're not in war?
No, they know better.
Is Israel in war with Iran?
Yeah, well, Iran just bullying.
Can I have a yes or no? Is Israel in war with Iran?
Iran just bullying them.
Are you going to answer my question? Is Israel in war with Iran?
What'd you say?
Is Israel at war with Iran?
Is Israel at war with Iran? Yeah, basically.
Okay, when did that war start?
I'm not sure. I don't watch it.
Did it start the moment Israel dropped bombs on Iran?
What'd you say?
Did it start the moment Israel dropped bombs on Iran?
Did it start the moment Israel dropped bombs on Iran? You're saying Israel started it?
Yeah. But is that when it started?
I'm not sure. Was it?
Okay, so if you're just not sure about anything, how could I possibly further my points?
I asked you about it so you can further your point. Let's see.
The answer to the question would be yes. Just like
war
started.
Would
it be fair to say? Would it be fair to say that the war between Israel and Iran started when Israel decided to bomb Iran?
Say that again.
Did the war between Israel and Iran start when Israel decided to bomb Iran?
I don't know.
Okay, why don't you know?
Because I'm not too. I only started gaining information recently. I wasn't like.
But
We
what a,
could go out with the focus.
dude, I think that like a third grader could say, yeah, like, okay, one country bombed another country and that other country retaliated. That's war, right? So we bombed Iran. Iran's retaliating right now. That's war.
You said it wasn't the same as bombs earlier, but now you're saying
No, I said it wasn't nukes. Do you think all bombs are nukes?
No, I'm saying
Okay, yeah, earlier I just said it wasn't nukes.
Nuclears are much more powerful.
Right, so I'm saying it's bombs. I'm just saying it's not nukes, and there's no contradiction.
I was just explaining what nuclear means to you. I don't know if you knew.
You just said that earlier I said that it wasn't bombs, and now I'm saying that it is bombs. That's a critique that you just offered, correct?
See, why do you talk like 30 miles per hour, man?
I'm not talking fast, you're just listening slow.
So basically,
Diego, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for the love, as well as Darian. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Diego and Darian. I'd also like to thank Amanda for the $20 on Super Chat as well, saying that you are the best. Thank you, Diego, Darian, and Amanda. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. As well as the Fire Bully with the $10. Thank you guys all so much for the love. And then Annie with the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. Show some love to our Super Chatters down below in that comment section. As well as Kyle. Thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. Let's get 500 Kyle W's down below in that chat literally right now. Kyle says, the difference you're making is incredible. Keep going. Kyle, I really appreciate that, man. The $50 donation is incredibly, incredibly kind, guys. Please show some love to Kyle down below. As well as I'd like you guys to show some love to Maria and Jeffrey. Maria and Jeffrey both each donated $25 over on PayPal. Maria says, thank you for educating people. And Jeffrey says, you're doing great work. Show some love to Kyle, Maria, and Jeffrey down below in that comment section right the hell now. As well as Melanie, thank you for the 5. Millie, thank you for the 5. And Jason, thank you for the 5 as well. You guys are all phenomenal. I'd also like to thank Deborah for the $25 over on Venmo, saying for all your hard work, research, and patience trying to enlighten MAGA voters, that for most people would try the patience of God, but you persevere and I admire that.
Yeah,
thank you so much for the love, Deborah. I really appreciate. Wait, what's that?
What? What did you say, Buck? You see, you pause when I talk about gifts.
Yeah, what did you say?
About his money. Come on, man. Lock in.
Thank you for the $25, Deborah. Show some love to Deborah down below in that chat, as well as to Guadalupe for the $10 over on Venmo, saying thank you for the education. I really appreciate everyone so much for all of the love, guys. Seriously, thank you so much.
Thank you for the roses, yo, Connor. Thank you for the roses.
Bro, what the fuck are you doing?
All right, lock in, buddy. So basically, what we were talking about is Israel and Iran are at war right now, and America's trying to make peace by going at Iran because Iran keeps it going.
We're trying to make peace by starting war?
Yeah, by shutting it down.
I'm trying to maintain my my virginity by sleeping with 25 people. I'm trying to get a wife by breaking up with my girlfriend. I'm trying to become a billionaire by burning every dollar to my name.
Dude, you must you know that way too well. You might have used to be a Trump fan or something. I don't know. Joe Biden might have, snuck you a 20,
So do we see there how it makes no sense to say that we're trying to maintain peace by starting war?
It's shutting things down so it doesn't lead to further war. Yeah, I'd say it's better.
Wait, so what is your claim? Can you be very specific about what your claim is here?
We already have problems with Iran.
Wait, can you be very specific about what your claim is? How does starting war maintain peace? Because starting war...
Shutting the target down and becoming peaceful.
Yeah, but we haven't shut the target Iran down.
Yeah, because
Iran is retaliating by shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which will cause global inflation, make our gas costs more. They could also retaliate by targeting ICBM missiles at U.S. military bases in the region and possibly even our embassy in Israel. And they've already retaliated by launching more strikes against Israel. So, I mean, we've already seen an increase in global tensions. We've already seen more war, more fighting, and more retaliation since the war started last night. So this is obviously not a maintenance of peace because of the retaliations that would come from Iran, as well as the retaliations in which Donald Trump had promised.
That's just not right.
Okay, what did I say that was wrong?
That's like CNN.
What did I say that was incorrect?
Trump is literally stopping the retaliation.
No.
He's waiting
No.
for Iran to strike. He's gonna murder them.
No. You said I was wrong. What did I say that was wrong?
What did you say that was wrong?
Yep.
The
You
last
fucking
thing. Hold
bot.
on. Dog.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, you bot. Oh my
No, the dogs are
god.
barking.
My name is
Hold
Nick. I just get to say whatever I want. My beliefs build reality. So if Dean says something that proves me
Dude,
wrong,
are you
I just
narcissistic?
have
You
to
think you're
say
always
that
right or
Dean.
something?
Wait, one
You think
second.
you're always right or something?
One second. I'd like to
Are you
clarify.
narcissistic?
You don't need to be a narcissist in order to think that you're smarter than somebody with an IQ of the average family pet.
My IQ is way larger than yours.
It would be higher, not larger.
Larger number, you know, same thing.
No, it'd be higher.
Okay, you're just like talking way too proper etiquette. You know what I mean? You
Could
gotta
I ask you? Could I ask you what IQ stands for?
Intellectual intelligence.
Intellectual intelligence. That would be II, not IQ.
Oh, you were asking like.
Tristan, thank you for the galaxy. What
No,
does
I thought you were
IQ
just
stand
asking
for?
the meaning. I didn't know you were asking the abbreviation.
So what does IQ stand for? So we could tell when you go on pause and go to Google. And we actually can't even hear you when you do that. My IQ is so much higher than yours, but I actually don't even know what IQ is. Silly Nick, silly boy.
I knew that.
Silly boy Nick. Jesse, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 200 Jesse W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much.
I just don't
thank you so
think,
much for the
like-
5. And thank you so much, you guys. You guys are so
I just don't
incredibly
think you're
kind.
locked in though.
All right.
Like you're saying all these facts that like don't even like. Well, they're not facts.
Hey,
actually.
everybody, watch
Let me
this.
be wrong.
Bada boom. Hey, wait, I have a question. What do you do?
Facts
with
aren't always right.
What do you do with a soccer ball?
Trump 2028.
You do Trump 2028 with a soccer ball?
Yep. You can't hang up first.
Okay. Well, he ran away. Oh man, that's the best possible outcome. Oh man, that was a great outcome. Thank you so much for doing that, Nick. I really appreciate that. Thank you for giving me a good laugh. That was awesome. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Here we go. What is going on, Brana? Do you support Trump? And they're not here, so we're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. For everybody watching, I mentally prepared for really shitty Trump supporters today. So I mean, I expected this. I'm not gonna lie, but how are you guys feeling? I mean, these people today suck. What's going on, Ian? You support Trump? And Ian is not here either, so we're going to go and back out Ian and move on to the next guest. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms. And that's also preferable to TikTok gifts or YouTube Super Chats because I only get around 30% of those two platforms. Let's see here. CJ, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Saying Dean at this point. Just kick him. Yeah, I did kick him. Thank you for the $20, CJ. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, CJ. And Wayne, good to see you, man. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. And thank you so much for that. That's what I was asking from you for yesterday. So I appreciate you for that information, Wayne. I can't read that out loud, but thank you so much, Wayne. Let's see 500 Bruce Wayne W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love, man. And what is going on, D Brown 24? You MAGA?
No, sir. I just want to say thank you, and you're a really good person, and I appreciate everything you do.
Hey, dude, D Brown, that's awesome, man. I appreciate you for that love. Show some love to D Brown down below in that comment section while we get that next guest up here. And Mel V, in the meantime, I need to thank you for the $10 saying that last guest had a brain the size of a pea. I couldn't agree more. Show some love to Mel V down below in that comment section for the $10. Thank you so much. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean. So I don't want to really speak on this. I wanted to reach out. I really appreciate everything you do. I wanted to reach out because I wanted to get a hold of you. I would love to fly out and have a wonderful conversation and compare our perspectives. Please consider my story. If not, that's fine, but I wanted to reach out to you anyway. And if not, I still wanted to let you know that everything you do is awesome. So have a great day.
Well, hey, how about this, man? It definitely takes some gold to go in front of 14.2 thousand people and request to fly out to have a convo. I'm gonna pass, but I will say it does definitely take a little bit of a gut to do that. So good on you for the confidence. Good on you for the confidence. What's going on, Thatcher? Do you support Trump?
Oh shoot, I don't, but I have a friend who does, and
All right, everybody. It looks like we need to go over the rules once again, everybody. If you are in the guest request, make sure that means that you're at least 18 years old from America, and make sure that that means that you support Trump, everybody. Please, please, please make sure that you are following those rules. It would mean the world to me because we are just looking to debate people that still support Trump after all he's done. As well as Kat, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. I appreciate everyone so much for the love today. You guys have been incredibly generous, incredibly kind. Thank you so much, everybody, for the love. Wait, whoa. Somebody in the chat called me rude for passing and flying out. Okay.
Hey, Dean.
Now, what's going on, Britton? You support Trump?
Yeah, I do, man. I was just gonna say one thing. I don't agree with what he's doing right now. I did. Well, actually, I don't know now. I'm kind of split 50-50, you know. I think the last president we had, I thought he was doing really good, you know. I think a lot of our...
I can't hear you that well. It looks like you got a little bit of an echo and you're outside.
Is that a little better?
Oh, sorry, Brent. I got to kick you, man. You are driving. Unfortunately, cannot be driving on TikTok. But, I mean, hopefully you could take something away just from listening. I appreciate that. What's going on, George? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you? Okay, is he going to his calendar to see when he was born? I don't know. Moving on. We got Dylan loading up. What's up, Dylan? You support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
20.
Great. We're the same age, Dylan. That's crazy. Let me tell you, that's nutty. Jade, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Let's show some love to Jade down below in that chat. Let's get 200. JWs. Jade says, currently on night shift as a paramedic here in the UK. Love watching you. Makes it easier. Lots of love. Lots of love to you as well, Jade. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind message and donations. Show some love to Jade down below. As well as Sarah. Thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for your kindness. Thank you very much. And take it away, Dylan. Tell us why you support the man, the myth of failure, Trump.
Shit, you done made me look stupid.
Okay, Dylan, take it away. Why do you support Trump? Okay, they left. Got it, man. Got it. Okay. All right. Yo, Z! Thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Dude, show some love to Z down below. Z, you've been here the last couple days. I've been noticing you. I got a photographic memory, so I remember the names of like the individuals in which support me. And I've been seeing you for the last couple days, Z. I really appreciate you for that. Let's get 200 ZWs, as well as Debbie. Thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. And Zoe with the $20 over on Venmo. Jesus Christ, you guys are going wild right now. Show some love to Z, Debbie, and Zoe. Shout out to Z, Debbie, and Zoe. You guys are awesome. Debbie didn't leave a message. However, I do believe that Zoe did. Zoe says, keep up the good fight, Dean. Thank you. Thank you, Zoe. Show some love to Zoe down below in that comment section. Z, Debbie, and Zoe. As well as Benedict with the $10 saying thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate that, Benedict. Debbie, Zoe, Z, and Benedict. I appreciate the four of you guys so very much. And welcome in, Dylan. Are you MAGA? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how old are you?
24.
Oh, God. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to let you take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. Maybe one thing before I do. And once again, I'm so sorry for this. I just want to make sure I thank everybody.
I would ever allow bums to do is groom my children, put tampons in boys' bathrooms, let gays run the streets, let illegals in 24/7. I mean, the list can keep going.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's break that down.
Let's break this down. I've been following you for the past, not following you. You just pop up. You've been popping up on my stuff since what, 2 years now, and it's gotten you nowhere, man. I don't even know why you're still doing it. I don't even know why you're going to be doing it for the next 3.5 years to lose again.
Okay. All right, Dylan. You have some big emotions. Yeah, and I'm going to ask you to calm them down a little bit. Listen, I'm here for good faith, productive dialogue, Dylan. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you're probably going to get gagged and leave and run away, but I guess we'll keep that off. But I do want to talk about what you said, but before I do, there's a handful of people I got to thank. First and foremost, Jay, thank you for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love. Forgive me if you already know, but Iran did order the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, we did hear about that. Yeah, dude, that is terrible. Thank you for the love, Jay. I want to see 500 JWs down below in the chat for the $50 super chat over on that YouTube stream, as well as another J, just the letter J this time, with the $50 over on PayPal. So shout out to the two J's. One is J-A-Y, another's just the letter J. Jay says, just a brilliant job, carry on. Thank you so much for the love, as well as Myra with the $20 over on PayPal, saying supporting from Texas, keep being you, Dean. Appreciate you for the love, Myra. Kylan with a $25. What are you guys? You guys are going crazy right now. Kylan with a $25. Show some love to Kylan down below in that chat. And Vex, what the fuck is going on? With the $50 over on Venmo, saying, Dean, thank you for your comforting words and helping us make sense of the most recent events in Iran. Thank you for the love, Vex. All of you. The two J's, Kyra, Vex. I'm so sorry that we're kind of interrupting this debate here, but you guys are just going absolutely wild right now, and I want to make sure that goes appreciated. So thank you guys so much for the love. W's all around, but now it's time to actually absolutely drill this idiot. So one of the things that you said there is that you don't want gay people on the streets.
Not running the streets, parading the streets.
So you're not down with pride parades? Why's that?
The pride parades.
Okay,
You know, all
so
that
what's
stuff that
what's
wasn't
wrong with
here.
pride parades?
It always turns violent. There's always some problems about it. Something always bad happens.
Well, I'm gonna show you a video real quick. So this is actually something that I had posted on my Twitter account. Here's a video of a woman that is like you, anti-LGBTQ plus, going up to a pride parade and giving them the finger. And I want us to watch together how violent the LGBTQ plus protesters in the pride parade were.
But that's only one video, though. That's only one video.
So I mean, let's go ahead.
I mean, you're showing
let's just
one
go ahead and
video.
let's just go ahead and just watch it back. So look at them. They're being so violent. They're being so.
But you're only showing one video.
Well, I mean, you didn't even give me one video. So what's your evidence that they all turn violent?
Well, I'm not on here to be giving you videos. I'm on here to.
So what's your evidence that all the
I don't really know how
parades
to
turn
show you a
violent?
video on here, to be honest.
So do you have
What's
any
my
evidence that
for it?
all the pride parades turn violent?
Do you have X? I'm pretty sure you have X.
The video.
Just go look it up on X. You can find anything on X.
Okay.
Also, shout out real quick on the live to my boy Trump doing his thing over there in Iran. Shout out to him.
Okay. So you don't have any
Shout out to the
evidence.
military.
So
Shout out to everybody.
So you don't have any evidence that pride parades turn violent. So that was just a baseless rhetorical claim made by a very silly, stupid.
What kind of?
smart man.
I simply told you just go to X.
Well, I mean, what do you specifically want me to find on that?
I don't have. I'm not over here screen sharing and stuff. I don't.
So
have
what do you
cameras on and
specifically
stuff,
want me to be able to find on X?
Just look up violent gay parades. I mean, anything. You can just
Okay.
type it
So
in.
if you specifically add the word violent to it, what do you think is going to populate in the search results?
Well, I put money on it. If
So I want you to go to X, and now I want you to search up peaceful pride parades. Yeah, dude. Oh my God. Everybody. Okay, you know what? I don't support Christian churches in America. I think that all Christian churches need to be banned because Christian churches are so violent. And now my evidence of this is if you go to Google, X, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc., and you type in violent Christian churches, you'll be given more than enough evidence of their violence. You know what I mean? Like truly. I think that gyms should be banned in America. And my evidence for this is if you go to X, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, etc., and you type in violence in gyms, you'll be given all this evidence of violence in gyms. Do you see how absolutely idiotic and stupid that that last point was? I mean, do you truly see it? I need to stop saying those words. TikTok, I'm sorry. I meant them metaphorically in Minecraft. Also, I can't hear you when you're on pause. He's probably running away. While he's doing that, I'd like to thank Paige.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so
I
did you
went
hear my response?
Yeah, I heard your response.
Okay,
If
so then
you
how do
go
you
to
feel about it?
X,
Because
if
seemingly
you go to
you could
X
find
and you
violence
type in
anywhere as long as you look for it, and that's what you're doing. If you go to
violence in all the churches and stuff like that, I believe some are. There's not a doubt. You know what I mean? But like the church I go to, I've seen them accept everybody. I've never seen them judge people. I've seen them help the homeless.
Oh wait,
I've
so you
seen
think
them
that
help
helping the
people
homeless is a
of
good
color
thing?
of skin. Huh?
If helping homeless is a good thing, name one thing Trump has ever done to help the homeless. While you think about that, let me thank May
no,
and
here.
Paige for the
I'm not
$5
gonna
both
think
over at
about it
Venmo.
because I
May
don't
and
pay
Paige, I
attention
really
to it.
appreciate you guys so much. As well as, oh my God, yo, Kathy with a $100 donation over on PayPal. Kathy says, I appreciate you so much. Rock on. Let's get 1,000 Kathy W's down below in those live chats. That is so incredibly kind of you, Kathy. Seriously, thank you so much. That is so much money. Jesus Christ. Let's get 1,000 Kathy W's down below right the hell now. Seriously, guys, show some love to Kathy. As well as Diana, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo as well. So shout out to Kathy and Diana. Yo, Mr. Guest, can you show some love to Kathy and Diana? Did you say W Kathy, W Diana?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
No, I'll give them W's. Give them W's.
Very nice.
But I have one more thing, and I'll let you go. All right?
I'm not going to let you go. I want to talk to you about why you support Trump. What's one Trump policy you're fan of?
Well, no, I want to go back to the topic we were just on X, because I did what you said, and I typed in peaceful pride, or peaceful gay pride, whatever I typed in, peaceful pride parade. And the first thing that popped up was people twerking in front of kids. The second video was violence. So I typed it in, and I still got what I said.
I have an idea of why.
Do you think twerking in front of children is okay?
So I have an idea why. Are you ready?
You think it's my algorithm?
No, it's.
You think it's what I like or what I repost?
It's because it's X. Like what we see on X is going
Here's
to be.
my question then.
No,
If it's
I'm
because
gonna.
of
I'm gonna speak. You're gonna listen. It's because it's X. Like X is a right wing platform. So I mean, like majority of the people that are going to be posting about pride parades on X are going to be posting the negatives in which we'd see some of the times, right? Like for instance, I'm looking at the same thing you are of chaos at a pride parade. I'm seeing that same video, right? But this is going to happen in a very small fraction of pride parades, just like this happens at a very small fraction of all public outings where there's a lot of people collecting together, right? For you to act as if this is specific to pride parades is incredibly disingenuous and is propagandistic, and the only purpose that it serves is to further the narrative that pride parades are violence or there's something inherently wrong with the LGBTQ plus community that doesn't conform to what society should be, right? So for that reason, I absolutely deny your argument. Right? And this is insane. Like, think about it, man. Do you think it's reasonable to say that I could go and find a video of just about any public outing where there's a lot of people collecting in one space with violence in it? Like, you name it. Think about protests for, like, anti-abortion protests. It might take me 30 seconds to find one video of violence at an anti-abortion protest. Or even, just like a church get-together outside, like maybe one of those, like, twice-a-year outings where they get the whole church together and they eat tacos or whatever the fuck. I bet I could go and find one video of violence at one of those church get-togethers or concerts. We could find one video of violence at a concert or a baseball game. We could find one video of violence at a baseball game, football games, basketball. So if your argument is that you don't want pride parades for this reason, would you also say that you basically want to completely end all public outings altogether because we'd also be able to find videos of violence at baseball games, basketball games, football games?
The more I think about it, if we didn't have people go outside, we'd have a lot less problems.
Okay, so yeah, so like you're.
If you simply think of it like in a realistic world, people just stop running their mouths and stay inside.
Yeah. So
there'd be no problem.
Yeah. So in other words, your argument here is that you support Trump because everybody should stay inside. It's just like laughable. It's just incoherent.
But I never said that.
Yeah, that is what you said.
So
because remember, that was the ultimate reduction of your view of what's
mouth.
being against pride parades.
Trump because I don't like people going outside.
But that's a reduction of your view insofar as why you don't like pride parades.
If Kamala wasn't, I'm gonna say this: if Kamala won, okay, sorry, whatever her name is, if they won, we would have been at war either way. It doesn't matter who wins. We were going to war.
Oh my
we were
God.
weak. We were weak.
What do you think
if Trump didn't win, what guarantees us not going to war?
I would say that there'd be a significantly lower likelihood.
How?
Because she has a head on her shoulders and can think more than one step ahead. Like I don't think that Donald Trump thinks more than one step ahead. If Kamala Harris was president right now, she would have been like, oh, well, if we help Israel and we start bombing Iran, well, then Iran might turn around and retaliate by closing the Strait of Hormuz or bombing our military, bombing some of our military facilities in the Middle East. And if we didn't retaliate with them with a larger scale hit back, which would just restart and relaunch war in the Middle East, then we would look weak. And because we don't ultimately want another large-scale, never-ending war in the Middle East that costs thousands of our lives and causing and inducing inflation for the average American consumer and so on, that we're just simply not going to join in on the war. So that's why I'd say that she wouldn't have started the war if she was president, because she could think more than one step ahead.
So did you not think we were weak when Biden was in office?
I mean, the answer to your question is no, but like that definitely has no relation to our discussion relating to the fact that we wouldn't have been in this war if Kamala Harris was president.
I disagree. I mean, the world thought we were weak with Biden in it.
Wait, who?
Who? And then who was Biden's vice president?
Could you be more specific? Who thought we were weak?
I'd say the entire world.
Okay,
we were
be more specific. Okay, who's laughing at us?
Was every day getting broke down.
Who was laughing at us? Tell us.
Russia,
no,
China,
actually
North
Russia.
Korea.
So Russia, Russia sure as
personally-
Russia sure as hell thinks that Donald Trump is more weak than Harris or Biden. We have leaked Kremlin documents where Putin calls Trump easy to manipulate. Why don't we have those on Harris or Biden? If anything, we could suggest that no, listen, that Putin thought they were formidable, and that's why he's interfered with the last 3 elections to ensure that they didn't get elected. So you're wrong about Russia. What's next? North Korea? Well, I mean, actually, I don't see any evidence to believe that Kim Jong-un found Biden or Harris any less or more formidable than Trump. But like, we do certainly know that he and
that doesn't make. Wait a second. Go back to Russia, because what you just said doesn't prove that Russia wasn't laughing at us. You called weak. Trump has been proven to be weaker.
Yeah, what it proves is that they think
that doesn't mean
Trump
that
is
Russia
weaker.
wasn't still laughing at us the whole entire time.
I mean, I think what proves them to be formidable in the eyes of Putin was the fact that they were supporting Ukraine and gave Ukraine the upper hand to start winning the war against their country, and also the fact that they've interfered with the last 3 elections to push pro-Trump, pro-Russian, pro-Republican propaganda. Like, if they weren't scared of them, if they didn't view the administration as formidable, then why were they interfering with our elections to make sure that they didn't win?
So here's a question.
No, answer mine.
Oh, my fault. What'd you say?
Yeah, if they didn't think that Biden or Harris was formidable, then why were they interfering with our elections, pushing propaganda to ensure that they lost?
Oh, I haven't seen any proof of this election being rigged. I
never said rigged. I said interfered with. And yeah, the proof for 2024 would come from the DOJ. I'll give you the evidence. So the DOJ did a report, and they found that the Kremlin was funding right-wing influencers such as Tim Pool or Benny Johnson $500,000 per month to push pro-Trump, pro-Republican, pro-Kremlin propaganda to sway the public voice and a vote and opinion away from the candidates on the left. This was proven by the Federal Department of Justice.
So what point are we making here?
That they found them formidable, and the evidence that they found them formidable was the fact that they were spending millions and millions and millions of dollars to try to make them lose the election and to sway the public opinion away from them in America.
Okay.
All right, but this also has no fucking relevance upon the original claim that you made that I refuted, that if Kamala Harris was president right now, we wouldn't be in war because she could think more than one step ahead.
Well, I have a question to that. So it's bad, right, that we attacked Iran getting into the middle of their conflict, correct? So
yeah, starting war in the Middle East was very bad. Yep.
Right. So, but us giving money to Ukraine to fight Russia, is that not going to want Russia to be like, well, let's go get America then?
It actually prevents that from happening. So it helps protect national security. There's about 1,000,000,001 reasons why I support funding Ukraine. But like specifically looking at national security, we've already tried to take the pacifist approach of just ignoring them when they do things like the annexation of regions of other countries or other countries as a whole. Like we ignored them when they annexed Crimea back in 2018. And then what happened? It made them stronger, and it made them more likely to further the expansion of the USSR and overtake more regions with more people, which gives them more resources, which makes them a larger superpower, thereby more of a threat to our country. So it's actually in the best interest, like security speaking, to help fight against Russian expansionism. However, it's not in our best interest to re-enter into war in the Middle East.
But us giving money to Ukraine,
I just explained why that's
That's
a good
not
thing.
gonna, what about BRICS?
I
You
just
don't
explained why
think
that's a good thing out of concern to
Russia
national
was all?
security.
You think Russia was all by themselves?
Wait,
You ever heard of BRICS?
unironically, funding
Brazil,
Ukraine
Russia,
weakens
China.
BRICS.
So then why isn't Russia and China doing anything about what America just did?
Why isn't Russia and China doing anything about what America just did?
Yeah.
I don't
I thought they
understand.
backed Iran.
Why is that relevant?
How is it not relevant? You're making it seem like it's a bad thing. So what makes it so bad? Nobody's doing anything about it.
War is bad.
Well, I would say war is bad. I wouldn't say a strike to keep the America from being nuked is bad.
Wait, do you think that Iran has nukes?
Strike. We sent one strike.
Do you think that?
I mean, that's
do you
what,
think,
that's
do you
what
think
they're
that
saying.
Iran
They're
has
saying
nukes?
nukes. They are developing nukes.
Wait, who's saying?
underground.
Wait, who's saying that Iran has nukes?
Israel.
Yeah, they've been
Come on.
saying that since the 70s.
Yeah, they've been saying it for years. Trust me, I've seen the same.
Yeah, they've been
posts.
saying
They've
that
been saying it since
exactly. So I don't think that Israel's going to
1900s.
be reliable, right?
Now, do I think there's something sneaky going on with America and Israel or whatever? Yeah, probably.
Wait. Do you think if we had an American president that basically gave Iran the green light to start constructing nukes, that we should get him out of office?
Yes.
Okay, well, Donald Trump gave them that green light when he pulled us out of the nuclear peace agreement we had with the country. So when they were in the nuclear peace agreement originally signed in 2015, they were under 24, like all of their nuclear facilities were under 24/7 surveillance by the IAEA, as well as the IAEA reported 0 infractions upon the agreement in the 5 years that it was signed, as well as Iran deconstructed their nuclear facilities, and they gave 97% of their enriched uranium to Russia. And then when Donald Trump pulled us out of the agreement, that was essentially him giving them the green light to continue the advancement of nuclear technology in the region. So this would mean that you'd say that Donald Trump should be impeached because he gave them the green light to further their construction of nukes.
Now, here's my question.
No. I don't want a question. I want a response.
I'm just asking, like, why I'm trying to say, like, maybe you're right. Like I said, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just more curious of, like, if what you're saying is true, then. Because, I mean, it is kind of an agreeable thing. Like, if that is true, then why am I not hearing about it? How about that? Why haven't I seen that? Why haven't I heard about it? Why is nobody else talking about that? That Trump's technically the reason why he was building to begin with. They were building to begin with.
Yeah, fucking beats me.
Does that make sense, though?
Beats me, right? Like beats me. I wish more people would talk about it, and I think that more people will. I mean, like right now, I'm like planning to film and construct a video, kind of going over how we've gotten to where we are today. But I would say that people are talking about this. Dylan Page put out a video about this like 7 hours ago, and it has like 1 million likes already. People are talking about this.
Well, here's because like I said, I'm fixing to have to go. But here's like the main answer.
No. I just want an answer. Does this mean that you think that Trump should be impeached because he gave them the green light to further their development of nuclear technology?
I mean, you're trying to make me say yes, but I want to say no.
All right.
You know what I mean? I'm being honest. Because that's tech.
Appreciate you for that. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. I mean, I appreciate you for like recognizing your hypocrisy, but still yet, like it's just I've been dealing with hypocritical people all day, getting a little bit fed up at this point. I'm not gonna lie. So we are gonna go to move on at this point. I do apologize. I understand that a lot of people don't like it when I do that, but unfortunately, it is something that we are going to go ahead and do today. If you want to come up and you want to have a conversation with me, make sure to let me know down below in that comment section. We'll get you pulled up. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, I think that you're underage. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We got Aaron loading up. And while we got Aaron loading up in Winnie, oh my God, Winnie, it's so good to have you in here with us today. Thank you for the $100 super chat over on the YouTube stream. Winnie, that is so incredibly kind of you. Winnie says, MAGA, please Google and consider the free course from Harvard in civics, the Constitution, etc. Let's have a common understanding of our own country. Pride in one's own ignorance is weird and unnecessary. Thank you, Dean, for your awesome service and patriotism. I appreciate you for the love, Winnie. Great message to all the Trump supporters in here. Seriously, take those courses. And also, thank you for the $100 super chat. For everybody watching, let's go ahead and get 1,000 Winnie W's. Spam down below in that chat. Seriously, Winnie, I really appreciate you for the love, and I hope that you're doing well. I would also like to thank Anonymous so much for the $15 over on PayPal, and Mel with the 10, and Iris with the 5. Shout out to Iris, Anonymous, and Mel. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. I would also like to thank Francis. Thank you so much for the $24 over on Venmo. Shout out to Francis down below in that chat saying convert this MAGA cult. It's just, I'm trying my best, Francis. Thank you for the $24. Show some love to Francis down below in that chat. Thank you, Francis. And Rachel, thank you so much for the $22 and the 22 cents. Huge shout out to Rachel. Thank you, Rachel. Rachel says, I really respect and appreciate what you do. You've shown how powerful truth-seeking can be, just planting a seed. And I'll check that out. Thank you so much for the love, Rachel. Shout out to you. As well as Kate, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying, thank you for doing what you do. You're really out here making a difference. Much love, Dean. Much love to you as well, Kate. And thank you so much for your kindness. You guys are being so incredibly kind today. Thank you so much. And what is up, Aaron and Havok?
I have a question. Did you ban Cookie King?
No, that was Nick Fuentes. Havok, what's up? Do you support Trump? All right, they're not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest, Christina. If you're watching and you support Trump and you'd like to come up and debate, let me know. Get you pulled up here. Then also, once again, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, my Venmo, my PayPal, in the link tree in my bio. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest here, everybody. Oh boy. Anyways, any new news on Iran? I think while we're getting this next guest loaded up in here, I'm gonna go and take a look at anything new that's popped up. So let's try to get that next guest loaded into the stream for another conversation. Everyone, give us a minute. We got Sadie loading in right now. Ethan, thank you for the $5 over our Venmo. Just saying, hey, Dean, just wanted to tell you that I appreciate what you do. Thank you, Ethan. What's going on, Sadie? You support Trump?
Hi, Dean. I'm so sorry. I don't support Trump, but
I am sorry. We are just looking to talk to Trump supporters, so I am going to kick you, but thank you for coming up. As well as Karian, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying you're a new generation of education, and I'm here for it. Please take care of your mental health because we need you. Honestly, I've kind of figured out how to manage my mental health. It took a while to get right, but I think I have gotten it right. So thank you so much for the $10, Karian. That is incredibly kind. As well as Holly, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, Holly. Huge shout out to Holly down below in that chat. Holly says, give us 1 minute to get the next guest loaded in. Holly says, keep doing what you do and cut through one cultist at a time. Holly, that is incredibly kind. Huge shout out to Holly. As well as Amanda with the $10 saying, I love you, Dean. I watch you every day and it really helps me. Well, I love you too, Amanda. Thank you for the $10 donation and the very kind message. What's going on, Alfie? Do you support Trump?
I can't lie, mate. I'm British, but I fully do support him. I think.
Boop. Get the fuck out of here. Moving on. How about this? If you're watching and you want to come up and debate, let me know down below in that comment section by dropping a MAGA accompanied by your age. We'll get you pulled up here. Kara, what's up? You support Trump?
No, but my entire family does.
Feel free to request when you're with your entire family. I'd love to chat. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Audrey, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Huge shout out to you down below in that chat. Thank you, Audrey. Incredibly kind, incredibly kind. Okay, welcome back.
Oh, hi. Hello.
How old are you?
40.
Okay, moving on. Everyone just give us a minute. We got Joseph loading up into the box. Nobody seems to want to chat, unfortunately. Nobody really seems to want to chat at all. Amy, thank you for the $25 donation over on Venmo saying, keep up the fight. Amy, thank you. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get 200 Amy W's down below in that chat. While we get that next guest loaded in here, once again, it is very, very difficult for us to find a single Trump supporter that is willing and ready to come up here and debate. What's up, Colin? How old are you? And Colin left. What about Caden? Nikolai, what's up? You support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Me, 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
I'll hop back in that queue, man, because it wasn't showing you on the live, unfortunately. All right. How about this? It is so hard to find guests. It is so hard to find guests. Is there any Trump supporters that want to step up real quick? If you're a Trump supporter, just let me know in the chat by dropping a MAGA accompanied with your age. Sophie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, and thank you for the suggestions related to my insomnia. I appreciate that. Show some love to Sophie. Hello, Ethan. You said that you're a 21-year-old Trump supporter.
How are we doing, Dean?
What year are you born in?
I was born 2003.
Okay, what month?
October.
Great, Ethan. Tell us, how the hell can you still support Trump?
So there's a few things. For me, like personally, I'm more or less blurred in between the lines a little bit. I wouldn't say I'm very right wing. I'm not very left wing. Anything. I'm just pretty in the middle. But at the moment, I do support Trump. The reason for that is pretty much just through the peace through strength idea. I do like that. I like the idea of putting America first. Bringing a lot of jobs back to America. Like I said, I know a lot of this stuff has like.
So, could you be more specific? So you said peace through strength. War is not peaceful,
Yeah.
so he's already violated that.
I see what you mean, like 100%. But I think it's just like a thing in the future, right? So if we're hitting these strikes now, I feel like it deters almost an attack later in the future.
Yeah, that's not true. Just in 12 minutes ago, the Iranian militias begin to prepare striking American bases.
Well, then I do stand corrected on that.
Wrong! Whoopsie! They're prepping as we speak to strike American bases. So you're wrong.
You are correct, and like I said, I'm not here to like be disrespectful or like argue with you. I do want to talk because I do think it is important.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that he's not upholding peace through strength because he's starting war, right?
Okay, I do see what you mean there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So then why do you support a warmonger?
What do you mean by that?
Somebody that wants war.
I wouldn't say he necessarily wants it. I don't think anybody wants
If
war.
he didn't want war, why did he start war unprovoked in a position where we wouldn't have looked weak if we didn't, in a position where we had no obligation to, where we weren't responding to any attack or threat from them, where we just simply started it to help Israel? If he didn't want war, how come he started this this war?
Well, you keep saying war, but Congress actually has to form a declaration of war, which hasn't happened yet. So technically, right now, it's just a conflict in the Middle East on our part. But I do see where you're coming from.
No, I call it war because we said that we have control of their airspace. We said that we could kill their supreme leader. We know where he is. We just haven't yet. We've bombed their facilities. They're preparing militant counterattacks against American military bases. They've already approved shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, in which will restrict 20% of the daily global oil production, and which will hurt American consumers. That is war, man. And just because there's not a declaration of war, it doesn't mean that that's true. That is an act of war. Those are all acts of war. We are at war.
I'm saying like definition, like speaking purely on definitions. I do see where you're coming from though with
So why do you support him?
You're like I said, my whole thing is just putting America first, making sure that we have, we're treating our own civilians with the utmost respect, putting them first.
Well, it does not put Americans first as going to war with Iran because they've already approved the shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz, which will make Americans pay significantly more for gas and for every product. How is causing so much inflation by restricting 20% of the daily global oil production, putting American citizens first?
Well, I mean, I understand where you're coming from.
That's putting Israel first. That's not putting Americans. This doesn't benefit America. This doesn't benefit American citizens. It benefits Israel. So Donald Trump is Israel first, America last. Okay, and if the war he started doesn't prove it, it's insane. Because seriously, think about it. Okay, starting a war with Iran definitely benefits Israel. It gives them more firepower. It gives them an ally in the fight. It gives them somebody else to fight alongside them. It benefits Israel. Okay, but what does it do to America? Okay, it scares the shit out of Americans. Okay, fear-mongering to all hell, causes anxiety, it causes stress, and I mean, that's just like the psychosocial response. What about the fiscal response? Like I've pointed out, them shutting down that strait, causing gas to cost on average from like $5 to $7 a gallon, completely just destroying the American stock market, making everybody pay more for everything. Like, you cannot say that's him putting America first.
I understand where you're coming from. Like I said, this is, as you know, I'm only 21, so I'm still trying to learn all this, with
You're older.
Stuff
Than,
like
you're older than me.
I know, but you also have made a career off of this. You go
Yeah.
to conventions and stuff like that. I don't. So I am your typical American. You aren't.
Right.
That's how it works.
Right.
I'm working a 9 to 5. I'm having to put in the work. You're sitting here on a TikTok live making money from it, which is fine, but me and you cannot have the same perspective at any point.
Well,
would you be able to agree? At least in like that
the
aspect.
the reason why I do these streams is because I can agree that the average American obviously isn't going to be informed as much as like somebody that's in the trenches. Okay, like that is obviously true. I'm also just gonna ignore like I'm gonna like ignore like the weird diss there. But anyways, it is obviously true that
It
I'm
wasn't
gonna be
meant to be
significantly
this.
like more informed than the average American, and that's why I do these lives. I'm doing this to inform you, right? Like, because you said that you support Trump because he places America first. Well, hopefully I just informed you how that's actually not true and he places America last. But now that you have that information at your disposal, now that you know these facts, do you still think that he's a good president that puts his country first?
After your explanation of it, I think I can agree with you on that aspect. I think I can.
Okay, so why do you support Trump even if he does not put this country and this country's citizens first?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, why do you support Trump even though he doesn't place this country and the people of this country first?
Oh, sorry. So another big thing for me is strong borders and in order. So that is something that I definitely agree with. Faith and
yes.
religion and stuff like that. That isn't.
So it doesn't matter if we restart a war that is going to cost thousands of American lives, trillions of dollars. It doesn't matter if it's going to increase the price of gas to $5 to $7 a gallon. It doesn't matter if it's going to cause inflation in America. It doesn't matter if it's going to scare the shit out of Americans. It doesn't matter if we start tariffing other countries, which disproportionately negatively impacts low-income Americans. It doesn't matter if we accept economic policy in which costs trillions of dollars and reduces the after-tax income of 80% of income earners in this country. As long as we're kicking the illegals out, it all makes sense, and he's a great president. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all.
Again, I do see where you are coming from. When I look at it, like I said, me and I'm not Trump, so he may be thinking of it in a racial way, but I'm not. If that kind of makes sense, like I don't have a problem with people coming into the country at all. It's just doing it the right way. I'm a first generation immigrant, so I know the hardship of coming into the country.
So I just want to clarify that mass deportation trumps every negative that we just pointed out. Mass deportation trumps it.
That's what you think?
I'm asking you if that's what you think.
No.
Okay, so then you don't support Trump?
That's why like I tried to kind of begin the conversation with, I'm not super right wing, I'm not super left wing, I'm pretty in the middle. That's why I'm here, because I want to be informed more on stuff that I don't know about. So that's
okay. Well, honestly, if you want my take on mass deportation, I posted a video that's 5.5 minutes long. It's going to be on my main account, and it's going to be about 7 videos down. I would highly recommend you go take a look and watch it. I think that could be a great service to you. Insofar as your knowledge, I think that's probably the best thing for you to do right now, so I don't have to like re-explain it. Just please go watch that video. It'll be very much so worth your time. We are going to move on to the next guest. Sophie, let's see. Blake, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo 7 minutes ago. And Rose, thank you so much for the 15. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the love, Rose. Can we please show some love to Rose down below in that chat for the $15 donation over on Venmo? While we are getting this next guest loaded up into the box, everybody, please show some love to Rose down below in that chat, everybody. But let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Let's see, where are we at here? Felicity, thank you for the $11 over on PayPal. And Sasha, thank you for the 10. Guys, please show some love to Felicity and Sasha down below in that chat for the $10 each, as well as Topaz with a 5, Audrey with a 10, Hazel with a 6, and Mark with a 5. Thank you all so much, very much for the love. So much, very much. Jesus, I'm losing it. What is going on? Oh, looks like Carson didn't load in, so we got to kick him and move on to the next guest. Dude, if you're watching this live and you support Trump, I'd love for, a conversation to unfold. Love for you to come up here and have a conversation. If you're watching, you like what I do, and you want to support my work, my Venmo, my PayPal can be found in the link tree in my bio, y'all. But let's go and get that next guest up on the live at this point in time. We're going to get them loaded in right now, everybody. I'm kind of getting tired. I'm not going to lie. I'm really tired today. Maybe I'll end my live a little bit early. I don't know. I'm abnormally tired. I'm much more tired right now, 3 hours and 15 minutes into my stream than I usually am. I'm gonna try to hit the 4-hour mark. I'm just abnormally tired. I think I've just been like overworking myself recently. But you know, it's something it's necessary for me to do in a time such as the ones that we are in. You know, that's my obligation to you guys. It's what I want to do with my life, is to help keep people informed and to try to make this world better in the ways I can. So, what's going on? Do you support Trump, Vinny?
What's up, Dean? I do support Trump.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 20.
You're 20. What year were you born in?
2004.
What month?
October 5th, 2004.
Great, that make you 20. Real quick here before we hop into the debate, I have to thank Ali. Thank you so much for the $40 donation over on Venmo. Ali, that is so kind of you. Ali says, I was in middle school when Bush put us into war. An older friend of mine recently said it feels like high school all over again. When does the death and war end? I feel like history is just simply repeating itself. Oh, definitely. As it relates to war in the Middle East, history is definitely repeating itself. You are spot on, Ali. I want to see 400 Ali W's down below in that comment section. And seriously, thank you so much for your incredibly kind, incredibly generous $40 donation. I'd also like to thank Z for the $5 over on PayPal and Alessandra for the 10. Thank you guys so much. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I support him for a couple of reasons, but the first one, I'd say I really like what he's doing with RFK and with the Make America Healthy Again Act.
He's not. He's going to make America less healthy, significantly less healthy.
You think RFK is making him less healthy?
Oh, I think that the administration as a whole is absolutely going to make America less healthy, and yes, RFK
Why?
as well. Yeah, for sure, because he's like quadruple whamming low-income Americans by implementing tariffs that makes the essential stuff more expensive, by starting war with Iran, already approving the shutdown of the strait they control that will make everything significantly more expensive. Global inflation is imminent. By supporting the BBB economic policy that will cut the after-tax income of the bottom 20% of income earners in this country by $2,200 per year, meaning they have less purchasing power.
RFK is more focused on like food based and like
right,
what you're putting.
Right, but don't worry, I'm getting there, because I'm basically just showing you how low income and middle income Americans are getting like quadruple fucking whammied from every single direction in ways that are going to make their life worse. And the thing is, when the average American,
how does one avoid a tariff?
When the average American and low-income Americans have less money at their disposal to spend as it relates to maintaining a high level of health, A, they're going to have to buy less healthy foods because the more healthy a food is, typically the more that it costs. B, they're going to have to place more of their money towards what they need to survive right now compared to like better forms of healthcare or alternative healthcare. I mean, like the fact of the matter is, the more money you make, the longer your life expectancy is. And because Donald Trump is making low-income Americans make less money and spend more money, it's going to reduce like the average quality of life as well as the average lifespan, meaning that he's making America less healthy.
The average American, you said that healthier food is more expensive, but you said the average American spends $36 a day on food. 24 for that, about 24 of those dollars are fast food, and 12 of those dollars at the grocery store. And I know, and you know too, that the food at the grocery store is less processed. It's less likely to harm your body than fast food is.
Okay, I don't understand. I don't understand how this responds to anything I said.
You said
he's making America less healthy by making the material conditions for members of the low and the middle class worse.
Like, see, I still don't understand why healthier food would be more expensive. It's really not if you think about it. It's not.
Okay. All right, then tell me why I go to Sprouts, I have to spend fucking $12 on a mango that's apparently organic and healthier for me than the $1
You don't have to get
alternative.
organic. You don't have to get organic.
Than the $1 alternative at City Market.
I mean, what's wrong with the $1 mango?
That was just an example, everybody. So yeah, like the less processed food is, typically the more it costs. That is true. But I think maybe like what I'd like rather hone in on.
Way cheaper than fast food.
I think like the main point that I want to hone in on here is that
Yeah.
the less money you have, the less healthy you are on average, right?
Less, I don't mean probably, I guess.
All right. The less money you
If
have,
so.
the less access you have to resources to make you healthier, right?
I think a lot of it is
Can you
lifestyle.
just answer my question?
Like, are you talking like mass, like
The
in
less
America,
money,
like
the less money you have, the less access to healthcare resources you have.
I don't think it matters. I mean, to an extent, I don't think it matters how much money you have to be healthy.
Okay, well, so then how come we see a direct one-to-one positive correlation between annual income and life expectancy?
Correlation, not a causation. It's a correlation, not a causation.
So why does that correlation persist?
People's lifestyle in like poor areas.
So you're basically saying that the less money you make, the worse lifestyle you have, which causes you to have a lower life expectancy on average?
Generally, yeah. Would
Well,
you agree with that?
well, I do, but the reason why the lifestyle can be worse is because it costs money to have a better lifestyle, right? Like, think about it, right? When you don't have that much money to spend, you're going to be focused on your immediate needs, okay? You're not going to be focused on what is required to serve you a more healthier lifestyle in the long term, such as paying for a gym membership, such as having access to private pharmaceuticals in which are best fit for you and your needs, private trainers, having dietitians, having therapists, having, like private health
think you need any of that to be
resources
healthy.
in which are best designed
You don't need any of
for...
that to be healthy.
So then why do we see longer life expectancies the more money one makes?
It's a lifestyle thing.
And I just explained how that lifestyle is correlated to the resources in which you have to spend on a lifestyle. A healthy lifestyle is expensive, okay? And what I mean by healthy there is just what's
Yeah, I
going to
don't think it
maximize
is.
quality of life and length of life.
I don't think a healthy lifestyle is expensive.
Okay, yeah. So therapists, they're not
mean,
free. Mental health resources aren't free.
think it's-
Private healthcare resources that are quick, efficient, and good for
Right.
you aren't free. And once again, this is why we see the less money you make, the shorter your life expectancy is. This is just an incredibly a take
You
that
don't
is
need a gym
anti-intellectual.
membership to
This is, but
You don't need money to buy
but
good food.
having a gym membership makes it easier to be healthier.
I
Can we
mean,
agree
do you have
there?
a floor?
Can we
You have a floor
agree
in
that
your house?
can we agree that having a gym membership makes it easier to be healthier?
I mean, you can work out without a gym membership.
So you're either going to answer my question or I'm going to kick you off because you're a dense little fuck that won't engage with a single thing that I'm saying because I'm proving you wrong.
I'm not mad.
Does
I'm not
having
mad at
well,
you.
I am pissed because you're not engaging with anything that I'm saying. I've been on live for 3 hours and 20 minutes talking to the most dense, hard-headed twerps on this planet. Okay, and dude, I honestly, anybody in my shoes would be losing it right now if you had to sit on this live and talk to the most dense twerps alive. Like, why am I having to convince you that having a gym membership makes it easier to live a healthier lifestyle? Like, the fact that I'm having to convince somebody of that is driving me insane. So can we agree that having a gym membership, can we agree that having a gym membership and access to therapists, access to dietitians are all things that make a healthier lifestyle easier?
Having a gym membership makes it easier to go to the gym.
You're still not answering my question. Is having access to a gym membership, is having access to healthier organic foods, which cost more on average, is having access to dietitians, is having access to a therapist, is having access to private healthcare resources, or healthcare resources as all, are these all things that make it easier to live a healthier lifestyle?
I mean, I guess, yeah, but you don't need to do that to be.
So in other
you don't
words,
need
what it means is that the more money you have, the easier it is to live a healthy lifestyle, correct?
I don't make very much money and I'm pretty healthy.
You're not answering my question because I'm not asking you, is there anybody that makes little money that lives an incredibly healthy lifestyle? Because remember, we're talking on the macro scale of what is going to be the average when we look at millions and millions and millions of people. And when we look at a country with millions and millions and millions of people, the conversation shifts away from saying, oh, if you put your mind to it, you could get it done, to saying, well, what can we do to make it easier to get it done? Because if we make it easier, then ultimately more people will get it done. Okay, right? You're not going to win and make people in this country more healthy by virtue signaling about how you could do push-ups on a fucking mat in a back alley and eat your way into a healthy lifestyle and somehow get access to therapists, gym memberships, and private forms of healthcare that make your life easier. No, like we're going to be talking about reducing the barriers to a healthier lifestyle, because at the end of the day, that is the only thing that will certainly make lifestyles more healthy on average. So now that we've agreed that access to all these resources that cost money or more on average make it easier to live a healthy lifestyle, all that we're saying is that the more money you have, the less barriers there are to a healthy lifestyle, and which would therefore imply that the inverse of that is also true. The less money you have, the more barriers there are to a healthy lifestyle. So if Donald Trump is making people have less money, he's creating more barriers to a healthy lifestyle, and with more barriers comes more resistance, thereby less individuals will live a healthy lifestyle. That is an empirical fact that you can't refute by just saying, well, they could technically still do it. Well, they don't.
So are you anti-RFK then?
Respond to my argument right now.
Like, what was your question?
I didn't ask a question. I made a statement that I want you to either agree with or refute. That statement being, when you have less money, there's more barriers to a healthy lifestyle, meaning there's more resistance, meaning less people will do it, meaning less, and the average American will be less healthy on average.
Yeah, I mean, having more money would be easier to be healthy, I guess.
Okay, so then, given you have less money, given that Donald Trump is passing economic policy in which is reducing the after-tax income of 80% of Americans, removing social safety nets, and making it harder to live by spending more, the average American is going to be less healthy.
I mean, it's not all a money thing, though.
You're not responding to what I said.
You think you have to have money to be healthy, which is
I'm saying that the less money you have, the more barriers there are to being healthy. You dense POS that cannot understand nor comprehend the most basic arguments ever. Like, would you say that like everything to be successful starts with having a lot of money 100% of the time necessarily? Like in order to like scale and be like a top like 20% income earner, be a top 1% income earner, would you say it is always true that you need to have a lot of money to get it done in the first place? It is always true in every single scenario.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Well, I was expecting a no, all right? Because then I was going to say, well, it's not always true. Because, think about like the one story of that one person that grew up homeless and then was able to meet it through conjunction of education, preparation, and pure fucking luck to be successul, meaning that it isn't always true that you must have money to be successful, right? Well, that doesn't change the fact that like generational wealth or the lack thereof are barriers to future success. And the more barriers there are, the less people there will be that achieve it. That's all that I'm saying, okay? Right? Having less money creates a barrier to health, meaning the less money you have, the less likely you are to be healthy. So on average, when we're talking about a country with 300 million people in it, the worse off the constituents are fiscally speaking, the less healthy they are going to be, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then thereby, Donald Trump is making the average American less healthy by making the average American worse off.
I mean, first of all, it's gonna be hard to make everybody healthy by.
And I know either affirm or deny that conclusion.
I mean, in that instance, I guess, yeah.
Okay, so then you just conceded that Donald Trump is making. So Vinny, you just conceded.
Kind of a stretch to health.
Vinny, you just conceded that Donald Trump is making Americans less healthy on average.
I think every president done that. If you can say that about any president.
But you literally said you support him because he's making America more healthy. Oh my God, you have no spine. What the hell is this shit? You come up here, you tell me you support Trump because he's making Americans healthier. I convince you that you're wrong, and then you say, well, that's something that all presidents do.
Well, I mean,
Fucking hell, dude, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm 3 hours and 30 minutes into it. I can't take it. Oh my God. Okay, I'm starting to lose my shit. I'm starting to get outrageously flustered because of these brainless Trump supporters that just, they think they could build reality with their beliefs, and they're so dense and dead set in their ways, they can't be wrong no matter what. Okay, they can't be wrong no matter what. Even though they have no evidence to justify that what they believe in is true, and all of the evidence that exists would indicate that they're wrong, okay? And I had to repeat that to him a billion times. I needed to reframe the argument that having less money on average creates greater barriers to better health, meaning that when you make the average American worse off, there's more barriers to greater health, which makes the average American less healthy. I had to repeat that a billion different ways for him to finally say, I guess you're right, okay? And then what does he do? The moment he concedes and says that I'm right, he then says, well, that's true of every president. Okay? Right? Completely drawing and distracting away from the original reason why you joined the live, saying that he supports Trump because he's making America's because he's making Americans healthier. You know, it's just that shift of the goalposts at the very end of the conversation from saying that he supports Trump because he's making America healthier to now saying that he supports Trump because every president has made Americans less healthy. After 30 minutes of me just trying to demonstrate such a basic fact to him is astoundingly stupid. We're going to move on to the next guest. I'm going to try to keep my cool here, though, y'all. So everybody just give us a minute to get that next guest up in here. Oh, boy. All right, everybody. We're going to keep our cool. I'm sorry for crashing out there. I understand it's unprofessional. It's not a good look. That's just outrageously preposterous. What's going on, Starbucks? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Cool. Well, before we hop into a debate, I'd like to thank a handful of people here. First and foremost, M. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. That is EMM. Can we please get 200 EMMWs down below in that comment section? I really do appreciate you for the $20 donation, M. That is so incredibly kind. Show some love to M down below. As well as David. Thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Let's get 1,000 David W's. David says, keep up the good work. David, I really appreciate you for that love, man. Show some love to David down below. Seriously, dude. Thank you. Show some love to David, as well as Jeremy with the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Jeremy. And Cheryl with the $30, saying, I think that we've reached the bottom of the MAGA crab barrel. All that is left are the ones that are unable to educate beyond the privilege that can't grasp reality. It's so disheartening, disgusting, and depressing to listen to their word salads. I completely agree. And I think I need to recognize that. You know, I need to stop, being surprised with incredibly dense guests, and I just need to be mentally prepared for it. If I'm gonna do these debates, I owe it to you guys to be able to keep my cool with these bottom of the barrel ideas, right? I owe that to you guys. That's right. So I appreciate you for the message, and I appreciate you for the $30 donation. Can we please get 300 Cheryl W's down below in that chat, accompanied by the 1,000 David W's for the incredibly kind $100 donation. I would also like to thank Lisa with the $50 donation over on Venmo. Lisa says, your incredible stamina and patience continue to do this work is incredibly inspiring. Keep up the good work, Dean. Love from a very proud Gen X mama. I appreciate you for that love, Lisa. Show some love to Lisa down below. As well as to Donna for the $25. Thank you so much for the love, Donna. And Daphne with the $25 as well. Shout out to Daphne and Donna. You guys are awesome. Shout out to Daphne and Donna and Lisa, as well as Kristen with the $15 over on Venmo, saying they don't care about health. They all attacked Michelle Obama when she wanted to make Americans healthy. Yeah, let's not forget about that. Show some love to the donors. I really do appreciate and thank you guys so much for the love. There's actually one more I got to thank here. Sid, thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. Show some love to Sid. Sid says that they had to take a break from the lives for mental health purposes, and it came back just now. Lamel sounds like it was a bad day. It's been a pretty rough day. Show some love to Sid down below in that chat. And Starbucks, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I want to touch on some points you mentioned in the last 30 minutes, I believe. First of all,
I prefer to talk about why you support Trump.
I support Trump for many reasons.
Okay, why?
First of all, closing the border. That's number one.
Okay.
I'd rather not speak about that. I think you touched it way too many times.
Okay.
Number two, he's confident and doesn't really get discouraged from during these hard times that we're going through. He and other countries are scared of it.
I think that blind confidence is a really, really bad thing. I think that blind confidence is what has already sent us into war with Iran and will lead to worsened material conditions for Americans and individuals overseas. What I mean by that is he was blindly confident that he'd be able to bomb them and they'd shut the hell up and there'd be peace. But now we see that Iranian militant groups are already planning strategic counterattacks against American military bases, and they'd have approved shutting down the the Strait of Hormuz, which will increase the prices of everything in America. So he was so blindly confident in his plan that he just simply didn't see how it could fail, be altered, or transgressed upon. And that blind confidence will lead to every single American suffering and many individuals suffering on the global stage.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Iran. I want to ask you a question. What would have you done differently?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I was actually considering what my response to this question or what I would have done differently even before I started my live. So I think here's what I will say. I tried to give reliable and truthful answers and data to everybody that listens to my lives. So what I could say is that going into war with him was an incredibly terrible decision. So we could rule that one out. But about what the alternatives are, I think I'll leave those up to individuals, like the specifics up to individuals that are significantly more educated than I am on like global diplomacy and how we could like seek a resolution that doesn't lead to another endless war in the Middle East. But what I could say is that we definitely should have sought diplomacy over war.
You don't think?
And also, I think that we should have pressured Israel into backing off of Iran. We should have pressured Israel 110% into backing off of Iran.
How could you do such a thing? Have you watched the videos that come out of Iran? Like, do you know what's going on over there? Do you know that the second they produce a nuclear bomb, the first thing they'll do is just bomb the hell out of Israel? They wake up every morning, and that's all they say. They say that they want to bomb Israel and they want to bomb America.
Would you say, okay, so that'd be very bad if they got nukes, like really bad. They literally, you're saying that they would drop a nuke on America. So would you say if we had a president that gave them the green light on furthering the nuclear construction, that we should absolutely impeach that president because they basically green lit a nuke in America?
I see where you're going, and I don't agree with your statement.
Can I just have a yes or no?
Gave them the green light. What?
Can I just have a yes or no? So you said the first thing they do if they got a nuke was they nuke America. So if we had a president that greenlit them to further construction of their nukes, if the first thing they do this nukes is nuke America, would you say that president should be impeached?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Donald Trump gave them that green light when he pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement that we had.
I want you to explain that. Yeah. I want you to explain that.
Yeah, for sure. Because when we had that deal with them, they had no construction of nuclear weapons. We had 24/7 surveillance of all of their nuclear facilities. IAEA reported no infractions in the 5 years that the deal was active. They gave 97% of their enriched uranium to Russia, and they dismantled, what they had built to construct nuclear weapons, and the progression of nuclear weapons being built in the country stopped the moment they entered into that agreement. And the moment Donald Trump pulled us out of that agreement, they restarted their nuclear programs. And apparently, according to you, that meant Donald Trump would have thereby greenlit them constructing nukes, which you say would then be used to nuke America.
So I disagree with everything you stated. How do you have proof that Iran stopped producing nukes as soon as Trump pulled out of the deal?
Yeah, IAEA.
And do you know they were only able to check specific sites and they weren't able to check anything else, right?
So they had access to all their like specific enrichment sites, every single one,
right.
24/7 surveillance. Every site in which could be used to enrich uranium was under 24/7 surveillance by IAEA.
Okay.
Every single one.
So you do agree now that Iran was able to produce it, we had no other choice but to bomb them, right?
Well, I disagree, but once again, you are now avoiding the question that I asked you. You said if we had a president that gave them the green light for them further constructing nukes,
I disagree. I think we were handing them. I think we were handing them handouts, and whether they were, they were going with the agreement and they weren't producing uranium to their likings, but the second that deal was over, they were, whether they're supplying it to Russia or not, they were producing uranium. So all they had to do is just stop supplying it to Russia, build a nuke, and they would just bomb the hell out of Israel and America, and we'd all be screwed.
So are you saying that they broke the agreement?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so then I'm confused of what your argument here is, because they weren't constructing nukes when they were in the deal. They stopped all construction.
Wait, hold on. They weren't constructing uranium. You told me that they were supplying it to Russia.
No, so they gave 97% of all of the enriched uranium that they had acquired before they entered into the agreement to Russia the moment we entered into the agreement. And by the way, that was a part of the agreement. So
Okay,
when
so
we were in the
now you're
deal,
telling me
when we were
that
in
just
the
shows
deal,
that the agreement was a terrible agreement because all they had to do was stop supplying to Russia and build a nuke within a week, right?
so why was the deal a terrible agreement if it got them to stop the
Because
further
they were
enrichment
able
of
to
uranium and it
produce
got
the
them to
uranium.
deconstruct their facilities that they used to enrich the uranium, and all of the enrichment facilities that remained for energy resources were under 24/7 surveillance by the IAEA. You understand that this is an unprecedented agreement. There's never been an agreement of the likes with any state on earth at any point in history that gave third-party access to the nuclear facilities of a country, and it was completely unprecedented, and it was a great deal for that reason. So you understand that, right?
Okay, but let me ask you a question. Do you think that
Wait, why
whether
did
they're
Trump pull us
supplying
out of it?
It was a terrible deal.
Why was it
We were
bad?
supplying
Why was it bad?
Why?
Because of the amount of money we were giving to Iran. That's why.
We weren't giving them any
You mean-
money.
you
We're
mean
just simply
limiting
unfreezing.
sanctions?
We limited sanctions and we unfreeze bank accounts on
We
that they had
didn't
in
give
South Korea.
Iran any money?
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Yeah, we didn't. We unfroze their bank accounts in South Korea and we lifted their sanctions. So I want to clarify that you're basically saying that the deal did get them to stop constructing nukes, but that meant that we lifted sanctions and gave them back their own money. Okay. But on the flip side, if they weren't in the deal and they were constructing nukes like you think they are right now, that justifies going back into war in the Middle East. So which one is better? Lifting sanctions on Iran or going back into war in the Middle East? Which one is better? Because if you say lifting sanctions is better than going back into war in the Middle East, then you're saying that the deal was awesome because that's what the deal did.
I thought we currently went into the Middle East. I wasn't aware. We have troops in the Middle East right now.
Yeah, no, we're dropping. Well, we're in war with Iran, so that's when I said we're
no,
going back
we're not
into
in
the Middle
war.
East. Yeah, we are.
That's not true.
Yeah, we
no,
are.
you just lied. We're not in war. We just
absolutely
dropped the bomb.
we absolutely are in war, but we'll debate that after because this is a current
What is
question.
war?
I gave you no. I want you to respond to my question because you said the deal was bad. With the deal, we lift sanctions. Without the deal, they further the construction of nuclear weapons, and you think that justifies war. So it means either lifting sanctions or war. Which one is preferable? A lifting of sanctions or war?
I could tell you. I could answer your question.
Then do it.
But I think the premise of your question doesn't make sense because your premise of the question is that we're going into war with Iran. That is not happening. We just dropped a bomb in Iran. Trump threatened them, and your whole assumption is that we're going to go into war.
The war already started.
So
Here's everything that has happened. We said that we had complete control of their airspace. We said we know where their supreme leader is. We could kill him, but we're not going to do it yet. We dropped bombs on 4 of their nuclear enrichment facilities. Donald Trump today said that we wanted a regime change to make Iran great again. Iranian militant groups affirmed less than 30 minutes ago that they're already planning strategic counterattacks on U.S. military bases in the region. They've already launched counterattacks because of U.S. strikes on Israel. They've approved shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, and which will restrict 20% of the daily oil consumption on the global stage. This is war, 110%. And I feel like that becomes inevitably clear when we replace the country of Iran with a country of Russia. My question to you is, if Trump said that we control all of Russian airspace, we know exactly where Putin is, we could kill him, but we're not going to do it yet. We drop bombs on Russian facilities in their countries. Then Russia responded by planning strategic counterattacks against U.S. military bases in the region. Russia also responded by shutting down a strait that they control, in which now has limited us from 20% of the global oil supply per day, as well as they launched counterattacks against our allies. Would you consider that war?
Again, your questions don't make sense. Russia is a powerful country. Iran we can erase in 1 minute. It's not. We have no reason to go into war.
Oh, so you're saying
isn't that exactly what neocons said in the early 2000s with the context of the Middle East, where they put us into a decades-long war, right? That literally costed trillions of dollars and thousands of American lives, along with like hundreds of thousands of people that live in the Middle East, millions of people that live in the Middle East, innocent lives that were lost.
And then also, I just want to be able to point out here really, really quickly that you just said if everything that is true of the current conflict with Iran was true of Russian involvement with America, it would be war. But just because it's not Russia and it is Iran, then it's not.
No, that's not
war.
what I said.
Thereby, you're completely special pleading, and you're trying to make this scapegoat, anti-intellectual position just to justify that it's not war, even though you accept that all of the actions in which have been made by our own country towards Iran and the actions that Iran has made back towards our own country do totally amount to war if it was framed outside of Iran in any other country.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it out there like this. I think let's veer off the subject for a little bit. If a country wakes up in the morning every day and their whole, the basis of their government, that's all they do is say, we want to wipe America off the map and we want to wipe Israel off the map. And I think if you were the president, you wouldn't allow them to produce. You wouldn't allow them to
So you
produce
concede it's
uranium.
war. Thank you. Now you're just arguing that the war is justified.
What?
So you concede that it's war.
By
And
the
now
way,
you're just
no, I
arguing
didn't.
that it's
No, I didn't.
justified.
By the way, I never answered that
So
question.
you pivoted away?
No, I didn't
Wait,
pivot
so
away.
what's war? What's war, Starbucks?
War is when both countries are attacking each other.
Okay. All right. Well, I would consider the approval of the Iranian parliament shutting down the Strait of Hormuz as an attack against America and Western countries. Right? I would consider the already approved plans from Iranian militant groups to attack U.S. military bases in the region as an attack against America.
Let me ask you a question. If there were 10 people in Russia that decided that they hate America and they want to destroy America, and they attacked America, they planted a bomb and they blew up something in America, is that war?
Yeah, if it was part of their government. Yep.
Oh, okay. I think it's one attack after the next, not necessarily.
Wait, I'm sorry. If Russia did this to the United States, if Russia dropped bombs on nuclear enrichment facilities that the government operated within the United States, would you consider that war?
Boom. Good one.
I wouldn't
That's
consider
exactly what I was
it
going to ask
war
earlier.
until America attacks back. I think one attack doesn't.
Wait. So you wouldn't say that
Why
that
we-
would
why
mean
we
war?
arguing about this? This makes
Wait.
no sense.
If that happened, would that mean war?
If what happened? If
Russia
other person?
bombed in the United States nuclear enrichment facilities operated by the government.
I think within 10 minutes of that happening.
Wait.
Trump
Was Pearl Harbor? Did Pearl Harbor? Was that Japan starting war with America?
Okay, a day after the attack. The hour after attack, no, we weren't at war. We were at war once we had.
Oh, got it. So
I think
Japan,
you could say that meant war.
So when Japan did Pearl Harbor, did that mean war?
When Japan attacked, how long after? When the
The
Congress
moment when it
came out
happened,
and
the
they declared
moment
war?
when Pearl Harbor occurred, did that mean
the moment they bombed the what's it called, the Pearl Harbor?
Did that mean war?
No, not a minute after.
Nobody, okay, yeah, you just pissed every single true American patriot conservative in here the hell off.
It could have been an hour after where Congress
Okay,
got
but
together
no,
and
but
they
like,
declared war.
okay,
but
here,
one
let me
person
be
attacking is
clear.
not war.
Let me be clear. We know that war is going to happen as a result of that.
Okay, that's
attack,
a different story.
correct?
Okay, so you
Okay.
conceded
Well,
to
at
me.
least you can. No. I'm saying this under your own perspective. This is how you're using the term. If you at least say that, will you agree that the conditions that Trump struck Iran, right, are saying that we're going to likely lead to war with them?
That I can agree on.
Okay, so it's leading towards war under your position. You just don't think it's war
Yes.
yet.
Correct.
Okay. Do you think it's going to be a war?
No.
Okay. Well, you just.
Bro,
didn't you contradict yourself according to the
No, I did not.
language
Wait,
with
wait,
Pearl
wait,
Harbor?
wait, myself
Wait.
for a while?
The Iranian government and Iranian militant groups have already. Wait.
Iran is not a powerful country. We could wipe them out in 2 minutes. It's not war.
You're already off base. As of 30 minutes ago, Iranian militant groups approved plans for attacks on U.S. military bases.
Okay. Very nice.
So that means that war is coming.
No, because I don't think Iran's threats are actual threats.
So you just don't think that they mean it?
No, I think they mean it. I think that.
So if they mean it, then it's an actual threat. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what makes you think that the threats aren't valid?
No, he just said that they were
They're a
valid
lot
because he said
stronger
that
than
they mean it.
They could mean it.
Okay,
So they are valid.
that means war's imminent.
No, it's not for us.
What is this guy saying?
So we hit them.
Who struck the struck the nuclear enrichment facilities?
So we bomb them, then they bomb our U.S. military bases. Is that war?
Why are we arguing about this?
Is that war? No, answer. Is that war?
If they actually bomb us and they're successful in bombing our troops, then yeah, it's war.
Okay, well they approved this. They approved the bombing.
Okay, so
as
let's
of
see
30
that
minutes
happen.
ago. So would you say that war is imminent?
I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna happen.
This guy is delusional. You're just like literally denying reality.
Yeah.
He literally laid it up for you.
Yeah.
He put it right in front of you.
They
He's
already.
like, dude, this is reality, and you're like,
okay, fine.
No.
Okay, let's say it's war. Well, what's the point? What are you trying to make?
Why? So you support him? You support him taking us to war?
He's not taking us to war. I told you that.
What? Dude, what's this guy saying? So is war imminent?
War's imminent, and guess what? Would this war be imminent if Donald Trump did not make the decision to bomb Iran?
I think that if Trump didn't make his decision, America could have been nuked.
Okay, yeah. You could fearmonger in a bit. We're just asking you, would this war have been imminent if he didn't decide to bomb Iran? Would they have already approved plans to strike U.S. military bases if we didn't strike their locations yesterday?
Probably not.
Okay, so then yeah, he is sending us into war.
Trump doesn't have a 1-day projective. He's projecting Iran to nuke America within a couple years.
Oh my goodness! So then agree that you think Donald Trump is sending us into war. You just think it's a good war.
I don't think he's sending us into war. I think.
Wait, wait! I got something.
Yeah,
right here.
go ahead.
Here, I have a tweet from Donald Trump. I will be giving an address to the nation at 10 p.m. at the White House regarding our very successful military operation in Iran. This historic moment for the United States of America, Israel, and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war. Thank you.
He's probably talking about the war.
22 hours ago. He called it a fucking war.
Which war is he talking about?
That's great.
What do you mean? What war is he talking about? He's talking about Iran.
Oh my God. You guys are so stupid. There's a war going on between Iran and Israel.
Wait. Why did you say? Why do you say this is a historic moment for the United States of America, Israel?
He wants United States and America.
Wait. I have a question.
What's the big deal?
When did the war start between Israel and Iran?
I thought you were all excited.
When did the war start between Israel and Iran?
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
When did the war start between Israel and Iran?
Many years ago. I mean, Iran used to. Honestly, I don't know.
Okay. All right, man. Listen, at the end of the day, you just look nuts. Listen, dude, we drop bombs on their country, and now they're saying that they want to drop bombs on our military bases.
Do we go to war with ISIS?
Okay. Oh my God. Did we go to war with ISIS? Are you referring to like Iraq and Afghanistan?
No. I'm talking about the terrorist group. Did we go to war with them?
Yeah, actually we did.
Okay.
Right? Right, isn't that even something that Donald Trump acknowledged, that he like ended the war with ISIS?
Yeah, he also said that there's his own self-proclaimed war on ISIS.
Yeah. Yeah. The response would be yeah.
Dude, this guy, like, dude, literally, if Trump calls it a war, you denying it as a war is really fucking funny.
They're just that fucking delusional, Parker. They're that fucking delusional. So for everybody watching the stream, right, y'all need to catch Parker up with how badly I've been crashing out today because of how absolutely delulu these guests have been. It's been all day the most dense, the most delulu guests we've ever had. But real quick, Sarah, thank you so much for the 100 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 1,000 Sarah W's down below. Sarah says these baseless, unintelligent MAGA arguments are mind-boggling. Thank you, Dean, for fighting to educate the American people, watching this American tragedy with much concern and love from Canada. Sarah, thank you so much for your kindness. That is mind-bogglingly kind. Thank you so much for your love. As well as, let's see here, EMM, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, saying, here's a little more for all the effort you put into keeping America educated. We see you and appreciate you. That is so incredibly kind. Let's get 200 MWs down below in that chat. I'd also like to show some love to Addison for the $15 over on PayPal, saying, thank you for your intellectual honesty. Your political views are refreshing, and you've converted me away from MAGA. Yo, let's go! Dude, that is sweet, Addison. Fuck yes, brother. And oh my God, I didn't even see this until right now. I really, really hope that you're still in here. Ryan with the $200 donation over on Venmo. I want to see 2,000 Ryan W's down below in the chat. That is seriously insane, dude. That is so much goddamn money. Ryan, if you're in here, I love you. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. I want to see 2,000 Ryan W's down below in those live chats right now. That is seriously, seriously, seriously so incredibly kind of you. Huge shout out to Ryan down below. Oh my God. As well as Kelly, Kelli. 20 minutes ago, the $20 donation saying, I would never have the patience to do what you do. Keep it up. It's really hard at times, but Kelly, let me tell you, I really appreciate you for the love. Show some love to Kelly down below. And then Rachel with no message, but the $20 donation over on Venmo. Show some love to Rachel, Kelly, and fucking Ryan for the $200 donation. As well as Cindy, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. And Adam, thank you for the 15. Shout out to Cindy and Adam. You guys are awesome. I would also, one more here. Thank you, Julia, for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Julia W's. Julia says, Dean, I love you, but it's pronounced nuclear, not nuclear. Nuclear? Now I'm fucking myself up. Not nuclear? How's it supposed to be?
This person just said that nobody's sending you money, Dean. Whitney just said no one's sending you money.
Whitney, don't piss me off.
Hello? Nobody's sending you money. No way.
What are you talking about? Well, I just got Dale. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Someone actually said that not all facts are true. That's crazy. Joy, thank you for the $5. Mary with the $10. Samantha with the $10. Eve with the $5. And Sid with the $100 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate lots of love for you as well. Raz, thank you for the $5 Australian. Thank you so much. Samantha, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Carla, thank you for the $5. And J Dubs with the $10. Thank you so much. Are those all fake too?
Do you?
Wait, hold on. Guys, I still have a question. You guys didn't answer. I just have one question. Do you believe that?
I think they're lagging, but they're saying that their donations are fake is crazy, bro. They have one barman.
Hello?
Hello? Go ahead. Ask your question.
Do you think Iran should have the capabilities of building a nuclear bomb?
We don't agree. We agree with global denuclearization, but like in terms of,
I'd like to clarify.
Wait. If someone violated,
I actually would like to say, like, I really don't think that Iran should have nukes. Like, okay. I actually do agree. Like, their government, dude, they suck. They're definitely their regime is terrible.
Very, at least we're on the same page. Parker, do you agree with that?
Yeah, Whitney, we're just saying that we don't have to, in order to be able to limit them from getting nuclear weapons, utilize weapons of war specifically, right? That would then bring us into a conflict in the long run. Like we had an agreement. Hold up. We had an agreement previously that limited this from happening, and Donald Trump pulled us out of that agreement.
Okay, well, now that the agreement is broken, we could talk about that a different time. But if they violated the new agreement, or
Coral, thank you for the $10.
We started building nuclear bombs, and there is no agreement in place.
Where's the child? What's going on? Why is there so much noise? I'm a little bit overstimulated right now.
What the
fuck is
Wait
going
to
on?
avoid the question.
I'm sorry. No, repeat your question. There's just a lot.
You sounded like you were in a hurricane, and then also there was a child in the background that we heard.
There's a lot going on right now.
Okay, my question's like this. You guys are ready?
Mm-hmm.
If there was an agreement in place or there was no agreement in place, it doesn't really make a difference. But if Iran we had specific evidence of them building nuclear weapons,
right?
Do you think we should have bombed them?
No. So the reason why I think that bombing them was a bad idea as it relates
Wait,
to
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm asking hypothetical. I'm talking about if we had evidence.
Wait.
If we had evidence.
Your hypothetical was reality.
It's true. So we did have evidence. At least you're admitting it, right?
Well, like we had evidence that like levels of nuclear enrichment have gone up since the
right.
agreement.
So they were building a nuclear bomb. So do you agree that Iran should?
So can you let me answer your question?
Okay, I'm just doing what you do.
Fucking hell! Oh, you're just doing what I do. Oh, you're just doing what I do. So you don't want me to answer your question, and you think that I don't want you to answer? Oh my God! Let me tell you a little something, Starbucks. I fucking hate it when people come onto this stream and they do this vigilante bullshit where you grossly misrepresent what I do, what I'm about on these lives, and the way in which I orchestrate myself and hold these conversations, and then you try to justify it. Like what it shows is that you just don't want to have a conversation. It's super childish and it's super anti-productive. But anyways, I'm gonna go and continue on with what I said. You absolute man-child, thank you, Sabrina Carpenter, is as follows. Okay?
And this is why people did not vote for Kamala.
Dude, Whitney, what did you just say, Whitney? Can you repeat that? What? She was not.
The name calling is why people did not vote for Kamala.
Kamala. Okay, so you understand like anything that's happening in the conversation?
Yeah,
right now?
whatever.
Wait, do you know that Donald Trump had a nickname and a name
Yes,
that he would call everyone?
But I'm listening to the way that he's talking to people.
Wait, so then if you cared about name calling as a reason to not vote for Democrats, why would you have voted for Donald Trump, who has a name call for every single person that he would run up against?
Because he took care of something that should have been taken care of 40-something years ago, last night or yesterday morning in Iran.
Well, no, why did he pull out of the nuclear?
Death to America?
Why did he pull out of the? Why did he pull out of the nuclear peace agreement, Whitney?
But you're okay with people saying death to Americans? Like what?
What? I'm confused. I don't want to go to war with everyone around the world that thinks that.
Wait, real quick, Starbucks. Have we talked before? Because Sid with the $10 on Venmo just said, by the way, you've talked to Starbucks at least 5 times a while back, and he was insufferable every single time. Have we spoken before?
Maybe a couple months ago, maybe like 7-8 months ago.
Okay. Well, I only let people.
I'm still
on
waiting
this
for you to
live
answer
one
my
time.
question.
I'm gonna
started speaking.
I'm gonna answer your question, then I'm gonna kick you because I only talked to guests one time.
Why is that?
Because I only talked to one guest one time. We've talked 5 times.
We didn't talk more than once, and it was 7 or 8 months ago.
I don't believe.
Can you just agree that you can't keep up with my conversation?
If I couldn't, if I couldn't keep up with your conversation, then why would I be willing to answer your question before I kick you? Like I'm literally trying to be cordial here and answer the question that I asked before I remove you. Like what?
It's very simple because you're going to make up a lie and then kick me so I can't answer.
Don't even give him the ability to get his
That's exactly
question
what
answered.
they did.
Bro, well, I hold. Whoa. I have rules on the live. Listen, let me tell you both a little story, and I'm gonna mute both of you guys while I say this because someone has an atrocious echo. I have boundaries and rules, okay? And let me tell you, I know 2 demographics of people that like to break boundaries and rules and then act as if the person that set the boundaries and rules was a bad person who is in the wrong.
That means you're a snowflake.
Hey, Whitney, how about you shut the hell up? I muted you for a reason so I could speak. So pipe the fuck down. You could say whatever you want as soon as I'm done talking.
You're a kid. You are a kid.
I'm a kid at 20 years old. So Trump wanted to date a kid when he said he'd be dating a 10-year-old
That's
in 10 years.
Yep. That's a
Cooked.
And look at this. The Trump supporters can't even let me speak. Oh my God. This is nuts. I'm living in a dystopian nightmare. Why do I do this to myself? Do you guys want to see the back of my head? I'm losing hair because of these motherfuckers. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and finish what I said. Whitney, do you have any level of self-control?
I do, but not for immature
well then
kids.
Control
Like
yourself and wait for me to finish
You're a
speaking.
baby.
If I'm
You're a baby.
If I'm the baby, how come I'm playing the role of the kindergarten teacher trying to get grown-ass adults to hush up until I'm done speaking? Bubble in your mouth, Whitney.
Go to your mom's.
Two fingers. Coyote ears. Bubble in your coyote ears. Excuse me. Attention. Bubble. Put the bubble. Shut the fuck up.
It's like this, Dean. Isn't it like this?
I don't even know.
Oh no, you're triggered. Are you triggered? You're triggered. Oh no.
Stay silent. Stay silent.
Okay, I'm gonna try to just finish to respond to what Starbucks has said. So I know 2 demographics of people that don't react well to boundaries, and when you break the boundaries, you think the person that set the boundaries was in the wrong. Trump supporters and 4-year-olds.
My boyfriend wants to know if you're a fairy.
Do you have a boyfriend?
I do. He's right here with me. He feels the same way.
Chocolate.
He's saying go to your room. Oh no, we both voted for Trump.
Wait, did you say your boyfriend told you to go to your room?
No, he told you to go to your room.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
He said you can't even be in this conversation.
Okay.
Wait, so he's a child. He's 20 years old. Donald Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, right? Is that not Donald Trump saying he would date a child?
My boyfriend is 37. My boyfriend is 37.
Real quick.
How old are you?
Rachel, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo saying I hate Whitney. How do you feel about Rachel sending $15 just to say that she hates you?
I could care less about her.
Jamie,
Trump
thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying thank you for what you do. I appreciate you for the love. As well as Brandon.
JD Vance 2028.
1 second. As well as Brandon, thank you for the $25 saying I don't know how you do this. I'm glad somebody did their research. This is also for future therapy. Thank God. I'm going to need it. Yeah.
Right now.
Oh, do we have an emotional man on the line?
Oh yeah, he's ahead of me. Sorry.
Oh, could you put the boyfriend on the mic real quick?
Yeah, come here, Eric.
Come here, Eric.
He wants to talk to me.
Hop on the mic, Eric.
Oh no.
Hop on the mic, buddy. Oh, they got the mag. Oh, Eric, are you there?
While she's lagging, can I thank people real quick?
One second.
He's here.
One second. I just want to ask Eric real quick. Eric, are you there, buddy? Come on that mic.
Eric. He's walking back to the pool. Just a minute.
Oh, he's running away?
Go upstairs.
No, he takes the stairs. He's afraid of elevators. He's been locked in an elevator before, so he's a little claustrophobic.
Okay, well, I will wait for...
Are you guys related?
Are we related? No.
I was just trying to
silly
clarify.
question. No, we are a little. We've had a couple of
That one caught me off guard.
spritzers.
That one caught me.
some
That one caught me off guard. I'm not gonna lie. That one caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting.
No, we've had some spritzers.
Okay, is Eric here yet?
No, I got to go up the elevator to the 4th floor.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, me and Parker are both gonna thank some donors real quick. Parker, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo for trying to keep us calm in these hard times. I appreciate you for the love. It's
You're
definitely
welcome.
gone to shit. As well as Brandon, thank you so much for the $25, as I did already point out. Thank you so much. Kylie with a with a 10. Mimi with a 5. Jamie with a 10. Let's see here. Michaela, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo, saying I'm surprised Whitney has a boyfriend. Well, apparently they're perfect for one another. Dale, thank you for the $20, saying Whitney's boyfriend is also her brother. Thank you for the observation, Dale. Abigail with the $5, saying this woman is making me so sad. Like, get a hold of yourself. Says Abigail, the $5 donation. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Now, there's a handful of people over on PayPal. So I'm going to go ahead and load up my PayPal at this time. We're going to thank a handful of people super duper quickly. Hannah, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying Whitney.
Are you my brother?
From another mother.
Oh, hi, Eric. I have a question for you.
Eric, he has a question for you.
What's his question?
What's your question?
Well, come on the mic, buddy. You could do it.
Here, ask him. Let him ask you.
Hi, Eric.
Hold on.
Hold on, he's getting our
he needs
beach things in the door.
He needs a moment. Let me know when you're good
Sorry.
to go, buddy. Let me know when you're good to go. Take your time.
We were at the beach. We were at the pool.
We'll give him another minute or so. Caden, thank you for the $7 over on PayPal. I appreciate that. And Linda, thank you for the $10 for my kindergarten teacher pay. And then Mary Rose with the $20 over on PayPal saying that this donation is fake. I guess so. Guys, I had Parker hold off reading his donations because I wanted to talk to Eric like a minute and a half ago. Is Eric there or not, Whitney? If Eric's not there, I'm just going to give Parker the go-ahead. Is he
He's
there?
here. He's taking our stuff out to the balcony. He said he's not talking to no talk show guy.
Oh, I get it because he has the IQ of a fucking walnut in a family tree of a circle. Listen, I get it. He's scared. I get it, Whitney. Go ahead, Parker.
not
Take it away.
He's
All right.
not scared.
Well, then get him on the mic.
No, go ahead, Parker. I think you're done.
Eve, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Rachel with the $20 for the fake money. Thank you so much. Taylor with the the $10. Cheryl with the $30. Thank you so much, Cheryl. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Allie with the $50. Thank you so much. I absolutely will. Thank you so much. Parker with the $20. Thank you so much for the fake money. I really appreciate it. Sarah with the $1. Julie with the $5. Thank you so much. Nightblade, thank you for the $4.21. Linda, thank you for the $3. Linda with the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Linda on PayPal. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Some W's for Linda in the comment section. Then I got some people on YouTube as well. Rob with $100 on YouTube super chat for thank you for everything. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Rob. But W's for Rob in the comment section. Drew Girl, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, I did see that actually. I think we've brought that up in the lives in the past. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate it. Pumpkin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Elizabeth with the $5. Thank you. As well as Pet, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And John with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said, Parker, they're not related. They're just second cousins.
And Sarah with the $10 over on Venmo saying, please tell this lady I said it's wild how you've got nothing in common with Trump except cholesterol and delusion. Autumn with a $5. Thank you for the love. Martin with a $5 as well, saying, repeat after me, Parker is a loser. Thank you for donating me $5 just to call Parker a loser. I'm going to donate that to Planned Parenthood in your name. Christine, thank you for the $35 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the love, as well as Nessa with a $25 saying, please bury them. It's you know what's that saying go? You can't win a debate against an idiot. Something like that. I truly see it's the hardest. I have the hardest time burying guests. The dumber they are. It's just it's like I don't know. Amber with the $20 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the love, saying they are insufferable. I agree. Deborah with the $5 for Whitney's brother/cousin, etc. Yeah, we don't really know. We're unsure. Sonny, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal for my incredible patience. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Z with the $10 over on PayPal saying Whitney's talking to her quote-unquote boyfriend like he's 5. She was talking to him like he was quite young. Carson with the $10. Why is everyone so stupid today? Beats me, man. Thank you for the 10. Diana with a 5 and Katie with the 20. Katie, seriously, thank you so much. Show some love to Katie down below, as well as Anne with a 20. Saying, imagine taking time out of your beach weekend to own the libs. Sad. Yeah, no, that is a little bit sad. I don't really know what they're after here. As well as Brittany with the $5. I appreciate you so much for the love. It is really sad to say as a 33-year-old mom, to see Whitney, who's pushing 40, act like a child and sit here to try to bully somebody who they think is a child. I'm always watching and hearing MAGA. It makes me so sad for my kids' future. Thank you for what you do. You know what? That is a good perspective. Why are you taking time out of your beach vacation as a 40-year-old woman to bully quote-unquote children?
Because we were just scrolling TikTok.
Say, think the $20 for brother from another mother implies that they have the same dad. Lol. So yeah, I guess they are related, chat. I guess
Okay,
they just conceded that they are related.
Sure, if that makes y'all feel better.
Well, you said he said brother from another mother. That just
He
implies that
was
you have the same
kidding.
father, right?
No, he was kidding.
Okay,
Oh,
so what did you come up here to talk about?
You guys don't know anything. You're like literally
Don't know anything.
kids.
Right? How many continents are there?
7.
Name
What are
3
they?
of them.
Don't ask me to name them right now. I've had like 4 spritzers. I could do it.
Then do it.
Europe, Asia, Africa, Antarctica, North America, South America.
You know what? It's
and
5 o'clock
Australia.
somewhere. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It is 5 o'clock somewhere, Parker. It
Wow,
is.
you could successfully name the 7 continents. I guess you're smarter than me.
Whitney, I have another question. If you pass the person in a race that's in second place, right? What place are you now in?
Second.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, I didn't even expect her to know that one. Yo, W. Whitney there. Next question, Whitney. One more question for you. And
Oh
this
my
one's
God.
really interesting. At what temperature does water freeze in
32
Fahrenheit?
degrees.
Oh,
32 degrees.
She's listening
It
to the
boils
lives.
at 100.
So Katie knows how many continents there are and knows what temperature at Fahrenheit water boils. I guess she's smarter than us.
Yes, she
No,
definitely
you
is.
just don't have much life experience.
Whitney, can I ask a question now? Can you name one Donald Trump economic policy that he influenced to get passed that's good for the economy?
I like the
I like to see homos naked.
What?
What did your husband say?
that was Eric. That was
He already
Eric
just said. What did he say?
What did he
coming
say?
down the hallway being silly.
What
He's
is
being
I
silly.
know, but what was it? What did he say that was silly?
I'm not going to repeat that. I'm not going to repeat it.
I
'cause
think
then
I
it'll
think
get
I
you
heard the
out
word
of-
naked.
Yeah, I heard that. That's the only thing I heard.
So
Yeah,
what?
that's what he said.
So
he
what-
said something about that. Don't ask.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect you at this point in time. Rebecca, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo for having to put up with The insufferable husband.
Well, I was also gonna say, 100 degrees is not boiling point, by the way.
I don't know. That's Celsius. I don't know where she came up with that. It's like 220 Fahrenheit, at least where I'm at. Let's see here. And thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. Justin with a 5. And Riley, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you, Riley, and Adam with a 5. You guys are awesome. All right, everybody. It has been a very long day for me. It's been a very long couple of days. I've been trying to do my best to report the facts and keep up with world events on my feed posts on Instagram and TikTok. And I think kind of keeping up with everything that's going on in the world, plus like these 4-hour lives of debating delusional Trump supporters, is a little bit too much for me. So I'm very, very, very exhausted, but I don't expect this to last forever. I'm going to keep on doing it because I want to make sure that you guys are informed. I will see you guys tomorrow, just because it's very important to do. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I am going to go ahead and end for the night. We've been live for over 4 hours, so I appreciate everyone so much for joining into the live stream today. I am going to assume that Parker is going to go live. Are you going to go live, Parker?
Yep, I will be live.
Phenomenal. So head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok and YouTube. Go watch him have some of these conversations. I'm sure that you will see more feed posts from me this evening and tomorrow. I am planning a video kind of going over how Donald Trump is directly linked to any threat of nuclear arming that we may see on behalf of Iran and what that looks like. So be on the lookout for that. It'll be a whole lot of, it'll be a cool video, very informative video once it drops. But I'm going to go ahead and end. Everybody head over to @ParkerGetAJob, rather. That's on TikTok and YouTube for more debates. Have a good rest of your night, everybody. And Parker, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course, man. Good seeing you.
Good seeing you as well. Goodbye, everybody.